explained to me, you notice how you see things above you and they go away, looks like they go down? That's called perspective. And I was like, yeah, I get that. But this guy, he's been here 10 years. He doesn't get it yet. What does that tell you?
I get you. I bet you he couldn't steel man a single flat Earth argument. That's what you get from these guys. They don't get it because they never paid attention in the first place. They just talk. They don't listen. They ask questions but don't listen to the answer. It's been coined by Majin. It's called ask, ignore, repeat. So they ask a question, ignore the answer, and then repeat the question, which is what he's been doing. Now, and I've been starting to call these guys out on this. That this is just a tactic. Just ask, ignore, repeat, ask, ignore, repeat, and then say you can't answer. When you did answer 10 different ways, 10 different times.
That's what that guy Gunslinger has been doing for the last 4 or 5 or 6 weeks. He come in here every day for the first few weeks asking the exact same question. Where's the edge? we gave him the answer every single time. He still kept going back. And sometimes when I'm listening to the channel, right, and there's a glober up, I can predict this guy will reset soon. And sure enough, give it a few minutes, half an hour or whatever, and he resets and asks the question he asked 2 hours ago. Isn't that crazy? I mean, I'm sure you've seen it as well, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, of course. Like when they do that, you have to just go. Okay, what did we tell you last time? Tell us what we told you last time. Otherwise,
Yeah, and they can never do that. They can't steel man it, can they?
no. The steel man is a useful tool. Just figure out if you're even paying attention. But dude said in the chat, you want to read that one? That's a classic.
All right, let's see what he says. Okay. Uh, Using straight line measurements and triangles does not mean you're measuring the surface flat. Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, brainhead.
Yeah, he's a real brainiac, this guy. You guys have been demanding measurements of curve for over a decade now. That's right. And none of you can even provide a measurement of the curvature of a basketball.
Oh, sure
What are
we
you
can.
what are you talking about? Of course
Yeah,
we
yeah, I'm
can.
with you now. The low IQ thing, I'm with that.
Yeah, I mean, we use that as an example all the time, don't we? Drop over distance. Imagine you have a basketball in your hand. That's how we explain it, right? Uh,
Just making stuff up now.
yeah. But that's good. Maybe nobody has given him any attention over 10 years. Benny, this is your chance. Give us some good arguments. Show us some drop over distance measurements. You got to have some really nice evidence if you're stuck to your belief for 10 years. Benny, what's your best evidence that you live on a ball in space? What do you think, India? Is he going to say NASA pictures?
SpaceX.
Yeah.
Elon fanboy.
Yeah, I bet he has one of those T-shirts. I love NASA. Or I want to work at SpaceX when I grow up. All right, what's going on in our own chat? Yoder says something. Perspective can make a rocket or airplane that is ascending appear to be descending to the horizon towards the ground instead. Yeah, exactly. It's just perspective. That's all it is. Hey, India, let me ask you a serious question between two flat earthers here while I have you here. So when they looked at the stars, I'm going to ignore Benny for a little while now because I'm interested personally in this. Someone looked up at the sky and they saw, oh, look, there are stars up there. And they're like looking like they're situated in a sphere. So that means the Earth is probably a sphere as well. Is that do I have the right interpretation of that?
That, I mean, No, I mean, my understanding is it's more like a metaphysical aesthetic that a sphere is the most perfect shape. They really couldn't see stars, and even Galileo's telescope was only like a 4 times magnification. So like they really couldn't see if stars were spheres. I mean, in the moon, in the sun, can't really tell by looking at them they're spheres. But the initial reason, my understanding, from Copernicus and Plato and Pythagoras, cult of Pythagoras, is that it's aesthetic. The same reason that they killed Pythagoras because of what was it, square root of 2 or something like that didn't exist, and they freaking murdered him. He didn't believe in irrational numbers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess I think I rephrased it. I need to
So
rephrase it.
it's like a metaphysical aesthetic. That's kind of like the reason they didn't really that the Earth that the Earth was that, that the universe must be spherical. So the Earth must be spherical because that's obviously the most perfect shape there is. I mean, that's in Copernicus's Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. It's like explicitly says it. This is even like speculation. They wrote it down.
Phrase my question a little bit though, because I was more getting at the fact that we have non-Euclidean vision, so it looks to us like stars further away or further down, and that kind of brings the sky. You see the sky as a dome,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That's because
But
you don't have any way to get the distance to the stars relative to the
right, so that's all I'm saying. So the stars could very well be located on a perfectly flat plane. Am I right about that? But we as
Oh yeah.
humans, all right, yeah, that was my question. So yeah. All right, that makes sense.
I mean,
Not that we can make a claim
there's a
about it.
weird contradiction here. I mean, because if you go, okay, sky seems spherical, right? We can measure the angles between stars, and they seem to follow this linear relationship, these angles. But then on the other hand, they say, well, it appears as if the sky is a sphere of infinite radius. And then you go, okay, sphere of infinite radius, isn't that supposed to be flat? So how can a flat-looking sphere prove to have the properties of a sphere? So there's like two infinite parallel planes follow the linear angle relationship. See, it doesn't make sense because it's like these two ideas, Godel proved that, there's no mathematical system which is you can prove is actually self-consistent. Maybe it's just not self-consistent. Our ideas about the way it should be just just wrong. This is what I think. Yeah, the sky looks like a hemisphere. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, that was kind of my premise. And
Kind
they,
of though. I should caveat with a kind of because when you get like at near zenith and near the horizon, things get a little messed up. You know what I mean? Because of the air, because of refraction, or the inability to do accurate measurements with a telescope when it's pointed straight up.
yeah,
So, so there are some. So if you look in astronomy or even celestial navigation, they only observe the sky within a range, right, within 30 degrees above the horizon and 30 degrees down from the zenith. So they're really only looking at kind of like a ring where they say, hey, this is where we can actually make measurements which actually um, follow the spherical relationship, and that below that it gets messed up. But that's the funny thing is that at the horizon is where the difference between a sphere and a flat Earth actually would be, right? But they're saying, well, it doesn't. You can't make the measurements here because they're just not accurate, right? And why do they say they're not accurate? Because they don't follow that linear angle relationship anymore.
right.
Well,
Do
they
you think?
claim that if you go to the northern latitudes, you have to cover more land to get the same angular displacement in the sky. And then they say that the stars are lumpy.
They're what? Did you say lumpy?
Yeah, that's geodetic deflection of the vertical.
Oh yeah, that's right. Lumpy. It's like raisin bread, inflating. The universe is like the bread, and the raisins are like the galaxies. Um,
Oh yeah, that too. Cosmic inflation could be asymmetrical, and not that you'd actually measure it.
I heard your monologue yesterday at like 7:30. Was that yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah,
What was he on? What did you say he was on?
he went into a worldwide debate. It's a new
Oh,
server.
oh, okay. Who's it run by? Is it run by Glovers or is it just like the debate server?
I don't know, but it appears to be the old FED crew, Ballbuster crew.
Oh, what is debate? Are they rebranding?
I actually think Riggs runs it, or is one of the people who do.
Oh, yeah. I don't think Riggs is really one of the FED crew, but he has been running
No.
that server for a long time.
Oh, okay. Well, they're all there now, and I think they rebranded or something. So I don't know much beyond that, but
I think the original name was World of Conspiracy or something, or that could have been a
okay.
different Discord that he got, you know, destroyed. I don't remember. Oh, I haven't been keeping up on it.
All right, I have to go back to listening now.
All right, cool.
Yeah, yeah. I always found it interesting that this guy looks like it might be dome shaped or whatever, or spherical, hemispherical. But I wonder what it would look like from above if we had a God's eye view and you look down at the Earth. Would the Earth look like a bowl? I mean, we don't know what's outside of it, so who knows? If you could go that high up, maybe that's why they give us those round pictures from space, because human perspective would see it like that or something. I don't know. Can't even. It's hard to conceptualize it in my head.
It's hard even to like. So with certain things like which are so people may like uh, they go, hey, the Earth would look like this. So like, how do you even know that? Because like if things like Newton's thin lens approximations, they're not going to work if the object is very far away, right? There's
Right.
like we can't even like model. Hey, there's some object because the size of the aperture relative to the size of the distance is large. This isn't having like having a ball 10 feet across the room and you have a lens with a that's 2 inches in diameter. This is your lens is 2 inches in diameter and the ball's 100,000 miles away. So that distance relative to the size of the opening is ginormous, right? It's like back term, astronomically different. So zooming in and out, you're not moving any appreciably closer because this is like one of the things um, where they change the lens. They zoom in on a toy globe, and then the continents change size when they zoom in and out. Well, yeah, of course it does. The size of the lens is meaningful compared to the size of the object you're taking an image of, but and its distance, right? So it's a proportional thing. It has like when it's far away, like they like say the 1972 Blue Marble, 100,000 miles away. The lens is like a 70 millimeter camera, and they're saying, hey, it depended on his field of view. But changing your field of view from that far away isn't going to amount to a hill of frickin' beans. It's
Right.
just going to change how much of the Earth is in the image, right? Right? Is it like Do I have 50% black around the Earth or 20% black? But it isn't going to
Right.
wrap around the ball, right? This is like because like when you're zooming in like when it's close, it's kind of like you're collecting light from the sides as well by changing the field of view like that. So you can see like kind of like around the ball. You're not really seeing around it. You're just not cutting off that light. But this isn't going to matter when something's 100,000 miles away. It isn't going to have any effect whatsoever. So like speculating on what it would look like, how it could look like, I just think that because the scales are so large, it's just like absolute speculation.
Yeah. It's absolutely is. Yeah, let's do a thought experiment. If you think about a checkerboard, infinite in all directions, and you go directly, and you're in the middle, and you can elevate yourself up directly as far as you want to go, right? The way our vision works, even if the checkerboard is a square, right? Wouldn't it look like a circle anyway to us? Because we can't resolve it. Like since our vision sees in curved lines, don't we?
Yeah, I mean,
What would be around it? They would eventually just look black to us, right?
it's hard to imagine. Yeah, yeah, I mean, are you saying that if you like got higher above it?
Yeah, if you're really high up, even if it's a square checkerboard, right, you would still see it as a circle because of how our vision works, right? Or
Oh
how
yeah,
our
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So it doesn't matter even if we have the tech one day to go 10 million miles out. If Earth is a plane that's really really big, it's still look like a round circle to us from above. Is what I'm saying. But I don't know. I haven't really thought it through. But it's just something I work with computer graphics a little bit. I wonder if maybe you can simulate it somehow. I don't know.
Well,
Anyway,
with NASA says that the horizon altitude is basically indeterminable, and they've tried all different computers and AI and all sorts of stuff that it's too blurred to like actually say, hey, this is the horizon line. Basically, there's a paper on it.
yeah,
It's on a NASA's PDF server.
right.
So you're not
Yeah,
even seeing like the Earth. You're just seeing like where the like a smear of air and ground, right? It's not even.
yeah.
It's
I've
almost
seen.
what is that? What is that? The smudge tool in Photoshop, right? Where you
That's
can like.
exactly what it looks like. Yeah, I've seen some new renditions. There's like an orange glow and stuff. They're trying to kind of get it to work, but it is. Yeah, they can't.
And then we have the weird photographs. Like there's a photograph from the top of I think it's could be Mount Rainier, and you can see like the peak of the shadow of the peak of the mountain go up into the distance, and it's like the shadow's like hovering in the air, right? The point of it is like it's not following the ground completely. It's like it goes off into the air.
Right.
It looks like, right, because the point is like in blue sky, right? It's not being cast on the clouds. It's like being cast on blue sky, which is kind of weird. I mean, yeah, a lot of this stuff hasn't been worked out right. It's just been like, oh, Earth is a ball, and then blah blah blah. There's no need to investigate it any further, and that's where a lot of this stuff lies. Where a lot of it's still unknown because it's never been like thoroughly researched. They've been pouring their research money into other things.
What I think is weird is that people still, with the tech we have today, believe that the boats, for example, go over a physical curve. That is weird to me because I mean, they say that the ancient Greeks were really smart. They had a high IQ and they were like the best of the best, and they came up with their mathematics and all kinds of stuff like that. But seriously, I'm starting to believe that they weren't that smart at all, and people today with the tech we have now should be able to figure it out.
Well, I mean, like it wasn't like all the Greeks. It was only some of the Greeks that bought into the idea. So can't lump them all in together. Unfortunately, they weren't smart on letting you know, the Baltar Greeks win, basically.
Right. Yeah,
Well, they won the intellectual battle. You know what I mean?
yeah, for some reason. Yeah, I mean Einstein won, and his theory is retarded basically. But yeah,
Oh, dude, I mean, I swear to God, people just like the more they don't understand it, the more they believe in it. Like it's like some weird um, psychological bias, like quantum mechanics or general relativity. Oh my God, it's so deep. You got to be super smart to understand it. It's got to be true because I don't understand it. Right? That's what makes the less I understand, the more true it is,
right.
which isn't crazy.
Yeah, yeah, it's weird. Hey, I'm
How many
gonna
people
read.
you heard rattle on about quantum mechanics and don't know anything about it and think it's like some deep, blown away concept? Like, no, it just means you think you're a brain in a jar. I mean, that's all it really means.
Yeah, we end up in the Dr. Blitz territory with he doesn't know he has hands.
Yeah, maybe he does. His hands are in a superposition, like a superposition of knowing and not knowing, right?
Right.
But then the thing is, like, who's going to look at it? Do those people even really exist? Is there a person to look at it, or is it just another jar?
Right. I feel though that if someone would have come up with the theory of relativity today, they would have been scrutinized more. I mean, with the internet and everything, it just sounds so ridiculous. We have something called bendy space time and blah blah blah. You know the whole thing. It's just when you read it, it
Yeah,
sounds like it sounds dumb.
and I mean to say like like something like 220 physicists took out like a full page ad in the New York Times railing against general relativity.
Right.
So there was pushback. It just didn't win. It's like, the ideas that make it into popular culture, it's the whole idea of the mind virus, right?
Right.
Ideas don't spread because they're true. They spread because they're good at spreading.
Right.
It's like evolutionary theory of ideas that are good at spreading, just like procreation, right? Good at reproducing. Those are the ideas that spread. They're good at reproduction and they spread through the human social consciousness, not because of truth, but because of, they're easy to spread. You
Mm.
tell me, I tell somebody else, and I tell somebody else, and it entertains the human mind, and they find it for some reason to tell some other person, right? So the idea spreads. Well, you know, the world.
As soon as you can push someone's idea past the first generation, you're set. Because then they have no way. As after the first generation dies out, there's no way to confirm it anymore. Then it's just tradition. That's the whole. That's how the ball has survived, basically.
Yeah, just tradition, Western tradition. There's also I think, egotistical and political pressures because of the narrative that comes along with it about this, according to them, the discovery that the Earth is a globe, right?
Right.
It was Western civilization that did it, and not the Chinese, and it wasn't the Indians, and it wasn't the Aborigines, and it was the super smart white people, Western civilization, that discovered it, and that's why it's like a superiority thing. So it's not outright saying, "Hey, we're superior," but you still, you don't have to say it. They're just still acting it out.
Right.
And I'm not saying Western civilization isn't superior. It clearly is, but it has nothing to do with the Earth being a ball.
So I was looking to learn a little bit about flat Earth. I haven't really had much conversation with flat earthers, especially. I just want to know a little bit about how it functions. Is anyone interested to answer?
Yeah, sure. I'll give you just a real quick intro, I guess, into it. Okay, so we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming that the Earth is a flat disk or a flat planet, because quite often what people do is they will think about the globe model of outer space with all the planets and stars all orbiting and that kind of thing. And then they'll think that, okay, the Earth is one of those planets. And then they'll hear about flat Earth and they'll try to kind of like replace the globe with a flat planet or something. That's not what we claim. Okay, we're talking about flat Earth in the context of the most of the surface being covered in water and water being flat on the surface over large distances. And if the surface, they say over 70% of the surface of the globe is covered in water.
Yeah.
Okay, and if that water is not curving, it can't possibly be a globe. And then we've gone out and tested it extensively to validate that over long distances, the water's absolutely not curving.
Mm-hmm. Oh, great.
Yeah,
So
there's more to it, but yeah, there's a.
Oh, awesome. So I do have a little bit of questions. It's like, how do you guys explain concepts like gravity? How do you guys explain concepts like stars? What do you think about the stars? What do you think about other planets? We can observe other planets. We can see that they're, some shape of a roundy thing, like a ball. Not, but Earth is not typically a ball. According to my explanation, it's like more of an egg shape. So, how do you explain these things? Gravity, observing the observation of other planets.
Let's take one at a time. You said the Earth is an egg. How do you know that Earth is an egg first and foremost? Because you seem to put that out there strongly, like it's a fact. I mean, how do you know Earth is an egg shape? Have you measured it?
Oh no, I didn't say it was a fact. I said it was my explanation or what I believe. But yeah,
Okay.
so why I think it's that because you have gravity, right?
What's that?
Well, I don't agree to that, but you carry on.
Okay, so I'm the only one who knows gravity. Fine.
No, it's not. You're the only one that knows gravity, dude. We're just asking you to explain what it is because is that me dropping things?
Okay, gravity is basically when you have a body or like something, a mass. It gravitates. It gravitates. All the other masses around it to be like in some sort of way or shape. I'm not a scientist, but I have a very basic explanation of gravity.
Yeah, but the phenomena is you pick things up and they fall down.
Yeah, because Earth.
Yeah, so we don't really need to explain it, right? We pick things up, they fall down. It doesn't mean the Earth was curved because if it was, we would measure that, right? Okay. So whatever the thing that makes things come back, we've got the phenomena.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is the concept of like things falling for. We don't call it gravity. You guys don't call it gravity then, right?
I'll call the phenomena when I drop something gravity for ease of conversation. I won't predict a cause of that phenomena though. I won't say that the mass of the Earth is attracting the mass of the apple, for example, or the mass of the Earth is distorting and bending space-time, so the apple is falling into a gravitational well. I won't say these things because I couldn't verify them to be true if I said them. What I will work with is the phenomena, and I drop the apple and it goes down.
Okay, great. So this is a thing, right? I'm here to learn, so I'm just gonna be asking questions and learning. That's what I'm trying to understand here. I'm trying to understand the whole theory first before talking. So
that was good.
How do you know, for example, when you're observing a different planet like Mars, for example, what comes to your head? Like
nothing at all. Sorry, just 1 second. Yeah, I myself do not know what Mars is. When I look at it through a telescope, it's just a shimmering pinkish blob. That's it. Anything else that's been ascribed to that blob has been a story that no one has been able to verify because we can't go there to confirm the story we're being told. So when I look at those objects, I look at them as merely decoration, and I can use my imagination and wonder about things. But remember, when I'm in that state of mind, I'm not actually doing any proving or confirming or validation. I'm just using my imagination. They look spherical, but again, I cannot say they are until I go there and do the measurements. That's me personally. Thank you very much. Sorry, Jedi.
Go for it, Jedi. Go ahead.
I was miles away there, dude. I completely forgot what was going on for a second. Do apologise.
Oh no, it's okay. I was asking what comes up to your head when you're observing other planets through a telescope, for example.
That pretty.
Mm-hmm.
There's two things, right? And I think Jin kind of pointed this out: is what we see and what we're told. Now, there's a story about Mars and Jupiter, right? It's a giant gas planet, or it's a red planet with a very thin atmosphere, and blah blah blah. But what I see is just a red thing in the sky. Can I confirm what I see? No, I can just look at it from the floor.
Okay, great. So do you? So based on the information I have now, I believe you guys don't think we could go outside Earth. We cannot leave the planet, right?
I don't think that I'm going to be going to Jupiter, or whatever that is, and I don't think anybody else has been either.
The moon, for example.
Pardon?
The moon.
The moon, did you say?
We cannot go to the moon, right? We cannot reach the moon. We cannot.
I don't think we've been to the moon in the way that they told us in 1969 and so on. No.
Yeah. Okay, that's awesome. So overall, you're not sure what you can see. But when you're observing planets, you can see something, but you're not sure what it is. You cannot claim what it is. And Earth is not a globe, but it's not the way people are saying it's flat. It's a shape that you don't know. It's a shape that we're not sure what it is, right?
Yeah, the Earth is measurably flat, but the overall dimensions I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Great.
You understand why we say the Earth is flat, though, right?
Not quite.
Okay, we measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal over any distances. So water, for example, 70% of the surface of the Earth. When we observe, look at, and when we measure the surface of water, it's horizontal on the surface, which is a problem for a ball because the surface needs to be curved. So we don't measure the curvature that's required for the sphere. What we measure is water to be horizontal, so flat.
Wow. I believe I've seen a video before where a bunch of dudes, they were trying to prove that if that theory is right or wrong, and they brought a very strong laser, right? They put it on the beach, then they surfed with a boat in the ocean or lake. I'm not sure. I don't remember that much. But when they reached a specific distance, the laser have went up on the scale they put on the ship. So how do you explain this, for example?
Did you watch this on like Discovery Channel or something?
Yeah, it's like a YouTube channel. Like people.
Yeah. So about 3 miles away, this ex-wrestler and these two bimbos, the laser over about 3 miles was 6 foot higher than it was. Yet we've recreated this hundreds of times over distances, up to distances including about 40 kilometers. This is surveying technology, right? You know what I mean when we say we survey the land with electromagnetic signals like lasers, right? You understand that?
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. So when we survey the land with surveying tools like theodolites and lasers, we measure the surface of the Earth to be flat. Right. This ex-wrestler and a couple of fucking bimbos, dude, that's propaganda. That's bullshit. If you went with a laser yourself, you would measure the surface of the Earth to be flat.
Okay.
Guarantee it.
Okay. So, you said propaganda. Why do you think people claim that the Earth is the globe? What do you think is the granted? What do you think is granted after saying that?
Okay, when you say people, obviously we understand that not everybody is intentionally lying. The majority of people are just repeating the story that they were told, like teachers and so on, right? They haven't proved the Earth is a sphere themselves. They've just got a syllabus that they teach you, for example.
Yes.
Cool. So you ask, I think, and this is going to be speculation, my friend, because I and everybody else in this channel, we don't know the motivations. We've not gone up to the people and asked, but I think it's theological.
Theological? What do you mean?
I think it's got something to do with people's religious and theological ideas regarding how we and everything around us was created. So, for example, the Earth being a ball spinning around the sun, the heliocentric idea, that comes from a big bang, right? If you rewind the time, eventually everything comes together in a small space in time, right? That was known as the Big Bang, where everything is exploded into existence.
How do you
This is a
wait?
creation. This is a creation narrative, right?
Yeah.
So this is theological. They get to give us a creation narrative where they get to tell you how important or not you are in your place in the universe. At the moment, you're an insignificant speck on an even more insignificant speck. You mean nothing in the grand scheme of things of space and time. You'll be gone before you know it. So they get to control your whole theological idea about the world in which you inhabit and your own personal purpose.
Oh wow. Oh, interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, control. That's what it's about.
So you think it would make a difference, for example, for someone to claim that Earth is a globe, or to claim that Earth is flat? You think it makes a difference in his personal beliefs and his personal motivations? And do you think it would make a difference?
Absolutely. In my case, yeah, I'm well and truly well knowledgeable now in the fact that the Earth can never and never was an oblate spheroid. All right, that then shuts down any ideas of going to Mars or the Moon. That's never going to happen. We will never have that technology because they're not places to go. What does that do for me? It elevates me. So now I'm able to teach this to my students here in Japan as I'm an English teacher. And then when the subject comes up about Earth, that gives me the opportunity to introduce to the students the truth about where they live. And it's also going to be incumbent upon them to verify what I'm telling them, and so that they understand, so they don't carry a belief, which is what I was going to say to you, young man, that at the end of the day, whatever we tell you today, you're going to have to go out with your laser beam test and actually go and confirm it. When you know it, you will understand what I mean by you are elevated to the highest high emotionally. Okay, carry on for now.
Okay, thank you. All right, great. So it does make a difference, and okay. All right, what about the people that just don't really care that much? I've known a lot of people that don't really care whether the Earth is flat or a cube. They're just living their life and they're moving on. And when someone tells them, "Oh, the Earth is a globe," yeah, that's true. The Earth is flat. Okay, fine, whatever you think it is. So what about these people? They're not affected by both sides. I don't think anything affects them. I don't think
apathy.
Well, that's fine. That's their lives, isn't it? I've got no worries about it. If that's how they want to operate their lives, good luck to them. I don't have any rights to change them or force them to do anything. If they want to live their lives that way, good luck. I can't. There's nothing I can do, and I don't have any desire to do anything. Actually,
they don't care. Remember, so apathy. That's a great tool for those people, right? If you don't care, then you're not going to cause me any problems. So carry on with your life, be distracted, do not care one way or another. You're going to be a problem to me. That's if I'm the person spreading the lie. So you're not going to challenge me then. You don't care. You're insignificant in this case.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. The lie that they're trying to spread, if it was a lie, it doesn't affect you in a negative way at all. It just doesn't really mean anything. It's just like it's just there. Whether it's there or not, it doesn't matter.
No, it does matter because miseducating the students is a crime against all the citizens who pay their taxes for the education system to work. So actually, apathy is a problem. I'm not going to fight you on the streets over it. You know what I mean? Because that's going to be rather stressful event there. So what I'm saying, when I say that's your business, that's your business for now. But you are indeed a problem. Jedi hit it nail on the head. I just don't want to be too confrontational about it. Do you understand? But that is a problem. Apathy is a disease that is stunting humanity's growth. Yeah.
Okay. So it's apathy, and that's what makes it a problem from your perspective.
There's Sometimes it's probably kind of fallacious to say it's a single cause. There's multiple reasons. Like you asked a question earlier, right? Why would they lie? There's probable multiple reasons, right? It's not just one thing. So yeah, it's hard to always point at one thing and say that it's the issue. Everybody turn around and look at that one thing, because I guarantee you it's much deeper than that. So it's probably more than one thing.
Okay.
And because of apathy, you've got people believing that you can go to Mars, we're going to go to the moon soon. Industries are putting out satellites, and these organizations are being supported by the government with your taxes, okay? And they're lying to you. So there is a problem there. Apathy is leading to these kind of problems whereby the government's emboldened now because they've got that control, and now they're just fleecing you and lying to you and keeping that control because you're insignificant. As Jedi put it to you, you're an insignificant speck in the universe, and you'll be gone before you know it anyway, and thus their control continues. There you go.
Right, but I don't really think that way when I think that Earth is a globe. I think, wow, the world is big. I think like I'm not thinking, oh, I'm too small for this. I'm not. It doesn't really matter anyway. I'm gonna die at the end of the day, so I'm not gonna be motivated to do things that I want to do. I don't think it functions like that for most people. So
most people are not aware. Is it that in actuality, 90% of the world's population, it's safe to say, they're fully indoctrinated at the moment. Okay, so they're believing they're on this ball earth. And they're now more concerned with their daily duties of getting their money and paying their bills, actually, as the government keeps raising the taxes and raising the cost of living. So they don't have time. It's when people like us come along to try and wake them up that they then begin to consider something is wrong. Now, if we can wake up enough people to get to the tipping point, then from that point onwards, people are going to start to demand better education with their children. That's the beginning of this revolution that I'm hoping for. It's not about being angry and killing. It's demanding what we are supposed to be getting for the money we pay. It's as simple as that. So education can be better. Shut down space agencies. It may even lead to having peace on Earth, because you start to question everything in your life, you see, when you're flat Earth. I only gave you a little teaspoon of what the emotions are. You start to question everything. And when you can see the corruption in it all, you either say to yourself, carry on being apathetic, or let me do something to stop this and remove these problems. And we can all do it together as a mass. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. I have another question. Which is very interesting for me as someone. I always I've always been interesting, like Newton theories and Einstein. What do you think about these people? Are the first people to claim and to affirm that Earth is not flat and it's a globe. Newton claimed and affirmed that Earth is not flat and it was a globe. Newton, as the one who's responsible for discovering gravity and all these things, what do you think? Do you think he was supporting the government as well? And do you think he was?
I'm going to let Jedi take this one, and then if there's any pieces left, I'll then add on. Go ahead, Jedi.
All right. So gravity was ascribed to Newton after he died. You know that, right? Newton didn't want to be ascribed to gravity. Within his Principia, he said it was foolish for anybody to believe in the instantaneous magic at a distance. So the narrative about Newton discovering gravity happened about 140 years after he died. The apple that fell from a tree was probably just some kind of, film setting idea, so we could get the narrative and the story in our heads. But Newton's gravity, he didn't discover it, dude. He just came up with an idea that was talking about the things that are in the sky. Why do they go round and round? So then the apple fell from a tree and he came up with the idea. Not that he discovered the earth was a ball, but he already believed it, that if he applied enough force and threw the apple around the ball, it would smack him upside the back of the head. That's the old gravitational idea. But that gravitational idea was superseded in 1915 by Einstein, right? Einstein came along, toppled the king from the throne, as it's quoted, and spoke about gravity in a new way. Gravity wasn't mass attracted mass, the instantaneous action at a distance between two bodies. It was the body of mass sitting in a four-dimensional space-time fabric. And the reason why things fell was because they were caught in a gravitational well. So that's the new gravitational idea. Einstein does it perfectly. Right? He removes Newton's idea. In actual fact, his ideas supersede Newton's ideas now. So Newton didn't discover gravity; it was attributed to him after his death.
Can I ask a question from? When I was talking to DJ, he said that the stones fall down was because of buoyancy and Archimedes' principle, but objects fall down even in vacuum.
Yeah, that's when you've removed the density of the medium, you've taken the gas out. And when you say object, those are solid objects. Understanding that gas is still a state of physical matter. The gas was in the container, the vacuum, before you took it out, was moving freely and randomly in all directions. You're just talking about things that go down. Those are solid states of matter. Gas expands to fill space.
Okay, so how does it explain stones falling down?
It's the only thing that we can scientifically demonstrate when we vary and manipulate the object or the medium. Depending on the object, the solid state of matter, and the medium it's in, water or gas, for example, or any other form of liquid, the object will either go up or down. Now, being as that's the only thing that we're scientifically manipulating, the object and the medium, it is really best known as relative density disequilibrium. Because in science, when you vary and manipulate a variable, then that's the cause of the phenomena, right?
What do you mean by scientifically manipulating the phenomena?
So when you have a scientific hypothesis, will be a prediction of what caused the phenomena to happen. Say, for example, my phenomena is I wake up in the morning and I go outside, and when it rained last night, that rain has turned to ice. So water turned to ice. My prediction of the reason why water turned to ice is the variable of temperature. That means if there is a temperature that I can vary and manipulate, I might be able to cause the phenomenon to turn into ice. So when I do the experiment, I make the temperature cold and the water turns to ice. So the thing that I varied and manipulated, the temperature, is the cause of the water turning to ice. Conversely, if I was to make the temperature hotter, the water would not turn to ice, it would turn to water vapor, demonstrating that temperature is the cause for the different states of matter of water. You understand what I'm talking about, right? So if we've got that with gravity, right, then we need to vary and manipulate gravity. When we're talking about things going up and down, all we are able to vary and manipulate is the object, the ball, the phone, the rock, the apple, and the medium it's in, the gas or the liquid. When you drop things in the vacuum chamber, the only thing you varied and manipulated was the density of the medium. You took the gas out. That's it.
That's why the question arises, if there's no medium around the ball that's falling down, why is it falling down? Because as per DJ,
It was always falling down, dude. It was always falling down. You just took the
I
gas
asked
out, so
why, what's the
everything. Hold
force
on,
that's
see,
being
Rich, like I was trying my best.
My bad. Yeah, continue.
The objects were always falling down, right? The rock always fell down until you took the gas out, and it still went down. So what's the cause of its going down? You need to make a prediction of what the cause is, and then you need to very manipulate the cause of the thing going down. This has never been done, dude.
We can't.
Yeah, if you say gravity is the cause of this, then you need to isolate gravity and then turn gravity on and off again to make the.
We can't turn gravity on and off.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. So there's no scientific experiment that shows that gravity does anything. If you can't very manipulate gravity, then you've got a hypothesis that can't be validated through experiment.
Okay, can we at least agree on this, that for something to move, we need a force to make it move?
Force or energy, yeah.
Energy
but that's not gravity though. That force you're talking about isn't gravity, because I can stand still. I can stand perfectly still.
That's what my question was. Then what is it if not gravity?
Well, nobody knows. We don't know that.
Yeah, Jed, do apologise, mate. Is it again? What is this? Some kind of like question proof? Well, if it isn't this, then what is it then? I say it's gravity, so it must be that. That's an interesting way of thinking about things, but scientifically, you need to very manipulate the gravity to make the phenomena happen. You've already said that we can't do that. You've got what? A best guess. Well, if it isn't this, then what is that? That's not very scientific.
Gravity explains a lot of phenomena that the flat Earth
That's
theory
nice.
that there is no
That's
gravity
nice.
can't explain.
Which gravity are you talking about that explains?
Gravity that
which gravity are you talking about?
What gravity? The
Yeah,
masses,
which
the dark
one?
masses.
Giant masses. So the masses
Any mass,
attracting
any mass
masses,
attracts masses.
Right, dude. Are you talking about mass attracting masses or masses sitting in space-time fabric? Which one?
That mass attracts mass.
Yeah, okay. So I went through this with the last gentleman. Newton's idea, mass attracting mass, that was superseded in 1915. You know who Albert Einstein is, right? Yes? No?
I do.
Cool. So Albert Einstein describes gravity in a completely different way than Newton does. It's not masses attracting masses, instantaneous action at a distance that, as I told our last friend, Newton himself didn't want to be ascribed to and was ascribed to him over 100 years after he died.
But he did not deny Newton's explanation, though. He just added to it.
Sorry, right. That just shows me that you haven't got. Hold on. That just shows me you don't know what you're talking about. You understand that Newton's idea, mass attracting mass, violates special relativity. I've said it about 5 times. Instantaneous. That's no time. Action at a distance. Einstein's got a time coordinate in it. Everything takes time. In actual fact, time can be distorted and bent, like stretched and compressed. So, yeah, one violates the other.
Oh yeah.
It didn't just build on it. Apart from the phenomena that we're all trying to explain. Yeah, we're all trying to explain this phenomena, but one idea suits one idea violates the other because of the time coordinate.
Yeah.
Okay, I've posted the citation from Sir Isaac Newton stating that he thought the idea of mass attracting mass was an absurd idea, and he didn't wish to be associated or have it ascribed to him. And underneath that citation is the other one from Nikola Tesla, who stated that the mathematicians and scientists are moving from one formula to the next, to the point where these formulas have no relationship to reality. Okay, 2 citations, 45 minutes past the hour. I'm going to shoot off now, but I'll be back later on, did I? Thanks a lot.
Cheers, Jim.
Okay. I have a bunch of other questions. I now remembered. So one of the questions was, how do you explain eclipse, or like when the moon gets in front of the sun? That's according to a globe.
How do we explain when the moon gets in front of the sun?
Eclipse. Yeah.
Yes. That's okay. So that's when the moon gets in front of the sun.
That's your explanation, right?
What, for the solar eclipse?
Yeah. That's your explanation.
Isn't that what we see?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we see. But
that's got absolutely fuck all to do with the Earth being a sphere. I do apologise for swearing.
Jedi, hold on. That's not what you see.
Does not. It doesn't have anything to do with being a sphere.
Hold on. No, it's not what you see. You cannot see a moon. You cannot see the moon go in front of the sun because that day is a new moon day, so you don't see the moon.
You don't see the moon, right?
No.
Not during a solar eclipse. It's a new moon. You can't see when there's a new moon.
So again, though.
Yeah.
How does flat Earth?
It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It has nothing to do with it. There's nothing to explain. It's like asking me why revolving.
Sorry.
But we could.
It's like asking me how does flat Earth explain revolving doors? It has nothing to do.
Here's the thing.
With the shape of the Earth.
Here's the thing. Earth being a globe explains solar eclipse, and
that doesn't.
It does. It does.
No, it does if you ignore half of it. It does if you ignore other observations. Yes.
Why cannot flat Earth explain the same theory while the globe Earth could? Like, why can you not?
At the moment, do apologise. At the moment, according to your theory, it's the moon getting in front of the sun. Now, if I was just to take that as read, I can stand on the floor, which is horizontal, and one thing in the sky has got in front of another thing in the sky. That doesn't change the floor, dude.
If Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, and then one thing in the sky gets in front of another thing in the sky, then you're not going to be able to see the thing behind the object that's covering it.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? We live in a pattern. You see the night, you see the day, right?
No, you're not addressing what I said, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to. This is just an introduction to what my answer.
No, you need to address what I said. I said that the surface of the Earth has got absolutely nothing to do with one thing in the sky getting in front of another thing in the sky.
I'm telling you,
you must kind of understand and show me that you agree with what I'm saying or not.
I do not agree, and that's why. And
you don't agree? Okay.
And here's why. Here's why I don't agree. Because we're living in a pattern, right? You see the day and you see the night. There's the sun. The sun goes away, and then there's the moon, right? So the sun makes an actual circular shape around the Earth when it's like the afternoon, when it's the morning, when it's night, and then when it's night, there's like the moon, right? So how does that happen in flat Earth? Do they change places together, or is there?
You explained it yourself within your description.
I thought you were going to hold on. I thought you said you were going to explain why you didn't agree with Jedi. Explain.
Yeah,
that.
because if you're saying an object gets in front of another object, there should be a pattern. There should be a pattern.
And there is a pattern. It's called the Saros cycle, and it's been known for 4,000 years, and we use it to predict eclipses.
Yeah, sure. How?
Okay, yeah, Google it, dude. Google
it. But that denies globe Earth. But
they don't use a globe. They don't use a globe for it, bro. It pre-exists the idea of a globe by 2,000 years.
Sorry, can you repeat the?
It pre-exists the idea.
Before the solar what? Solar what you said?
It's called the Saros cycle. Saros.
Oh yes, solar cycle.
Having fun, Jedi?
Yeah, man.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, good to see you, man.
Yeah,
I hope you're doing well.
Oh, I'm doing all right.
You up to anything exciting today, or have we got the pleasure of your unique way of speaking to these people?
Well, I was listening to the live stream, and he's just like him and the other guys. I don't know. They didn't take their Ritalin or something.
That happens to me quite a lot as well. I'm like looking through YouTube and 24/7 long. I see what's going on, and I listen for about 3 minutes, and that's it. I've got to come in.
Yeah,
get the funk.
Like, yeah, they were just kept interrupting you and stuff. So, are you done having ChatGPT think for you?
I'm not using ChatGPT, thank you.
Okay, Gemini, Grok, whatever.
You've confirmed what the Saros cycle is, though, right?
Yeah, I'm just looking up for something I haven't looked for before.
So that you have a lot of ideas which just aren't true, but they sell them as if they are true. Namely, that they use a globe or some heliocentric model to predict eclipse times. They don't. They don't use it to predict when the sun rises or the sun sets or any of those things. None of that uses a globe. You just think it does because that's the way they sell it, but it's actually not the case. Because if you look at the mathematical formulas, there will be no globe in those formulas. So your explanation is just an explanation, but the explanation doesn't match the description.
Wait, so
you can explain anything. You know, Superman did it. Freaking magic fairies, elves. Explanations are useless.
Oh, okay. I have another question though. Again, as I said, I'm here. I'm not.
So it's your question or is it ChatGPT's question? You're gonna just run down the 7 things flat earthers can't explain.
I did affirm at the beginning of the conversation that I'm here to learn, not to argue. So
cool. I'm still confused.
You're not doing a good job of that.
I've literally just stood up, put my hand in front of my light, so I can't see my light, and my floor underneath my feet is flat. Now, you disagreed with this. Right? I'm still waiting for you to explain how this is disagreeable to you.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure, to be honest. What I assume is what I believe. The Earth is a globe, right? And it's circling, or it's turning around all the time. And the moon is circling around the Earth. So the moon, sometimes when the Earth is
why do you believe that,
circling
bro?
around the sun.
Look, dude. We know what it is. Okay, we know what the globe Earth says. It's not.
Okay.
So the fundamental assumption you're making is that we don't understand it, or that we don't have knowledge about it. We know it in infinite freaking detail. Okay, way better detail than you, because all the things you bring up, we don't have to Google them. We already know what they are. Now the question is, what is the evidence? Because you don't look up in the sky and see the moon circle the Earth, right? You never observed that. You don't know anybody that's ever observed that. In fact, nobody in the history of man has ever observed an orbit at all. Nobody ever. Think about that for a second. The thing
I'm sorry.
Well, think about it. Has anybody observed a full orbit of any body around another body ever?
I'm quite starting to understand the whole theory of flat Earth. And
no, answer the question.
Say that again. Ask the same question. I got lost.
Okay. Has anybody in the history of all humanity ever watched or observed a body orbit another body?
No.
Okay. So these things orbits. When you say, "Hey, the moon orbits the Earth," fine. What's the evidence for that? We have no problem with that claim, but we want the evidence for that claim is true. Do you understand? We're about evidence. We're not about claims. Like, if you say the moon goes in front of the sun, fine. What's the evidence for that? You say the Earth goes in between the moon and the sun, fine. What's the evidence for that?
Of course.
No one's ever directly observed this, right? No one's ever been outside of the solar system and watched the sun and Earth and moon go in a line and the shadow of the Earth cast on the moon, right? No one's ever seen that.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You
understand? I understand.
We want evidence.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not making a claim. I'm making a demand. I want evidence.
Okay. Sure. I'm self-searching though. Don't worry. Chill out. Don't go at me like that, right?
But you already believe it.
You're not.
You understand that you already believe it, and you're looking for the evidence for your belief right now.
Yes.
Shush, dude. Shush, dude. Shush. Listen really carefully. Listen carefully.
I'm not looking for the. It's not mandatory to listen to you. Fuck you. Chill out. Okay. Chill out. Don't treat.
I'm listen. Did he just bolt?
No, I'm here. Go for it.
Listen, brother. It's really simple. We're pointing out that you have a belief system. You believe something is true, and right now you're looking for the evidence for your belief. We want to know why you believe it already before the evidence. Because you don't have the evidence yet. You just said you're looking for it.
Yeah, I don't have the evidence, of course.
So why did you believe it?
I was born knowing that the Earth is a globe, right?
You don't know
I don't know if it's true or not. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know that.
Yeah.
I was told that it's a globe, right?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand the theory of flat Earth more, because I
don't have a theory.
Flat Earth theory.
You don't have a theory. No,
globe
it's not
Earth
a
is
theory.
a theory. Globe Earth is a theory.
Globe Earth is a theory, correct? But flat Earth is not. Because you can go outside and observe the Earth is flat. Well, you can go outside. You can go outside and see that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but all theories are based on observations
as well.
Theory. It's not just.
I just gave you the observation. Just gave you the observation.
Okay, sure. It's not a theory according to you. Okay, fine. It's fine.
It's not according to me. It's according to your eyes.
Okay, sure. Fine. I believe you.
You not believe your eyes?
I do believe my eyes. Thank you.
Okay. What do they show when you go to the ocean? What do they show you?
They show me it's a globe. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Said no one ever.
Okay. Again, I had another question, which is why I think the Earth is a globe though. Why do we have seasons?
You'd already told us why. You didn't learn about. Okay, brother. You didn't learn about seasons and go, "Oh my God, the Earth is a globe." You didn't do that. Okay.
Okay. But why do I?
You didn't do it but seasons are depends on what you mean by that. Because there's astronomical and meteorological. Which one are you talking about?
Astronomical, of course. We're talking about flat Earth.
That's just. What do you mean astronomical? Of course, we're talking about. What are you talking about? So the astronomical seasons are just the position of the sun, how long the sun is up.
Okay, so
in the summer, when the sun's up, though, say you're in the north, right?
Yeah. Okay.
The days are longest in the summer. They're longer than the winter, right? And there's a position that the sun has in the sky, and based upon that position, we'll have seasons, right? So when so technically the thing called the equinox is when the sun is in what's a constellation position called the first point of Aries. So when it reaches that point, 3 months later, we'll call that the summer solstice. 3 months after that, equinox again. 3 months after that, and that's based upon the background stars that the sun is in front of. Those are the astronomical seasons. But you're probably talking about the meteorological seasons, the temperature changes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which one are you talking about? The temperature changes?
Okay, I'm talking about. I can just explain what I'm talking about because I'm also here to practice my English, so my English is not perfect. Sometimes you might say words that I don't understand or I don't fully comprehend. So
yeah, that's part.
So what I mean by seasons is like you have winter, you have summer, and you also have other seasons. So how do you explain
which one tell you? Which one tell you? Hold on. Which one? How do they tell you the Earth is a ball?
They tell me that the Earth is circulating around the sun, not that the Earth is a ball, though.
Yeah, how?
Because the Earth can go a bit farther than the sun, which you get winter, and Earth could get a little closer.
Isn't it got something to do with the angular tilt of the Earth changing gravity? Changing the position of the sun in the sky.
Yeah, that as well.
So the cause of it is the sun's position, relative to the sky and the Earth.
Yeah.
Cool. So the sun does that.
So the sun is the one that is circulating around flat Earth.
Well, it's the sun's position, right? So when we observe the sun rise from one location and set in another location, we'll describe this as the sun's motion across the sky. So it's the sun that moves above the flat Earth that will cause what we define as seasons due to the sun's position with the backdrop of stars. So the sun does that.
Okay. I understand now.
Yeah. So the longer the day is, that's when it's summer. When the days are short, that's winter.
So the sun's relative position to Earth is what causes these.
Yeah.
Well, okay. No, it's the arc the sun takes in the sky based upon your position. But the meteorological seasons don't exactly follow that because they lag that motion by couple months. For instance, in Massachusetts, the hottest day of the year is in the middle of August, but the longest day of the year is in June. So you understand that the hottest day should be the longest day, but that's not how it is.
Yes.
That's why I was asking. I wasn't just asking you to be a dick. I was asking you because there is a difference. The astronomical summer would be the sun's in the sky the longest amount of time, but the meteorological summer would be like August 21st.
Oh yeah, that's okay. I get it. I understand now.
But even that meteorological pattern is broken in some places. So, like in San Francisco, it's sometimes it's hotter in winter than it is in the summer. In New Zealand, sometimes it snows in the middle of the summer too, or Tasmania rather.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so there's places that don't follow. There's more than just the sun. There's the elevation. There's wind currents. There's ocean currents. So there's a lot of variables.
Yeah.
So you can correlate them to the motion of the sun, but you can't say that, hey, the sun causes this exactly. There's other factors.
We do agree that the sun is the main source of heat, like the Earth's the main source of heat is the sun, right? We do agree upon that.
Maybe. Yeah. I'm not going to make it that definitive claim because if you dig down 8 feet, it's 50 degrees. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's because of the core of the Earth, right?
I'll say this, right?
Core thing.
I live in the northern hemisphere, Normally, at this time of the year, January, middle of January now, it would be roughly in the 30s, maybe the late 20-degree mark, and that's in Fahrenheit, right? So we're looking at roughly around 0 degrees Celsius, right? So right now we're currently sitting at 15 degrees Celsius in the middle of winter. Coldest time of the year is it's 15 degrees Celsius. Explain that on a globe Earth.
But to go back to what you said, the sun does a lot of things. Obviously, it heats the earth, and the earth re-releases that heat over time, I guess. You said something about a core. We don't really need to go to that. But okay, the sun does a lot of stuff. Where are you going with this?
Oh no, I was just agreeing. It's just like it sort of explains. It sort of has an impact on the weather. Like,
of course it does. It's the sun.
Yeah, of course.
One of our primary sources of heat. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I was just trying to find a common ground.
Do you want to hear something the globe Earth can't explain? Something the globe Earth can't explain.
What?
There's something.
What is it?
How flat the Earth is.
How flat?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Because that's how we know. We didn't just wake up one day and say, "Hey, the Earth looks flat, therefore it is flat." Even though that is a good place to start, that's not it. What's it is that it measures that way. So if we do measurements to see if the surface of the Earth curves, all the measurements show that it does not. Right? We don't build with it. We don't. When we build a long bridge or a canal or anything, we assume that the Earth is flat, and that's how it works. When you fly an airplane, you assume the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
But the only time you use any globe concept in an airplane is for the coordinates, for your directions and things like that. But for the actual flying and landing the plane, you have to assume a flat, non-rotating Earth, or you'll never be able to land the plane. Be impossible.
Yes. Okay.
No.
No?
Yes.
Okay, suppose you're at, I don't know, 42 north. You're supposed to be going 500 miles per hour. Tangential velocity because of the rotation of the Earth. That's how you.
No, because the velocity of the rotation of Earth transfers to the airplane as well. That's how inertia works. That's what law of inertia.
But I said tangential velocity. Did you listen?
What's tangential velocity?
Okay, then shut up. So the tangential velocity.
You always jump to attacking people rather than talking with them.
No, when someone says "nuh-uh" and then they don't know what I'm talking about, what do they say?
You do realize that this is
listen really close.
Server, and some people.
There are some words that I might understand.
And say that. Sorry, can I jump in? Then please say that you don't understand them instead of whistling past it like you did understand it but disregarded it. That would be rude. If you don't understand the word that's said, just ask for an explanation of the word.
I asked the explanation of the word. I asked what tangential velocity is. What does tangential
mean? But you had already said I'm wrong and didn't understand the words I used. How would you know I was wrong? You don't understand the words.
Okay, go on.
You guys both have everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. Okay?
No, I mean, okay, I think I was wrong.
Okay,
Tell me about it. What's
tangential velocity is if you're on a rotating surface, you have a sideways motion, right? Like say you're on a rotating ball and that has gravity, and then the gravity shut off, right? You'd fly off the ball, right?
Yeah, true.
The speed at which you'd fly off the ball is your tangential velocity. So.
Oh, tangential. Okay.
Yeah. So
I know.
if you're in New York, your tangential velocity would be 550 miles per hour. But if you're at the equator, it's 1,040. Okay? So if you flew from New York south to the equator, you have to make up 500 miles per hour of tangential velocity to catch up to the equator. Now, we've asked CERN physicists with PhDs that teach physics, and they can't answer how this is possible.
Can you actually repeat that again? I actually lost it in the middle of the sentence.
We've asked CERN. You know what CERN is?
No, before that, when you were trying to explain equator velocity.
You fly south from New York City to the equator. The equator is going faster 500 miles per hour faster. How do you catch up to it?
How do we catch up to it?
Yeah, because you have to go to land an airplane at the equator. You have to be going 1,040 miles per hour.
Well, for
Can't
the
jump to
plane, the
velocity.
Earth is stationary because
Yeah,
No,
and
of
so
inertial frame of reference, because it's
dude.
the initial frame of reference. That's how it works. Because, for example, let's say I'm in a train and I'm throwing a ball towards you, right? The ball
Oh,
will fall behind. It will reach you still even when the train is moving.
what happens if the plane? Sorry, what happens if the train accelerates? This is what Injo's pointing out. On a rotating sphere, the equator is traveling faster than, say, at 45 degrees north or south, which would be about 500 miles an hour. So there is an increase in the motion of the Earth as Injo flies from 45 degrees to 0 degrees at the equator. It's traveling 500 miles an hour faster. How does the aircraft catch up with the equator's speed?
But still, there's no acceleration. The Earth is still rotating at a constant speed. So if there's no acceleration, it doesn't cause the plane to.
Sorry, constant. So on every point on the rotating Earth, it is traveling at 1,000 miles an hour. So
No,
not
the rotational
constant
speed
then.
is
Sorry,
constant.
please don't interrupt. I'm speaking slowly and calmly, so you understand the words. So it is not constant then. At every location on the Earth, it's moving different speeds. It's a sphere. It's rotating.
look, let me. Okay, so if you were to launch a spaceship, a rocket into space, would it be easier at the equator than it is in New York?
Easier at the equator because it will be faster for it to reach the escape.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's what we're
And that
talking about.
doesn't establish that there is a change in acceleration, which causes there's a change
And
in
why? Then how are you going faster? There's a difference in speed. There's a difference. You would have to accelerate to go at that new speed.
Hey, Indy, can I get back to you with that airplane thing that we were talking about?
Yeah, of course. Let's go back to that.
Sorry for disturbing you guys, interrupting you. So I was saying that, as you said, why it needs to catch up, right? But the thing is, when you talk about inertia, the rotational acceleration that the Earth has when it's rotating is passed on to the airplane as well. And
How?
since you know about law of inertia.
Okay, but when the aircraft leaves one airport, how does it gain the inertia of the Earth as it's not attached to the Earth anymore?
Well, as I said, if I throw the ball towards you, even though it's not attached to the train, it will move towards in the direction of train as well, no?
It depends if me and you are running together, but I'm moving faster than you, as in I'm on the equator and you're 45 degrees, you're going to have to aim in front of me.
And I'm trying to explain why that is, because even though the equator is faster, tangential velocity of the equator is faster, but the acceleration that they are rotating at is same, right? Right? Can you agree on that?
Yeah, it's the same. The Earth's not changing its rotation, but we're talking about rim velocity as opposed to rotational angular velocity.
I'm going back to that. So the rotational acceleration at the north, at New York, let's say, is also the same as that. So the tangential acceleration, which is directly proportional to rotational acceleration, as we know, which defines the velocity at tangent, is also same. So since the airplane has an acceleration tangential to the Earth's surface, it doesn't need to catch up to the surface at equator because it already has an acceleration in that direction.
All of the Earth is just stationary.
What?
None of that is correct, dude.
Why?
None of it.
Okay, what's
wrong? Let's say I'm standing at the North Pole. How fast am I rotating?
Do I have to do calculations here?
I'm at the North Pole. How fast am I rotating?
I don't know the number, the speed.
0, bro.
Okay.
0.
Fair. At the North Pole, exactly. Okay, fair. Yeah, right.
My tangential velocity is 0. Now I walk south, and I land at the equator. How fast am I moving now?
You're
0?
completely ignoring
Or
the
more than that?
acceleration.
You're
There.
confusing a rotating reference frame with a non-rotating reference frame. Okay?
No, I'm not.
The plane
Hmm.
is not on the surface of the Earth, right? It's not where we
But
put planes.
it still has the inertial acceleration.
Yeah,
That is
it has
rotation of the
500 miles
Earth.
per hour. That's right, 500 miles per hour in New York.
It's speed. I'm talking about acceleration.
Yeah, 500 miles an hour.
500 miles per hour. It's going in a circle, right?
That's the speed of the Earth at New
That's
York.
speed. Miles per hour is speed. I'm talking about acceleration there. The acceleration of the rotating Earth is what defines the fact that we are not catching up to the equator.
Okay. What's the acceleration at 45?
Acceleration is same. Also the
What is on the equator?
It's
yeah,
not
the
possible.
acceleration is same on the equator.
Same at the North Pole?
Yes. The velocity on North Pole is 0 because the radius is 0. Since there's no radius, the tangential acceleration will be 0 because, as I said, tangential acceleration is directly proportional to centrifugal and radius of the and the distance from the axis that it's rotating on. So that's why North Pole, the velocity on North Pole is 0, and it's highest on the equator of the Earth, and it's in between the equator and other poles.
Okay. Haven't you ever heard that if you weigh something at the North Pole and weigh something at the equator, it'll weigh less at the equator? Have you ever heard that before?
Wait, let me see. Maybe I have. I don't quite remember. But yeah, continue. What were you saying about that?
If you take something that weighs 1 kilo and you weigh it at the North Pole and then you go to the equator, they say it weighs less. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Acceleration would have to be different. That would be a non-uniform acceleration, right? But we're not talking about the acceleration. We're talking about
That's
the tangential
gravitational acceleration that you're talking about. When I was talking about the
gravity.
airplane
No.
moving to the 9.8 thing is gravity, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's an acceleration, right?
Yeah,
it's
it
the
is.
difference. But so you have the centripetal versus the centrifugal force. Okay. And the centrifugal force at the equator would be greater than at the poles. The centripetal force is the inward. Anyway, that's not the important part. This is all smoke and mirrors. The important part is we're talking about tangential velocity. We're talking about the guys trying to land a plane on a runway that's going 500 miles per hour. The ground underneath his airplane is going 500 miles per hour in his reference frame. Let's talk about the reference frame of the airplane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So from within the reference frame of the airplane, the ground is going 500 miles per hour faster. Yeah, sure. He has the inertia. He has the inertia from New York City. Because that's tangential velocity, it's acceleration, whatever you want. But think about the Earth as like, say it was a giant spinning disk, and if you were in the center, try to walk to the edge in a straight line, right? What's going to happen? Can you walk to the edge in a straight line? From your reference frame, you can walk to the edge in a straight line, but from above it, you would have to take a curved path. Now, to take a curved path, you have to have an acceleration. So, for some reason, the plane would have to accelerate to catch up in the absolute reference frame. From the external reference frame, the plane would have to accelerate to get to the edge.
Can I just say that? I think that you're actually assuming, or I don't know, but the plane is also accelerating in that direction with the same acceleration of the Earth, rotational acceleration of the Earth.
How? Where's this energy coming from?
That's inertia. Inertia just doesn't just entails velocity.
Okay. That's why I don't know what you're not understanding. How fast? If you had a radar speedometer, speed gun, right? You know, one of the how do I call it? Tachyometer. If you had a laser tachyometer, and you're in outer space, and you shot it at someone in New York, their speed would read 500 miles per hour. And then if you did the same thing, a radar gun, they would be 1,000 miles per hour.
Well, that's because we are still measuring the speed from an inertial frame of reference.
Exactly.
So it doesn't.
Yes.
So
what's wrong with that?
Are you not saying
when
the
you're
same thing
in the
then?
airplane, you are not in the rotating reference frame anymore.
We are still at the rotating reference frame, aren't we?
Oh, you're not connected to it.
Are we taking this? Are we measuring the speed from the space?
Oh, okay.
Or maybe I misunderstood something there. I think I omitted some.
The airplane is in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not on the surface of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So how does anything the Earth doing influence the plane? What the plane's doing?
Because it carried the inertial force of the rotation of Earth.
Yeah, and at the New York City, it's different than at the equator.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not different. The acceleration is
has to be.
same. The speed is different, but the acceleration is same.
The acceleration has to be different. Okay.
The rotation.
The size of the circle. The size of the circle is, let's say, in 24 hours. In 24 hours, right? In New York City, you're going to take a circular path, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the size of that circle the same size as at the equator?
No.
Okay. So how do you traverse a larger distance at the equator without having a greater acceleration?
From what I understand is that the airplane carries on the inertial force, which is the rotational movement of Earth, which
when it was attached.
And what we're telling you, that's bullshit.
When it was attached, and then it accelerates in that direction because of that.
It's on the Earth, and then it takes off at 500 miles an hour when it's on the Earth. So I give it to you there. Where does it gain the extra energy from to accelerate and match the equatorial speed?
Yes, I'll have to read more about that.
It's a bigger circle. Okay, so if we drew, like, if you had a little circle and a big circle, for them to make a 360-degree rotation, right? The bigger circle, whatever, has to go farther. Like the arc length is a longer distance. So to stay in line with a smaller circle, like say you had like a spoke on a wheel on a tire, right? You have your inner hub and then the outer tire. If you drew a line on each, like a mark, a chalk on each one of them, and you wanted to keep them lined up, the outer tire has to spin faster. Not faster in the rotational as in like rotations per minute, not in that sense, but it has to travel across a further distance, right? Its arc length is greater. That would just be the measured length around its circumference, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the circumference of the circle at the equator is larger than the circumference of the latitude circle, right? Then you have to travel a greater distance. You have to have a greater acceleration. You have to accelerate to catch up to the equator. There's no doubt about it. And we know what the standard answer is. We've heard 100 times, but it doesn't fly. It doesn't make sense. There's no substance to it. And like I said, I was trying to tell you guys, CERN, if you know what CERN is like the Large Hadron Collider, right? They smash protons together. You know, they discovered the Higgs boson or whatever the crap that is. Okay, so a physicist from CERN has tried to defend this, and he can't, because there's no way you can make it work. You can't have a plane on a rotating ball land, fly north to south, because the actual path they take would have to be a curved path, right? Like, you know what? I'm going to post in the chat a video of it. Of how, it's like it's just an animation of a plane and what a plane would have to do to stay over the same line of longitude on something that's rotating. That the path of the plane would have to be curved. So now you have a longer distance, right? So there has to be an acceleration because it's actually longer distance than the straight line path.
Hello.
So, what do you think 2026 is going to bring? Flat Earth, Indio? Is it going to be anything new? Is it going to be the old stuff? What's going to happen?
I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, I know what I'm trying to do, like me personally, and I have to work on this. Get some of trying to get observations together. Just get like as many as we can get, like long distance observations. Just pile them up. Pile them up, pile them up, pile them up. I actually, interesting enough, because just looking at a lot of the observations that have already been done, and the globe Earth has a whole slew of claims about what refraction does to the horizon and objects and all these things. That just doesn't seem to match what's actually observed in these long distance observations. It just doesn't seem to line up. Like, oh, if there's an inferior mirage, and this is warmer and that's colder, and then if it's a superior mirage, it's the other way around. Like, it just doesn't seem to actually be the case. That it's way more complicated, and yeah. So I think this year should be the year of data collection. Because I also, just by some serendipity, it was called a paper that was published in, I think, 2023, where they went out and they did some surveying, and they assumed like this curving light right thing, and then they actually, this K constant, right, this radius of a ray that goes around the ball Earth. Well, when they actually went out and did the measurements, they had to conclude that there was upward refraction if there's a ball Earth, which just basically means that we assumed it's a ball, and the ray was actually flat, so it must be concave. You know what I mean? Because you're in a coordinate system. Yeah, so like flat lines are concave in their little in their paradigm, right? So that's what they actually went out and measured, and they had thermocouples, and they measured all this stuff. And it's just funny that this claim of this downward refraction, I just don't think it has any evidence for it. I just don't think it's like the textbook, whatever's in the textbook that says it's wrong. It's just wrong. Like what they say creates inferior mirages is wrong. What they say creates superior mirages, wrong. Fata Morgana is wrong. All this stuff. I just think it's all wrong. And I don't think it's actually been thoroughly researched. If the literature, the academic literature is relative to like what it is, it's pretty sparse, right? It's like, I mean, I would say in the last 150 years, there may be, maybe 150 papers on the subject of like
terrestrial refraction, astronomical refraction, whatever you want to call it. Maybe 150 papers worldwide. But everybody goes out every single day. Surveyors go out every single day. We're always doing these observations at sea, in the sky, right? We're flying around, we're sailing around, we're doing all these things. For to be not like have so much literature, so much testing on it, like that, like that your brain would explode from looking at all the data. It just seems a little odd to me that how little there is. And the papers all say the same thing. Yeah, we went in with these assumptions, nothing actually matched up. Shit, try again. This is what people that do future research should consider, and they give like a laundry list of things, of possibilities, and that's it. There's very few. There's not that much out there as far as evidence. There's a lot of claims. There's a lot of theory. There's a lot of textbook nonsense. There's 7/6R and all that crap. But when you look into the actual experimental data, that's just like, where is it? So, like, as God says, you want something, or heaven helps those who help themselves, and if you want it done right, do it yourself. In the vein of that, those two things, we'll do those things. That's what I'm hoping, and I'm trying to get. I think I'm gonna we talked about this. I talked about this with like Yoder. We should get like a standardized form, right? Make a form that if you go out and do a long distance observation, like a checklist. Hey, get the water temperature, get the air temperature. Put the camera in the shade. Don't have it in the sun. Don't go at this time of day, or if you go at that time of day, like like a best practices document.
Yeah.
Right.
Where's
that
the sun
anybody
in the
can
sky? That type of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Like best practices document. So one thing I try to do is I try to get the sun behind me so that everything is lit up. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's like, there's just like, we can come up with some best practices, and part of those best practices will have some data, and that, like, if everybody's collecting the same data, then we can actually go, okay, here's a 10-mile observation. This is the air temperature, water temperature, humidity, all these things. We just plug it into a spreadsheet, and then we collect a whole bunch of it, right? And then like, oh yeah, I filled out the sheet. Here you go. Collect the data off of it. Just keep adding it to like a giant spreadsheet, and go try to find some correlation between observation between variables, right? The temperature, the water temperature, like the difference in that, like what is that? How does that look? Do I see longer? Do I see shorter? Like what happens there? So you know what I mean? We could like actually start collecting actual data, because they're not going to do it apparently.
Sounds like a really good idea. He told me they got a new Matrix has got a new camera. He's talking about going out and doing observations. Apparently, he's getting the camera converted to infrared. In the next few weeks or so, but I know he's doing that. DJ would be a great person as well.
Yoder's got one. DJ's got a camera. But there's also all these YouTubers that are already doing these observations every day. There's a guy named Ron Hasberg. There's A Plain Truth. There's Sky Free. There's who is the other one? Pablo's Dog. There's Keith Carmody. So these guys have consistently for couple of years. I know about all their channels, and like nobody watched, like barely anybody. So they have a video, they get like 50 or 60 views maybe. And it's like, this is like the important stuff, the actual observations. This is like the most important thing that people should be paying attention to. Instead, they'll go listen to fucking Jeranism, talk bullshit about fucking who knows what. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Instead of actually paying attention to what. That's why I made them leaky, right? Because like we're sitting here arguing with these guys about all their ideas and theories. Like, why are we arguing about ideas and theories? Newton said, if it can't be settled by experiment, it's not worthy of debate, right? So let's just settle it by experiment and stop talking about it.
Yeah. No, I agree, man. That's awesome. It's probably
speaking about channels that get too many views. The one guy make that video about the Blackpool picture. in 6 months gets 90,000 views. Whereas any video that debunks the globe, you're lucky if you get 30,000 views.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, there's always what's his name? Simon Dan. He went from like 1,000 subs like over like 8 years or something, whatever, however long, and then just like Mr. Cheswick did a video on it. Yeah, some freaking he got like 12,000 subs in like a week, and it wasn't linked to like any particular video.
So same with Dave McKeegan, because his channel, which was on photography, he was lucky if he got like 5,000 views on a video. He had like one video that went viral that got over 1 million views, but his average views were like 5,000. But now if you look at his anti-flat earth videos, they pretty much a lot of them have over 1 million views.
You're kidding me. Wow. Dude, his content is horrible too.
I think
Like,
people watch it for
I'm
his
just talking
dog.
about
I don't think they watch it for him.
yeah, like even his presentation style is just lame. He's not charismatic. He's like anti-charismatic. That's what I don't understand is like how do non-charismatic people get a bunch of views? You know, like McToon, Simon Dan, Professor Dave, Dave McKeegan. They're like anti-charismatic. In fact, like looking at them and hearing them speak is like fingernails on a chalkboard. Doesn't even matter what they say. They could be talking about anything. The title says, "Cause people to leave flat Earth," and then he named Ranty.
Yeah.
I mean, cause person to leave flat Earth. It's probably the clickbait title. And people are clicking on it going, oh, it's definitive proof against flat Earth, and it's just trash.
Yeah, it doesn't understand that objects in the distance may not be actual size.
Yeah, amazing. Weird. It's weird how the street sign that's 10 feet away is bigger than that mountain 120 miles away. It's higher. It's not in the same line of sight. Why is that? It's so stupid. I mean, just from an objective analytic viewpoint, without even considering what the topic is, globe earther videos are trash. They're absolute trash, just as far as like from a rigorous objective analysis of like the numbers and the assumptions and the measurements and like what they're saying is it's just such trash, dude. They don't even get like even the mainstream stuff right half the time.
Well, ignorance is their superpower.
Yeah, but it's a collective ignorance. That's the problem. That's the thing I don't like is that it's collective. It's like, you got the confirmation bias of like the average someone just come across the video and then they actually internalize and believe what's being said on the screen. I love it when they're talking, right? And they're saying stuff is being observed in what they're showing on the screen, and it doesn't actually show that. It's like saying, hey, this dude just scored a running touchdown when it was clearly a pass. But because they're saying he scored a running touchdown, people think it actually was.
Well, there's a lot of misinformation out there. Like Like, look even at the Hindenburg. Most people think the Hindenburg burned because it was filled with hydrogen. Nope. Hindenburg burned because the material they used for the envelope there was highly flammable, and it burned up like crazy.
Wasn't it painted with like some highly flammable paint or something?
Well, whatever method they used to make that fabric, which was made in the United States, it was imported from the U.S., made it highly flammable. It's almost as if somebody in the United States didn't want the Zeppelins to be effective because it would ruin their ocean liner business.
Yeah, that could be it.
Because it took 7 days to cross the Atlantic by ocean liner. It took 48 hours by Zeppelin. And there was no seasickness.
How many could the Zeppelin carry? Like 20 people, 30 people?
Let me just see. I think it was a fair amount of people.
Yeah, I don't know what the business model was, whether it was profitable or not. But I mean, there's almost no limit on how big you can make them. Depends on the material.
Yeah.
The material cost, right? I mean, it almost don't matter because though you're increasing the surface area, right? The volume is increasing at a higher rate. Right?
Exactly.
Is that how it works?
Yeah. You increase the diameter a small amount, and you get a good amount of volume increase. Maximum 70 people on the Hindenburg. On the fatal flight.
That's a good amount of people, man. That's almost as much as like a, I don't know, like a small plane, not a small plane, but like a regional airlines.
Yeah, like a
seating
DC-3.
capacity. Yeah.
Yeah, the final flight had 36 passengers, 61 crew.
61 crew?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So it says at peak, the Hindenburg could carry up to 72 paying passengers plus crew for a total of over 100 people on board when fully loaded.
That's why tickets are expensive.
Well, first class tickets on the Titanic were expensive. You didn't even reach your location.
Well, if you're intending to go to the bottom of the ocean, you did.
To read their Yelp review.
Well, probably the only positive thing is the swimming pools are still working. Yeah, the deluxe suites on the Titanic were between 100 to 300 pounds. The biggest suites, 870 pounds. That's about $4,350 in 1912, and today that's probably close to almost $200,000.
I mean, we're assuming a lot of stuff that they couldn't improve design over a period of like 100 years. I mean, I'm sure if we stayed with the airship thing, they'd be pretty freaking crazy right now.
Aren't they called planes, bro?
No, I'm talking about we're talking about blimps like the Hindenburg. They were called airship.
Someone made a proposal to use blimps to carry cargo fast over the ocean between the continents. They said it would be far cheaper than aircraft and certainly faster than going the slow boats.
Seems to be kind of hard because I feel like you're going to be affected by winds a lot, especially with the seas. You're going to have very rough currents.
So, just a side note, has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I mean, Yoder, in the main server in the refraction section, I added PDF. You might want to check it out. You too, Rayla. You probably want to check it out. So they did a bunch of surveying, and they, according to their little K constant, they ended up measuring concave refraction or something. So yeah, it's pretty cool. It's interesting.
Oh, I think I could predict why. It's because curvature throws off what their meteorological requirements are. It almost inverts it. Actually, I think it does invert it.
Well, yeah. Well, if you're assuming a curved surface, something that's flat is going to appear concave and note that coordinates.
Precisely. Yep. Yeah, that's it. So that means like a K coefficient of 1, which normally is what a flat would actually be curving. So they'd have to recalibrate their K coefficient and K factor, I guess, depending on the industry.
Yeah, I mean, if you read through it, it seems like they're pretty bullshit about the result, like kind of like waffling, especially in the conclusion. It's kind of funny.
Oh, can't wait! I'll be doing that this afternoon.
All right, it's in the refraction section, in the information channel or category. I gotta bounce. I gotta actually do something productive today other than sit on Discord and drink coffee. So I'm gonna do something else and drink
Nobody
coffee.
has to know. All right, see you.
Sorry to hear that, India.
Sorry, did I have to do something productive?
Yep.
I'm dicking around for like 3 days, so I mean I don't have to do it, but I should. This isn't a must, but you know.
I did something productive yesterday. I regret it today.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Peace, man.
And I always find it funny how all these Globers talk about the K factor for refraction. Never seen them ever mention the T factor for transmission. And if you're wondering what the T factor is, that's the limit of how far light can travel through the atmosphere, especially weak light like reflected light.
It can be a bit confusing when you read about this subject from different disciplines, because like the K factor that's used in it's used to describe like terrestrial refraction and stuff. A K factor of 1 indicates a regular globe Earth with a regular radius, and anything that's above that, like 7/6 or 4/3, is making a bigger radius. So as that number gets bigger, it gets flatter. But the K coefficient is different, and you'll see this in like a surveying literature. They won't show anything with respect to like a 1. They'll show you like 0.13 or 0.27. And the higher the number, the flatter it is. But it's not the same. Like it's not just like subtract 1. I forgot how it works. I'm gonna have to look at some notes I took on this. Yeah, because a K coefficient of 1.00 is an infinite radius. That's what it is. But a K factor of 1 is a regular globe radius. Now we have what T factor to contend with?
Yeah, This T factor is something that I just recently looked into, and tells you how far a light can be seen through the atmosphere, and for the most part, reflected light. The maximum is kind of like 100 kilometers.
And that's for reflected light, not. I guess that kind of makes sense in a way.
Yeah.
But would that apply to a mirror, like a mirror flash of a sun?
Yeah, I would assume not so much for mirrors, since the albedo of mirrors are very high, so they reflect a lot of the light. But the silly thing is that these globers who think I'll be able to see trees at 40, 50 kilometers. No, trees are good at absorbing light. That's how plants grow. The only light they reject is the green light, so they don't dry out, turn into prunes. But their irregular shapes of the leaves also diminishes how much light reflects off the trees. So no, you're not going to see them over great distances.
That's how I'll be talking after I fucking bust a nut. Like with the same tone.
What? And he's gone. It's pretty handy though, having a T factor. That's really good. So it's all the absorption and scattering.
Yep.
And I guess the assumption is that number scales with height as you have diminishing particulates and air density.
Yeah, based on local conditions.
So I'd be curious to see how that changes from being like a foot off the marine layer compared to like 6 feet off the marine layer compared to 20, 50, 100. Are there observations that confirm this model or not? How was it derived? It's kind of funny, some of the behavior that we deal with in here. So we get globers that come in, and after some argumentation back and forth, they might claim, hey, I've got a paper. And I think in their mind, when they say that they've got a paper, that they're trying to spark or invoke fear within us. Like, oh no, he's got a paper. And meanwhile, on our side, we're like, oh great, wonderful, a paper. This is awesome. Let's put some meat on the table. And the Glober, they'll give us the link. And so we start rubbing our hands. We're like, let's get into this. Let's talk about it. And then the Glober's like, well, no. And they start making up excuses. And we're like, did you actually read the paper? No, I didn't actually read the paper. And they try to do everything they can to wiggle out of discussing the paper. It's like, what the hell's wrong with you? Like, this should be fun.
Man, that happens like 99% of the time as well. Like there's probably 1% where they've actually read the paper. Hilarious.
Yeah, I really start to wonder, man. I think that they think that we're afraid of papers. And so they think that they can get away with it by just plunking one down. They don't expect us to call their bluff, and we do every single time. And then they run away from it. I think an audience that's listening is going to hear and see exactly that this has been going on for years. They come up with the paper, we try to get into it with them, and they try to wiggle out of it every single time.
And they think that a paper is like some like magical piece of empirical evidence. Like even with their observations, like they're like, yeah, like, have you guys got a paper? Like, we've got the whole observation done start to finish, showing the whole process, like in high definition. Like, oh, so you don't have a paper? All right then.
Yeah, you're right. It's some like magical, like, I win, you lose, get out of jail free card, easy button, I win. I've got a paper, I've got an observation, you lose, haha. And really, that's just the start of it. Like, that is the start of a productive discussion. That's not the end of it. So my advice to a listening audience that wants to contend with us, go find your paper first, learn it inside and out, and then come present it. Come teach us something that we don't know. No, I don't think we're claiming to be experts on all things in all fields. Definitely not the case.
And they can learn their paper and memorize it as good as they want, but just because something's written in a paper doesn't mean that it's valid either. Like, they need to be able to back up everything that's said in the paper as well.
Right. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, just because the paper's written and you can articulate it doesn't mean you win. We're here to evaluate the claims. I mean, there's a lot of bullshit out there, a lot of bullshit papers. Everyone knows this. Anybody who's done some reading on like the problem of reproducibility for claims and the great replication crisis. So it's not just flat earthers that are skeptical of people claiming shit in papers. And you don't necessarily have to be an expert in the field that they're writing about. You can evaluate their process and methodology without having that domain expertise, that technical expertise in what it is that they're investigating. You can look at their investigative method and their experimental design. And I would say 9 times out of 10, that's where they fail. So, like, if you bring a paper that's supposed globe proof in some way, and it's got some baked in R value, some golden seed value of a radius, then it's fair for us to ask how that was begotten. How did you derive that? How did they derive that? If they just say, well, this is a given value that's based off of, I don't know, some knowledge from deep history, well, sad to say, that's not going to cut it. No. So it's not like we're saying you have to reinvent the wheel every time you come to this. Not the case at all. Like, if you're going to cite an R value in the paper, then we want to know where that came from so we can follow the source, trace it back.
Well, that's going to be a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is, because we tried doing that. We can't find it. It seems to go back to Eratosthenes. And that's quite a problem. That is a big conundrum. And it gets really freaking weird in between like the 1600s and early 1800s, where there's like this pendulum madness where people are taking pendulums everywhere, pendulums in their labs, pendulums out in the field, pendulums on mountaintops, pendulums by the ocean side. Everybody's swinging fucking pendulums left and right everywhere. So when they're not taking sky measurements to try and ascertain the shape of a globe, they're swinging fucking pendulums. And I don't mean Foucault's pendulum. No, like a lot of this precedes that. Oh, the pendulum's swinging a bit slower here. You know, it's slower here by 2.5 minutes every day. That means we must be on a bulge and gravity's weaker and we're being thrown off of Earth's axis with greater centrifugal force. No shit, that's what they claim. So you've got to assume then that Earth is a globe. You've got to assume a center of mass. You've got to assume the inverse square law for gravity from Newton. You've got to assume all this other shit. But really, it kind of does go back to the stars, because how do they claim to be where they are, except with using latitude and longitude in the first instance, which they do. So even the pendulum swingers, right? They claim that gravity is less here near the equator or at the equator because, well, Earth must be a spinning ellipsoid, right? Well, how'd you determine that? Well, Eratosthenes. We look at the stars and we imagine a sky ball, and well, sky ball match Earth ball, not flat Earth, so Earth ball too. When I was brand new to this early on and I was getting frustrated looking for this measurement, I'm like, if Earth is a globe, then I guess the excuse is they got fucking lucky at every step of the way, that they were guessing and guessing right. Like, what are the chances? And not that they were just like guessing right and moving on. They would make a proclamation about the globe using one means. Like, let's say that they do surveying, and they're doing surveying in the 1600s. And they're like, oh, yep, Earth is a globe from our astronomical surveying, and surveying stars on the horizon and shit. Well, then they find out 100 years later that they couldn't have ascertained that Earth is a globe in this way because of terrestrial refraction. Or the pendulum swingers. They're swinging pendulums through Peru, through Lapland, through freaking the Grand Canaries and southern Italy. And then somebody 100, 200 years later say, no, you couldn't have determined Earth as a globe in that way, like an ellipsoid, because the gravitational field's a little lumpy in places, and so you're going to get erratic results. It's just insane. So like the geoid, which is the gravity model, how that was determined to be the case is by swinging pendulums and by looking at plumb lines. So you've got one swinging pendulum to determine what they say is the strength of the gravitational field, and then you've got a non-swinging pendulum that's still and quiet, and for that they're watching the deflection of the vertical. And so you combine the scalar with the vector, and then boom, yep, we can say gravity's stronger here and it's deflecting by this much. They take those observations, whether or not they're bogus, and they apply them to the Eratosthenes ball. So you could conceivably have a world that is topologically flat, like we all understand it to be, but where the vector of gravity, whatever the hell that is sporadic, is erratic. It's just not conforming to an ellipsoid. It's just conforming to a generally flat topology, a lumpy topology. And then you can go a step further and say, well, if this isn't gravity fields doing this, then what is it? Well, it's a combination of starlight that appears to be uneven distributed through the sky, and whatever the hell is going on with those pendulums.
It doesn't change objective reality. You can just jump in and just start saying, hey, this guy's hallucinating. Okay, so?
Yeah. You know what I appreciate about you guys? That you actually allow people to say different things. That's what I appreciate about you.
Well, good. You should then tell NASA that. Say, hey, NASA, I would appreciate it if you allowed other people to say things. And they'll tell you no. They do not. It's like they had a whole video. Michelle Fowler, the social media director of NASA, she was asked by Oscar on like some other social media platform. Oscar said, "Hey, I'm kind of curious. What are the best ways to prove the Earth is a globe?" Her first shot was, "It's not okay to think the Earth is flat," and then went on to say that she's got friends who've been to space. There's so many proofs, but never presented any proof. Just for her, platformed on Big Think YouTube channel, representing NASA's social media presence. When they asked, how do you prove the Earth is a globe? Her number one proof was, you're not allowed to platform any other topic. That's how you know it's a globe.
Okay, can I? You know what's amazing about you? That there are no people like you in my country. So this is like entirely new for me.
Okay, that's what we call. We live in a country. Neil deGrasse Tyson explained this. We live in a country, America. And America's not even the number one flat earthers. That's Brazil. Brazil's number one, and then you have like Australia or England are like kind of tied for number two. And then it's like,
but you know what's amazing, because in my country there are a lot of like old people, yeah, and they cannot use internet, and you guys are proficient at using internet. How's that?
Yeah, what do you want to know? How's what? Because there's no internet?
No, in my country, people like from older generations, they cannot use internet.
Okay,
they don't know what Discord is.
Okay.
And you can watch this national like interviews and reject this, of course. But that's amazing that you can even worse this, because in our country the conservative like views, they cannot use internet. They are like, you know, like 50 years ago, as if they were born.
Okay, so therefore.
So I appreciate only this part about you.
That we can use the internet. That.
Yeah, and you can spread your views on the internet, because there are such a weird views that you're spreading.
Okay, so there's weird views being spread on the internet, and you care about that because.
Because I believe the Earth is flat.
Okay, why should anyone care about your belief system? Why does that matter?
I don't know.
Well, let's figure it out. So you believe X. You have a belief in X. Why would anyone care about what you believe?
Okay, we have this country that is more like social care,
this is becoming
social care, healthcare.
Okay, no, hold on. You're becoming incoherent. You believe in something. Why does it matter to anyone else about your belief system? What can they use? How could they use your belief to make their life better?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. So that's a good point, actually. I don't know.
I mean, that's a good answer. I don't know. See, this is what exactly the demonstration I'm talking about. Being ignorant, not knowing something, is not a character flaw. Willful ignorance, once you've been told something, I'm not you, a person, okay? Like maybe it's like I'm directing.
Yeah, I understand you.
Okay. So you've got a person over here, and they say I, X, Y, and Z. And someone's like, well, that's interesting, but why? Why is that the case? And they don't know. You're like, well, sure, that's a good starting point for a conversation.
Okay, I can tell. So I believe, for example, in that physical activity is good for your health. So I think you can use my belief that physical activity is good for your health and improve your health with physical activity. So that's beneficial for you.
Yeah, then that's a good spot to start. So what physical activity do you do? Do you go for walks? Do you mountain climb? Are you a marathon runner? Do you weight lift? Do you like dance aerobics? Do you ride a bike?
Okay, I weight lift, I run, and that's it. I weight lift and I run. Do you do all of these things?
Yeah, I don't really run. I kind of like jog, and I'm not real keen on weightlifting. I like to do calisthenics, push-ups, pull-ups, stuff like that. I like to do I like to do things like handstands. I like to do handstands and do the splits and stuff like that. I try to use body weight for all my functional strength. Is what I train for.
Very nice. So I appreciate you because you seem to be you're smart, I would say, because like I think this like physical activity it boosts like your mental capacity. Do you agree?
Yeah, because you got the full integration, mind, body, and soul. When all three of those
so
things...
yes. So we agree on that. That's great. And yeah, I like that we agree on that. So how is it that you believe this? So are there really no proofs that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, you've got these are generally the three proofs that we're shown here daily. Number one would be photographs in space. Then number two would be why would they lie about those photographs? And then finally, the third one is minority opinions are just stupid. Anyone in the minority. So I'm like, how do you work with that? Where someone thinks that all they have to do is see a photo of something. So here's Bigfoot, here's the Easter Bunny, here's a leprechaun, here's a tooth fairy, here's pineapple on pizza. And then you say, we say, well, those photographs aren't proof. And they finally agree. Yeah, a photograph of Jesus, Santa Claus, these things aren't proof. Then their comeback is, well, why would they lie? And we were just talking about that. NASA has been reclassified as a spy agency. My take is they always were. It was just propaganda. Now they're just being honest about it, finally.
Well, we got the documents to prove that they always were from their formation. Yoder has them.
Hey, do you want to try this guy at the bottom? He says it's a misread, that they're not a spy agency. We've all just misread what those documents say.
I misread the executive order? What?
Yeah. That's our
intelligence, counterintelligence investigations, and national security matters is the primary purpose. Like, what's confusing about that?
Let's see. Here we go. Go ahead, dude. This guy with a bunch of weird characters.
That's a verbatim. Would you want me to read it to you? Like, I can.
Perfect Storm, you're up.
Oh, I'm up now?
Yep. Here's a chance for you to explain why everybody but you.
I just want to clarify one thing first. I want to say that calling out a false fallacy, I mean, the fallacy, I know it's true, but like there was no fallacy admitted. Calling out and appealing to motive when no one was appealing to motive and trying to say that, like, is it logical or not? I know it's not logical to use a logical fallacy, but I did not commit an appeal to motive. And that's where it's irrelevant to use. And that's why I was unhappy with you when you were muting.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, dude, I just told you I will mute people who are stupid. If you're
There was
ignorant,
no
I can fix
stupidity
that.
involved.
If you're stupid, I can't fix that because you've made the choice to be stupid, even after told that you made.
Look, you were muting me before I even got a chance to say 3 words. Okay, that's not honest. You could let me finish my sentence and then call it stupid, but no, you're calling it stupid before I'm even done saying it. Sorry, but I'm not.
You got a track record, buddy.
Talking about intelligence and stupidity here.
You got a track record of just saying nonsense, jabberwocky bullshit, straight out of Alice in Wonderland. Making shit up as you go along. Anyway, I'm going to read the executive order, okay? So we're going to do that for a second so we're not confused and we're all on the same page, okay? Hold on, let me pull it up really quick. I'll post the link too in 1 second. So it says, Section 1, determinations, the agencies and agency subdivision set forth in Section 2 of this order are hereby determined to have a primary function, intelligence, counterintelligence, investigative, or national security work. Agencies or subdivisions of the Department of Commerce. There proceeds to list them. International Trade Administration, the Office of the Commissioner for Patents and Subordinate Units, Patent and Trademark Office, the following subdivision of the National Oceans and Atmospheric Administration, National Environmental Science Data and Information Service, National Weather Service, and adding the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, the United States Agency for Global Media, which is a propaganda arm of the United States government. So, we're not misinterpreting it.
I can explain how you are.
Okay, so are you the executive order whisperer?
No.
So why shouldn't we take plain reading of the executive order and interpret it? You know that things like executive orders, because they're legal declarations, they're interpreted within the framework of the law. So unless you have a legal interpretation that somehow changes that, because we have to interpret it in the context of how the United States government has argued in court what intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security means legally.
That's exactly what I was trying to define. That's exactly what I wanted to define
so let's hear
what that means.
Okay, yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, so when they're talking about space intelligence, they're talking about...
No one said space intelligence.
Yes, there is space intelligence.
It does not use the word space intelligence,
National Space Intelligence say
It doesn't use those words, dude.
Look at your own screenshot, a blue jumper screenshot right there, please.
It doesn't use the word space intelligence, dude.
All right.
It says nasty ass space agency.
Roll space intelligence. It says that right in the screenshot. You guys are debunking yourself.
What screenshot? Where?
You guys are arguing with each other.
Blue jumper posted the National Space Intelligence Center.
That's not the executive order text, you dumb fuck. I just read the text.
Okay. Executive order doesn't mean spy, first of all.
Go on fucking mute, retard. Moving on. God, why did you unmute him? For the love of God. Fucking cred, dude. I'd fucking ban you if I could at this point.
Hang on, let me get this straight. Did he just misidentify a Wikipedia article as a federal United States document?
Yes, he did. He's a special one. That's why, I don't know if you're just here, like he's got a track record of saying jabberwocky Alice in Wonderland nonsense. So, like, it's proved it again. What's up, Gregory? How you been?
You say exactly what he's going to do.
Good, man.
And he heard you say what you think he's going to do. And he did it anyway.
I just got it here like 40 seconds ago. I'm like, I looked at the screenshot that Blue Jumper sent. I'm like, this is a Wikipedia article. This is not a digital version, a digital copy of a United States federal document. What is he talking about?
Yeah, but the saddest thing is he was going to refute our interpretation when he doesn't know what the text says. And I read it to him, and he still didn't know what it said after hearing it.
Now, it actually is the document is the link you posted from whitehouse.gov, right? Unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah. Like I was explaining, the only like you can't interpret it. There's only a legal interpretation in what the government says, how they interpret it. It's not your interpretation; it's their interpretation, and they have said for 80 years how they define national security, for 80 years how they define counterintelligence, and for 80 years how they define intelligence, and what it allows them to do. It allows them to do frickin' anything.
The main problem here is this guy, he thinks NASA is somehow this enlightened scientific body boldly exploring space for the betterment of humanity.
Yeah,
and he also
populated by
knows,
moral characters too, because you got to throw the moralistic thing. These are honorable men.
Honorable, yeah. At the same time, he knows that the U.S. intelligence community is quite the opposite. Psychopathic, deranged crackhead freaks, almost causing mutual destruction, destabilizing the world. And then when he sees that these two things he can't square these two things together, his only playbook is to say, we've interpreted, gaslight people. What you're seeing happen right now is not the case, because he needs to maintain this sort of separation of church and state.
Oh boy.
The problem is he speaks with authority, so I'm pretty sure who he talks to, they probably like think he's actually saying the truth. But if you really just dissect what he's saying, he's so wrong, and he has the audacity to just be like speaking as if he's absolutely right. And I don't think he recognizes that, which makes him, like Crit said, he just can't fix stupid. What's up, everybody?
What's up, man? Happy New Year, brother.
Yeah, happy New Year.
Happy New Year, APOC.
For sure.
Why is he messaging me like as though I muted him?
Like I banned him on the home server because he's just like, he said we can't do the curve calculation for drop over distance because that's Euclidean geometry and a sphere is non-Euclidean. And so I banned him for being that dumb. I couldn't take it anymore. Like, you're too stupid to be here. You gotta go. You're gonna affect people.
As though trying to take refuge in non-Euclidean geometry, so-called, is going to help you.
How's it go? Proclaiming to be wise, he found himself to be a fool or something like that.
Yeah, it's better to close your mouth and people to think you're wise than to open it and, or no, to people think you're a fool than to open your mouth and to prove it.
This guy speaks with such authority, man. Like, dude.
Dude, like it's obvious, not just like such authority, like don't flat earthers. It's obvious that they meant something else.
Right.
Why are you still messaging me as though I can do anything about your predicament? Message the moderators if you want to like help your situation.
Yeah, it's even funnier too. Is like he blamed me at one point for muting him, even though like you could look at the log. Like I unmuted him, just back and forth. You know, like I was unmuting him. You know, he would get muted, and I would unmute him, trying to engage with him. He'd say something stupid, and then get muted again. And then he says, "Crit, all you're doing is muting me every 5 seconds." And he said it again. Even like this stupidity. I just told you, there's a log. There's logs here. You can see who mutes and unmutes people. In even shown the log, he still just maintains his stupidity. Like you could say, I don't know. Some moderators muting me. I think it might be you. I go, it's not me. I've been unmuting you. And he just comes right back.
Well, I mean, I think it's ironic because you gave him also another, talking to the other guy, the Tazzy guy. You were talking about people being willfully ignorant. Literally him. In spades.
For sure.
In that quote, too, it'd be like, oh, flat earthers are just muting people they call stupid. No, that comes from. I think that quote is Malcolm. No, Malcolm. Was it Martin Luther King or Malcolm X? I can't remember, one of the two. Who said that it's okay for someone to be stupid or ignorant, and once you tell them the facts, once you tell them, how to live their life and how to treat other people, and they still do so anyway, at that point it's stupidity. I think it was Martin Luther King, but I think that might have been Malcolm X. It was Malcolm X that talked about, hey, if they won't listen to logic and reason, the next thing you have to do is fight. And I'm not sure that MLK would have said that, but he might have.
Storm, stop whining in my DMs, dude. It's not as though it's gonna like improve your situation.
Yeah, his first thing he did when he came in here this morning was that he had to be here. He was compelled to be here because he has to stop us from spreading our misinformation.
Yeah, he said that yesterday.
Yeah, not so many. I can't remember the exact verbiage he used, but he's here for other people. And we're like, okay, well, which person? Couldn't name a single person. I go, let's test your idea. Pick one person in this chat that you think you're here for, and if they tell you no, do you understand the word no?
First of all, he's going to have to hire somebody to do that for him because he's highly ineffectual.
My question to him would be like, why is he so, aggressively defending that they're not a spy agency when, as you posted, it literally labels it as such. So where's he getting at? Like, what's his? Is he mad? Is he sad that NASA's now a spy agency? Like, is he angry about that? Is he like, hey, no, it can't be.
NASA is the proto United Federation. From Star Trek.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's why. NASA is the proto.
You're so right,
United
dude. It's pathetic.
Like, Star Trek is their imagination of the world. That's their world order. Star Trek is scientism.
They're the Space Force, man. The Space Force, their logo was like the little Star Trek thing, too.
And they call themselves Guardians of the Galaxy. Like in the Army, you got
Trek is not.
Oh, go ahead, Greg.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, like when you listen to the original writers back in the 70s and 80s, all the way up to now, the whole franchise. You listen to them back in the day, like in the earliest days of Star Trek. This was one of their pet projects, I call it, because in Hollywood, in the whole entertainment industry, right, which is really just a branch of the government in the most basic sense of the word, right, the propaganda arm. They care about some of their projects. They care about them. They sincerely are trying to get others to internalize the worldview and the values that are being conveyed or illustrated by their content. That's what they're doing. So when you listen to them, you can find the clips, and they're talking about really their eschatology and their worldview. This is what they want the world to hurry up and become like. This is how they want the world to hurry up and evolve into. Star Trek.
Yeah, and like, how many times have you? I mean, I've had people just did it. Well, the guy just did it the other day. You guys are stopping human advancement.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what does that mean exactly? Please define human advancement. And it means exactly what you said. A Star Trek reality. That's what they think humanity's headed towards, which is the most delusional, craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. If you actually go outside and look around, we ain't headed there. We're headed in the opposite direction. We're about to go back to torches and clubs and shit.
Right. They're not the only ones. Like, only God knows how many peoples there are with a given worldview, with a given eschatological doctrine, right? However complex or simple, however old or young, right? Relatively, from whatever given point in time. Many peoples are like this. And of course, the Lord's church is like this too. We have in eschatology. But he's the way, the truth, and the life. I'm like everyone else. So this is just something. This is just yet another one. It's yet another, right? This is the scientists' eschatology with their ethical system and all the refutations that I can say that have been said, and I'm not the first to say them. Another comparison that, of course, I know they don't like, but is very apropos, is their pattern of behavior and their eschatology, like with the Scientologists. I like to call them the cousins of the scientists. Because basically, the Scientologists are more upfront about their distinctives of their worldview, and they're pretty much like ahead. Like they're more open. They've been more open longer than the scientists, because orthodox scientism is like, aliens, maybe plausible. We'll make a movie like Prometheus or something like that, and you know, illustrate our imaginations and our conjecture. Scientologists and the NOI, Nation of Islam, they're like, yeah, dude, of course there's aliens. Or the Mormons, yeah, dude, of course there's aliens. They came here and they teaching us stuff, and they're gonna come back soon. Like in the case of the Scientologist, dude, I forget his bizarre alien name. He's gonna come on a ship. This is Scientologist eschatology. He's gonna come here on a ship, and he's gonna enlighten us. Who's been devout, who's done the audits, and yada yada yada.
Right. Scientology is way back, dude. They think like human beings are infected with some 40 billion year old fucking something. I don't know, soul sucker organ. Dude, they're pretty far out there, bro.
So the point of analogy to complete this point, right? Scientists, you are a hazard. You are a detriment to the human race, to us, as you defy the phantom scientist magisterium, right? Same thing as Scientologists. You are a what's the term they use? I forget the term they use. I'm gonna remind myself soon. But you are a troublesome person, right? You are a hazard to the human race because you're not listening to L. Ron Hubbard or nowadays his successor because you're not doing the audits and y'all all the rest. Same thing. These comparisons, which are very valid, and
Josh Ingersoll, Gregory, we had the pleasure of talking to Josh Ingersoll. We had the pleasure of talking to him.
Josh Ingersoll.
Yeah, the Amazon guy, the Amazon satellite guy. Because I know you're over in Geo server. I thought maybe he went over there or something. I've seen him.
Maybe he has. I probably missed him. I don't know.
So he works for like the Amazon. They're trying to basically make the Starlink version, Amazon Starlink version, with satellites and all, and he works for them. So Wolfgang last night asked him, he's been around, we've been kicking him around, but I mean, that's not the point. The point is that Wolfgang asked him last night, you said in 2025, you're going to tell all your coworkers to come in here and improve the globe. And he's like, oh, they think you're the lowest of the low. Backing up what you just said, right? They think that, like, and so I asked him, I was like, so it's a moral question if we're immoral if we don't believe their bullshit. Is that what you're saying? Oh no, they just think that like you're the lowest of the low because you're not advancing anything. You're not helping humanity. Like,
oh no,
and like
yeah.
he gave it all out. Everything you just said happened last night, and like I haven't talked you in here in forever. It's really odd that like,
yeah,
just a coincidence, right? No, you're exactly right. This is exactly what their mindset is. They're out of their gourds.
And I can say these things by God's grace, giving me the skill, the propensity, and the skills, have the discipline to analyze whatever given propositions, whatever given assertions, whatever given notions that are being espoused, right? Analysis of a worldview. People are just oblivious to these things and they don't even want to be bothered with disciplining themselves to actually analyze any given proposition, let alone a whole set of propositions, a whole set of presuppositions that consist any given worldview. But it's a tremendous advantage It's a tremendous advantage. So you can recognize these things. And the more you know, the less likely, at least, because we're not omniscient, we're not going to be, not possible. But the more we know as creatures, the less likely we are to be susceptible to any types of wiles of the devil, any type of deceptions, any type of devices of evil people. There's no good in believing falsehood in any way. No good in internalizing falsehood in any way.
Yeah, I mean, even if someone's going to do like this sort of devil's advocate or contrarian, even small things like where you tell children a story to keep them safe. That's only small functionality, and really, in the long run, ends up doing more harm than good.
Indeed. People think that the child's mind is so fragile that it can't handle it. No, children are very resilient. By God's grace, and they're all the more resilient when they are surrounded by and supported by, cared for, attended to, shepherded by loving persons, loving adults, including loving adults. Now, of course, you may have to simplify your rhetoric. You may have to simplify the content, right, of what you say, but still saying the same fact, just in a simplified rhetorical version, with simplified rhetoric. That's all. I mean, how do you think? I mean, people just really don't. They're not introspective. They don't recognize what we are. We are all former children, right? We are involuntarily find ourselves in this world, and all these things, all these stimuli, all this phenomena, all this information, all these facts and or lies, and then we evolve our language, we evolve our conceptualization. It's going to happen to subsequent children after us, Lord willing. You learned, future children will learn also. And that's also how do I say this? That notion that basically you prolong the childishness of children and you minimize telling them truths, especially emotionally disturbing truths, to put it euphemistically, right? That's not a notion shared throughout history, throughout the world. That's a notion that's most prominent, that has its strongest presence in so-called first world uh, countries. Those in the so-called third world, they cannot afford to think and act like that. They can't afford that because the various dangers are so immediately present. My baby boy, my baby girl has to know now. We need to move now, right? No time to fuck around, to put it bluntly. But first world countries, they take God's grace for granted, and they think they have all this time to mess around and play games. No. And then again, even in many people in the given first world countries who are more or less impoverished, they also don't play those games. Need to know the facts now. Tell me straight up now. Quit bullshitting. Get to getting. Right? All these phrases, right, that we all recognize. I mean, hurry up and get to the truth. No time for a euphemism. I don't even know. They don't recognize these terms, euphemism, things like that. They don't play that. When you're in a situation with immediate danger, you don't play this solipsism and nihilism and hyper irrational skepticism and all this bullshit. You don't do that. As horrifying as a battlefield is, it exposes a lot of truth. Exposes a lot of truth. You're not going to find a single linguistic deconstructivist on the battlefield. They'll interpret instructions real damn quick. Or a soldier, they're going to interpret orders real damn quick. None of this, every interpretation is misinterpretation. We really don't know anything. Do whoop de woo. No. I'm going to talk about this because this is the fruits of scientism also. No God, no universals, no absolute laws, no oversight, no inescapable culpability. You just get to yap whatever opinions we want because we're just a bunch of lopsided, more or less hairless apes with lofty opinions and posable thumbs and a few tricks up our sleeve. Scientism. Scientism. Nothing but garbage.
What's up, Gregory? What are you, brother? In a long time.
Yes, yeah.
By the way, I was listening in the YouTube channel to the discussion. I can tell you that no one can claim Big Bang or evolution if they can't prove that they can make water with hydrogen and oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just validate that you can have water with hydrogen and oxygen and that will be good. You won't, because it's not made of oxygen and hydrogen. Water is made from water. The three phases of water are all water. You never see it as hydrogen and oxygen. And you can't make water from hydrogen and oxygen by just mixing the two. It's impossible because it's not. It was never made of oxygen and hydrogen.
Would you say it makes sense? I have no emotional commitment to the scientist orthodoxy on chemistry. But what you're saying makes sense. The materials God made is gonna do what it does. Like he's gonna operate his creation how he sees fit.
Yeah.
So that's one issue. The other issue is how we describe or interpret or conceptualize our notions, right? And whether what we conceive are facts, truths or not. That's a different issue. Right.
Yeah. And it was because of an evolutionist that I just got to this conclusion, we were talking about evolution and Big Bang and that there is no creation, no God, and those things. And I had the question in my mind. I asked him, can you validate that water was created from hydrogen and oxygen? They collided together or something like that, and it made water on the surface of the earth, and then evolution started. Some proto cells started to form, and they started to divide, and they evolved to something else. But start by water, if you can validate that, yeah, water can be created by some chemistry, I can go with that. I can try to research deeper about evolution. But if you can't, and water is always water, it was created by its creator as water in different phases, solid, it's just water. But ice, we call it ice, it's always water. In its liquid form, it's water. And it's in its gas form, it's still just water. We call it water vapor. And it's not oxygen and hydrogen. So just throw that idea of evolution, Big Bang, from the window till the moment you can validate that water is made of oxygen and hydrogen and can't be just made of by nothing, no creator, just like that.
Well, don't they create water in a lab?
They create water? What?
Yeah.
They create water in the lab by using hydrogen and oxygen and mixing them together?
Yeah, you ignite them and it creates water.
You ignite, was it isolated, or there was just some condensation of water vapor in the surrounding and it started forming water? Because that's what I saw in every test. It was just water condensation. So water particles, vapor, started to condensate and form droplets.
Okay.
So the condensation of water, so it's just water vapor. Just water vapor condensating to liquid. It's not hydrogen and oxygen particles started to mix and create that molecule of water. Even the electrolysis, it's not
that's
not
the
just
opposite.
water. Sorry?
Yeah, that's the opposite.
Yeah, but it's not changing the water into oxygen and hydrogen, but the salt, because water is not conductive. So what you are electrolyzing, what you are doing with the electrolysis is just separating the component of the thing that you added, salt or anything that you added to the water. You can't make electrolysis with just water because it's not something that is conductive.
Well, I mean, is that
guys.
necessary for it to be like H2O is conductivity?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Are you saying it's necessary for it to be conductive?
Yeah, it is necessary for it to be conductive, to have the possibility to generate that effect with the electrolysis, separate the molecules. If you are not doing that, if the water isn't conductive, so you're not doing any electrolysis with the water. You're just helping the electrolysis by creating a solution with the water. So you just turn to that solid thing like salt or something that have the molecules, oxygen, hydrogen, those things on it. So you dissolve it in the water, and it helps. The water will help you create that electrolysis of that thing that of that
moon are orbiting the Earth, and then all the planets, the sun and the planets orbit the sun, but the sun and the moon orbit the Earth. That's in that model, which also technically works.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right, but we can sit here and come up with models all day. I mean, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we're just I'll just the easiest.
Yeah, I like how it's like an ideal pool that continuously grows. It adapts, right? It's not like one thing that's stable. That's stagnant, right? It changes with the times.
Look, let me read what Copernicus wrote, because people were smart back then. They didn't lie to themselves like we lie to ourselves now. He said, "For it's the duty of an astronomer to compose the history of the celestial motions through careful and expert study. Okay, then he must conceive and devise the causes of such motions or hypothesize about them. Since he cannot in any way attain to the true causes, he will adopt whatever suppositions enable the motions to be computed correctly from the principles of geometry for the future as well as the past. The present author has performed both these duties excellently, for these hypotheses need not be true nor even probable." What they're saying is that they're going to make a model based upon some fucking made up idea in their head. Okay? And it doesn't matter about the made up idea. It only matters that if the geometry they use makes an accurate prediction. It's a purely pragmatic viewpoint with no philosophical underpinnings about whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
Meaning the concept. So I'll give you an example. James Clerk Maxwell came up with the current theory we use of electricity and magnetism. The entire mathematical formalism was based upon a mechanical model of the ether. Now, nobody believes the ether is real anymore. But his mechanical model is what's still in use. It's still, the mathematics are still in use today. And he thought there was like little balls rolling against each other or something, and it's fucking some rarefied fucking ether gas or something. It's unclear exactly what he thought the substance was, but he modeled it. He made he modeled it as a physical mechanical model, just like the same way you would model like a grandfather clock or something. Okay. Now, it would be justified to take the same philosophical position as they currently take, well, people that come in here and argue with us, that because the model makes accurate predictions, it's physically real in the physical world. Such as, we use a globe to predict where the planets are, so the Earth must be a globe. But even in Copernicus' day, they said that doesn't matter. We're just using geometric concepts and adopting freaking hypotheses, and they need not be true or even probable, because they don't care about that, because what they were trying to do was astrology.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So they didn't care the reason. They weren't trying to look for an ultimate truth. They were just trying to look, hey, fucking, I wonder where Mars is tomorrow. How do I do that? Oh, it's going up with these mathematics. Oh shit, that works. Then some retard come and said, that's real. And now they're in this chat, talking shit, saying, the globe is real. Show me a globe Earth model. Oh, Google Earth. Google Earth's a cylinder. So what? Still looks like a globe. We just hear dumb shit. So the only point is, it's nice. You can reify a geocentric model. You can reify a heliocentric model. You can reify Tycho's model or any other model. But whether that model is the physical reality of the situation, that's another question altogether. So the dilemma is interesting, I think.
Yeah.
I think there's some
Honestly,
clue there. I don't know what it is.
I didn't know that the equinox at the equator was not the longest day.
Yeah, look on time and date.
Or
man.
the shortest day.
Look, go down the time and date and look for the day that it changes, right? So you'll be able to see day length, right? And the days will get shorter, 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 shorter. Like in the spreadsheet table. So you look at the table, it's shorter, shorter, and then it'll start getting longer. The day it starts getting longer when it does the transition, that's the shortest day of the year. Right? Obviously, it goes down and back
like the
up.
duration?
So that's the low point, right? That's the local minimum.
Are you saying like the duration of sunlight at the equator throughout the year?
Day length, meaning sunrise, sunset. Sunrise to sunset, how long the sun's up. Because the day length is based upon how long the sun is in the sky, right? And how long the sun is in the sky is based upon the arc that it takes through the sky. And the arc that it takes through the sky is the shortest on the equinox because it's a fucking straight line.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make sense. Not my problem.
I've been finishing off that Lanolin versus McToon versus a bunch of other annoying anti-flat earthers. And you know who's even worse faith than McToon? That freaking PhD Tony guy. That guy.
Oh yeah.
That guy is a freaking clown, absolute clown. I don't know how some of these grown men can conduct themselves like that, and in their own minds they think that they're crushing it or they're impressing people or something like that. Maybe they're impressing some other anti-flat earthers that are also degenerate trolls, but just the way they conduct themselves, it's obviously bad faith, right? It's obviously just generally just wrong the way they're talking to people, right? Just yelling and screaming and crying and strawmanning everything.
I was about to say strawmanning. It seems to be the only game they have.
Yeah, fallacies and feelings. I've been saying that for a while now. That's all the Globers have.
They pop up the azimuthal equidistant map and they try to stick you with it. And the problem is too many flat earthers are too happy to go along with it. All too happy. They've been representing this to their friends and their family.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
You know, like Josh basically came in here yesterday, and when he started plopping down the ISS tracks, comparing the globe coordinates with flat Earth, and when we pointed out that, well, the flat Earth coordinates he's using, there's still globe coordinates. He basically all but admitted, like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. This doesn't work on you guys. This works on the dumb flat earthers and the other community."
Yeah, I actually messaged him that yesterday. I'm like, maybe you should go back to QOps server. You know, with this bullshit. You know, I'd already explained to him the previous day the same thing, that he was strawmanning us.
That's what other people were saying.
Yeah, and he came back the next day and did it again. Which is, yeah, it's put him on thin ice, that's for sure.
I know he must know this stuff. I know he must know the higher geometry and mathematics involved with coordinate reference systems and geometric concepts, topologies, and manifolds. And he's an aerospace engineer. He understands the concepts of orbital mechanics. He understands maps and coordinates.
Well, I think that they handpick people like Josh. I think maybe he has a very good memory. Okay, he's very good at memorizing and regurgitating what he gets told to memorize and regurgitate. I don't know if he's that smart of a guy, right? His intelligence. And he seems kind of more like a salesman, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting. He's very good at repeating the glossary, right?
Salesman and manager.
It makes sense. I mean, you can make up for your lack of processing power with good RAM.
Yeah, and
you know, a lot of the things he says are total bullshit. Like a lot of the things he says, they sound very technical. Like he was talking about X-rays the other day, and then I just looked it up. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. I looked it up. I'm like, oh, you're completely wrong about that. Like, not only are you wrong, it's like the opposite of what you just claimed. And he's like, oh yeah, well, that's not my area of expertise, you know. So yeah, I admit I'm wrong about that. I can always admit when I'm wrong. I'm really honest. I'm like, but why did you say it with such confidence? You acted like you knew what you were talking about, but everything you were saying was complete horse shit. And he's like, yeah, it was. I was wrong, completely wrong. It's like, what were you just trying it on us or what? Like, you know, same with the Velcro thing, same with quite a lot of the things he says. And now it's got to the point where I think he's just a bullshit artist with a lot of the things he says.
I may have been wrong in my assessment yesterday when I said that I think he knows exactly what he's doing. Maybe he really doesn't in that case.
Yeah, he's like a PR guy. He's like memorized the glossary.
You know, his job title is something like science, communication and science or something.
Yeah, I've been talking to him for months. We all have in here, maybe a year now.
Yeah, he's a fraud. You ask him any hard questions and you get nothing.
I mean, he showed everybody his car, and he's got the license plate, custom vanity plate that says it's flat.
Yep. I saw that.
So yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny. Like yesterday, he called me out by name, asking basically to talk to me after I was basically packing up for the night, incidentally. You know, maybe it's because I tagged him in here the other previous night when he dropped that that ISS orbit comparison between flat and globe Earth. And I just, when I responded and basically told him that he's strawmanning flat Earth by providing us a coordinate reference system that's still spherical, I was just reminding myself of the other like 10 conversations that I've had with him where he seemingly understood what we were talking about. And then wondering why it is he suddenly, like NPC reset, felt so confused. Like, so I question even his memory. Like maybe he can memorize and regurgitate academic stuff, but has he forgotten what our community talks about in here and what all the discussions we've had, personal one-on-one discussions too? There's something really weird going on.
Yeah, super weird. That's what I was thinking. It's just bizarre. The whole situation of him coming in here all the time, the way he acts, you know, it's just bizarre.
Yeah, like why at this point would you come in here and submit the azimuthal equidistant projection as a flat Earth?
He does the same thing that Jesse Path of Light does. He'll present something to someone like you or DJ, call bullshit. Y'all will call bullshit on it, or Indio. And then when they're not here, he'll present it again and see if he can't swindle somebody over that doesn't understand what they're looking at.
Since the first time I interacted with him, I thought he was an operative of some kind.
I mean, his profile picture says it all. He's a communicator.
I really don't think he is. I think he's genuine. We're seeing a similar psychological profile come through here of other people that deal with this topic in the same way. He's bothered by it.
He's got a few NPC installations, right? He's got the Matthew Learns kit. He's got the satellite upgrade kit. So yeah, he's just seems like a bit of an NPC to me. Just wanders around with different scripts and tries them on different flat earthers, and you know, it's like not like when he's not in here, he's off doing his job. When he's not in here, I'll check other voice chats, right? And he'll be in there in some other flat earth server.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is like how do you hold a professional, high profile job and be inattentive and gone doing Discord for 10 hours, 12 hours a day. I mean, I've seen him in other servers like a total of, a good 15, 16 hours. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, he's in my view another Washington D.C. Beltway wonk. You get paid a lot of money for a lot of workplace flexibility with little oversight as long as you get your job done. His job is essentially business development. So this entails linking people together so that they can go bid on government contracts. And he has a fat Rolodex, so he can basically drive around running errands all day to IKEA, talking to us on Discord, and maybe checking with the office once in a while and still get paid.
Has he told you about his WEF connections?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get it. Like, there are only a handful of real aerospace engineers, graduates of prestigious aerospace engineering programs. When you reach that status, I mean, the red carpet does get rolled out for you. And not just the graduate, being a graduate of such a program, but passing your engineering exams and then also being employed as such, which I believe he's been before. So, I mean, he's really part of an elite cadre of people. This is true. But what he's been able to demonstrate to us is that even someone of his status and, claimed connectedness in the industry, he is actually quite far removed from physical hands-on application with the technologies that he's representing. And this is not by far like an abnormal thing. This is quite the norm. We get people all the time who come in here who claim to be like satellite engineers or even satellite drivers. And then you start picking their story apart, asking them a few questions, and you scratch and find out, well, they're not the ones that actually do it, but they're in an industry with those who do, and they seem to know somebody who might actually do it, but they handle this other thing that's seemingly close to that exact work. And this is even assuming that somebody who's actually doing this work is actually in a capacity or position to know. They aren't necessarily either.
Well, I've got a friend that was a NASA rocket scientist. He was Air Force officer. I don't know his rank, but anyway, it's amazing how little he knows. I mean, there's certain things he knows really well, but they just had him figuring out how to put these things together. Didn't really know what was going on.
A great case in point is when Robert Bassano started going through phone directories and called the NASA's Hubble spaceflight program deputy director. And like 10 minutes into the conversation, we find out that the deputy director for the Hubble program has never seen raw feeds from Hubble itself.
Wow.
The question, of course, arises is how is it you are responsible for a program and you do not have direct access to the technology?
That's amazing.
Yep. But for him, I mean, this is just kind of normal. Why? Because everything is segregated. Everything is spread out on this massive topology, this network topology. So I think from his standpoint is I'm the program director. Why would I need to see this myself? There's some office below me somewhere that is receiving this data from another office. I tend to think that the people that might know something about this in this industry would have to have a crossover of a couple different kinds of skill sets or disciplines. One of them is is probably going to be involved in cartography and mapping, understanding coordinate reference systems and the technologies it use. And the other is going to be somebody, that same person potentially, who has also been part of, been working in like payload integration facilities for satellites. Basically, people who are at the last mile, last step for these things, and can link them together. So people who can watch the fairing close up on the second or third or whatever final stage of the payload, just hours before actual launch, and then understands that there's a direct link between that object, the rocket that it's hoisted on, the telemetry coming out of that rocket, and then going to a downlink where it's processed and then analyzed. And then understanding the nature of the mathematics behind how that telemetry data is processed into coordinate references for tracking. People like this over time might start to wonder about the arbitrary nature of coordinate reference systems, and if they've seen firsthand the actual package without any kind of balloon assembly attached to it, and they might wonder about potentially alternate explanations of the physics of an orbit, besides going around a ball and rotating meanwhile. And then you start digging into potential alternatives, including the electric universe idea. And then you start reading about how, yes, there are NASA scientists and affiliated scientists who fully buy into this and have chastised the simplistic gravitational mechanics that is often taught to people and is more conventionally understood with the technology involved in these things.
Well, and how do they account for the acceleration and deceleration phase in the satellite mechanics, telemetry data?
Yeah, acceleration and deceleration is handled with electrodynamics. It's explained that they basically go perpendicular to the magnetic fields.
Oh, okay, that's the explanation, huh?
Yeah, and they have coils that's wrapped around the outer frame of these things. It's basically creating a big like ionic sheath, and they can charge and discharge, change the polarity of the electron density across the sheath, across the surface, which interacts differently with the magnetic field that it's flowing through. So they're able to move this way and that way and this way and that way. And then, they publish their data. Like, you can find this if you go to NASA's technical report servers and type like electrodynamic propulsion. You can find their so-called experiments in the upper atmosphere going back to the 1970s, playing around with this stuff. And then you're like, well, what's the role of gravity? And then you read in these own papers, well, we believe, gravity is about 40 orders of magnitude weaker than the electrodynamic forces at work in this. In other words, we're not really accounting for it. We're dealing completely with an electric universe here. And in the same server, you find similar experiments where packages are brought up and slung into gravitational orbits using gravity wells. It's like, well, what's going on here? Which is it? And then you find the more conventional stuff. And in my view, maybe both of these are BS. You find the more conventional stuff involving balloons with long dwell times, like super pressure balloons. Yeah. And then you start to read further that maybe it's balloons, but also a combination of things. Not only just other high altitude craft, but potentially it's all ground-based antenna work. That the communications is done with ground-based antennas and can give the appearance of things that are flying across the sky in orbit. But then what are the lights? Well, who knows what the lights are? I mean, you can really go down this rabbit hole quick and find that they can actually produce artificial stars. And like, what? Yeah, they blast a high intensity beam somewhere way up high, and it like activates sodium molecules, and they start giving off light, and it looks like a star. And they can move it around. So what the hell is actually going on? I don't know. I don't know. And I don't think anybody, for the most part, actually knows. I mean, there are going to be a handful of people, but they're going to have, it's not like they're going to have like a super mega top secret clearance to gain access to it. They're going to have the right combination of things to understand what's going on and what they're actually dealing with.
Could it be like a you know, dark, well, what's the right term? Like a secretive unknown government that's actually in the works behind the scenes? I mean, there's some crazy stuff going on.
I don't know. I think a lot of this is propaganda. I think most people working at NASA believe that Earth is a globe too. I believe that there are probably people at NASA that are still trying to figure out secretly how to conduct an orbit with spacecraft, knowing that in reality it's never been done the way it's claimed. And that the number of people who are actually like in the know on this are probably very few, and they're probably not that influential. Right. When you look at what NASA's mission is, it's to project technological power, capabilities, achievements that may or may not exist. Right? You don't have to be like a secret flat earther working in the government to hide the nature of Earth from the public to do that. The NASA astronauts that went to the moon, they believe in a globe, and they probably camped out on Guam or something for a couple of weeks while the moon missions were underway. I mean, they were never high enough to see what the Earth is. So, I mean, when it comes to like conspiracy theories and ideations of this sort, I really sidestep it all and say, no, I think, in my view, this situation is actually worse. It's worse than some kind of dark cabal that's like secretly in control. It's that nobody actually is in control, and this is a mass self-delusion, like an urban myth that got away. It means there's no one really to point the finger to.
It's possible, but like the technology that's in the skies, some of it, I mean, there's just so much of it that there's got to be some infrastructure supporting that. And yeah, it's pretty overwhelming. I see it specifically using night vision, and there's a lot of shit moving up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that the people actually using, building, launching, and steering it and maintaining it have all done so under the auspices of the heliocentric globe idea. And yet it somehow works when that's not the true nature of reality. That is like a fourth possibility in all this. That yes, you can take a piece of metal, put it on top of a rocket and launch the rocket in a parabolic arc at 17,500 miles per hour, deploy it, and it will give the appearance of a global rotation. Why? Because maybe that's the way that you designed the telemetry feedback mechanisms in it to report. But physically, you don't really have any conducted actual measurements of what this thing's doing gyroscopically, so you have no rotational vector to actually report. And this is also a problem. Nobody's actually been able to report a rotational vector, which is necessary to conduct an orbit. So you have an object that's going in an orbital period of about 90 minutes, which means it's completing an orbital pass every 90 minutes, which means it's doing a somersault 360 degrees to maintain downward orientation to the surface of Earth every 90 minutes, which means that if this is happening, then certainly some gyro somewhere is able to measure that rotation, 360 degrees of rotation every 90 minutes. That information is missing. Nobody has ever produced it. Nobody can. We do get orbital calculations, but we don't have raw feedback at the gimbal. And the same goes for airplanes and boats and anything else that uses inertial navigation systems, including those big, massive ring laser gyros.
I was gonna ask is that kind of like the black box pitch data in the flight recorders?
Yeah, we've done deep dives on that. I've got presentations on this, and the fact of the matter is the pitch data that's being presented comes after it has been algorithmically and statistically smoothed. So you can't really use it to justify whether the Earth is flat or round either way, because this is not being recorded at the gimbal and presented to you. This is after it has been statistically modified. They claim that they have updated the horizontal reference plane at every continuous and instantaneous location. And so this is why they can present to you no deviation of pitch as the airplane moves. So what we want to get is the actual deviation before the pitch data is delivered, and then corrected, and then normalized. Because what they claim to do is to normalize the curvature of the Earth. So we want that unnormalized data, and we started digging into it to try and obtain it. We find out that it's protected by trade secrets and patents. It's protected by, even in some cases, national security.
Yeah.
And companies that have leaked or inadvertently leaked that data have been sued, compelled by the government to pay fines, as was in the case of either Honeywell or Boeing, forgot which. It's like an $80 million suit. So this data you'll never get. You will never have access to it.
Yeah, you probably know that story about the 777 pilot that I think he was in Texas, and he got a error code for that box that controls the I don't know the right term.
Air data inertial referencing at the ADIRU. Yeah, I know that story. I tried to pick up where he left off, and that's where I got.
That was interesting. On the satellite thing, so if I'm correct, if I understood right, they don't have any north-south circumpolar orbits, do they?
No, not exactly. They claim to get close.
Because I've watched them go absolute direct north, and I can't say south, but absolute direct north. I've observed them.
Maybe from your vantage point, but in total, they themselves claim that they can only get within, a few degrees of the actual north and south. And there's some historical reasons they claim for this. This is all by their accounts. Like in the 1960s and 70s, you can read about their attempts to conduct polar orbits. What they found was that the satellites would start initiating a tumbling phase whenever they'd go over the poles. First off, it gets cold, and second off, they said that their star trackers, their attitude trackers, were unable to distinguish the difference between the sky and the ground, which means that their gyros could not compensate for downward facing or nadir facing orientation as it orbits and has to rotate. And furthermore, that it would lose power because it's so cold.
But are you saying they're claiming that it's colder in outer space over the poles?
Yeah, exactly. It's colder over the poles, and the contrast between sky and ground are hard for the instruments to differentiate to maintain attitude. And the result is a loss of battery power. So what they started to do to compensate for this is in the 70s and into the 80s, they started to shut the satellites off. They say this, right? And then they wait and say, okay, by now it should be done It should be out of the danger zone, and then they have it fire back on again, turn on, power up the systems, and then reorient itself.
Hey, what are you guys talking about? I mean, sorry, that's a dumb question.
You happen to drop in between. Don't worry, it's all good.
Hey, how long have you believed in the flat Earth theory?
Believed? Theory? What?
Well, I don't want to word it in a weird way. I just don't know how else to express it.
It's actually measured as flat. So it's not really a theory.
Oh.
If you have a look in the side chat, and scroll up a little bit, there's a whole heap of laser tests. And what they do is they shoot lasers over long distance across large lakes, frozen lakes.
Yeah.
And not frozen, of course. And what happens? If we're on a ball, what should happen is that laser, as we get further and further away from where it's first set down, so they set it up horizontal, turn him on, and it puts a beam across the sky. Now, they measure the height of it at the start where the laser is, so we just pick a random number, 5 foot for example. And then they go along the laser. Now, when they get to about 10 miles between the laser and the ground, or water in this case, should be 66 feet drop. When you get to 20 miles, it should be 266 feet.
Where do you get the number from so I can understand better? When you said the 5 feet.
Okay.
Yeah. How do you know it dropped?
Well, that's the problem. It didn't. But according to the heliocentric model, we are supposed to be on a ball. Now, if we are on a ball with a given radius, then we should be able to calculate what the drop over specific distances should be. So in the side chat, I've just put up a spherical trigonometry of a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Now that claimed radius is what we get force fed at school. You might know it in metric or freedom units, I don't know. But if you have a look at the chart there.
If I took a laser and I took it on a globe, it would curve, but not when I do the laser across land. Is that what you mean?
Why would the laser curve? Lasers go straight.
Well, that's what I wasn't sure of because I've never used a laser.
So the laser that these guys were using, one of the groups, I think was worth about $30,000. So it's somewhat of a pricey investment. And it can shoot a laser, I think it's about 40 mile. It can shoot its beam.
So the laser always goes completely straight and how long does the laser have to be able to go to know that there's no curve at a certain distance?
Well, that's up to you. If you've got a laser that can shoot 30 miles, wouldn't you test it at 30 miles?
So let me ask you this. Let's say I have the laser and I'm pointing it and I look at, I'm not very knowledgeable with, you know how the land goes up and down in like hills? Would I have to also know that number? But I have to know it would be flat even though it's technically hilly, right?
Well, it's planar with topography. So yes, it's flat, but it's got hills and valleys and mountains and things all over it. If that makes it a bit easier for you.
Can the laser go far enough so that it could show a curve at all if the laser can only point straight?
If the laser can only point straight and we are on a ball, it most definitely would show it.
And this is why we perform these tests over bodies of water at Miyabi. Because water is the most stable, flattest when at rest, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So you take a lake or a river or whatever it is there, point A to point B, shoot over. And there should be a gradually increasing deviation between the laser at the point where it's shot compared to the other side.
Okay. So what would the laser, like if I'm looking through my eyes and looking at the laser and it doesn't show the curve, how do I know that the laser just doesn't go long enough to cover the space?
Because we can calculate what should be expected.
Oh.
And we compare that to what we get. And that was the math that I think Matrix was trying to lead you to or to point you to. Because we're given dimensions of the world, right? If you go to 20 minutes past the hour there. I don't know what time it is for you there. You'll
It's
see
3 in the morning.
Right. So it's 3:24 for me. So at 3:20, you see that spherical trigonometry of a sphere with 959 miles radius?
Yeah.
Right. So they give us the specs, right? Remember in geometry class or whatnot, right? They give you a radius r, and then you can calculate circumference and diameter and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe grade 7 or below math.
I remember.
Same thing. So you can extend those basic concepts and figure out this type of
here's
stuff.
my question, because we were talking about a laser. So I'm looking at the globe picture that you just posted at 3:20. So I see where it says 0 and then distance in miles, right? Is there a way that we can go to that point where the 0 is, like actually go there and point a laser 1,000 miles to see if we can see the curve there?
Right. So picture, 1,000 miles, I don't think that's very practical. I think that might be like $1 million or $2 million laser if it even exists. But according to the chart on the side, right, where it shows you smaller distances, right, at some point in that chart, you get to a scale that's fairly reasonable or, practical to work with, right? So you don't need 1,000 miles. And even if you did 1,000 miles, right, the drop, according to this chart, would be 8,133,896.99 inches. So how would you even know if it's going on top of over your head or not? You wouldn't be able to tell. You wouldn't be able to see it. So if you get something like 50 feet, 20 feet, 100 feet, or whatnot, it's something that can be worked with. Follow?
Yeah, I think so.
So, for example, if you go 10 miles, right, if you check that chart out, right, 10 miles on the left, drop inches on the right, fourth from the left, right, 800 inches. If you divide that by 12, and you get to 66 or something. It's about the height of, what is it, like a 5 or 6 story building or something?
Yeah. Well, how do you know from the point where you're holding, you have to know how high you are up from sea level, right? And then you point it.
Exactly. So you're right at the body of water, right on the shore. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. No, you can continue. I can't remember what I was going to say.
Apologies there. Yeah, you're on the beach or whatnot, and you see out yonder over there, you see an island or something, small little, thingamajig, little plot of land. You look it up, and it's like, oh, from where I am, that is 15 miles or something. So you set up a laser, okay, you know, you level it right at the edge of the water, and you shoot it yonder, make sure it's level, and if the water's flat and horizontal, on the other side, the recipient should also, like, for example, if they took a target, right, piece of paper or carton or whatever, right, they lift it up 5 feet or 2.5 feet or whatever, that laser should strike it right at 5 feet. And if it's a ball that they tell us, it'll go over that person's head by, what is it, 60 feet or something?
Yeah. Okay, so for sake of example, so I can understand this better, let's say we pick a spot and we know our measurement of where we are, and let's say this. I'm just going to use a body of water, okay, like not like a I don't know, a lake maybe that's miles long, but we can see something. Let's say there's a buoy in the distance we're pointing to. What if we can't see it from our eyes view? How do we know? And also, how do we know where that number changes based on where you are from? If the water deepness changes too, how do you know if it?
So you're talking about, like, put the laser aside and then just do an observation. You look out far away, and the question is along the lines of, should I or should I not be able to see this thing if it is X miles away? And how do you figure that out? Is that kind of the question?
No, I kind of was wondering. You said that if we're pointing it straight, it would show a curve. It would go down a certain amount. I'm trying to understand how you would know how to calculate that based on where you are.
Right. The ground should curve away, right? The ground should go down, and the laser just keeps going in the direction that you point it, right? So from the perspective of the person on the other side, in the direction that you're shooting the laser, if they look back at you, they should see a laser ripping over their head up in the sky because they're lower, so to speak. You follow?
So Matrix has posted a couple of simple diagrams to illustrate the point. Sometimes it helps sort of visualize in your head like what we're talking about.
Yeah, zooming in there, it yeah.
I think it makes more sense when you say another person at the other end. So basically, if the experiment, let's say we were doing the experiment together and you were on the other side and I shoot the laser, what should the laser show me versus what it shows that you know what I'm saying? So what will it do that indicates that there's no curve? Will it be above you?
Right. Yeah, so if we're on a ball, the laser should zip over my head. If we're not on a ball, or not on a ball of said size, the distance between the laser and the ground where I am will be different.
Yeah.
And when we go out and do that, it is so different, so much so that it's basically at the same level, plus or minus a little bit, because we account for, or we acknowledge that there's fluctuations in different attributes of the air, right? It's humid over the water. You know, there's different temperatures and stuff like that, and we know that those type of things affect the path light takes when it goes through it, ever so slightly, right? But when you compound that over large distances, it can make arguably significant deviations from its initial trajectory, right?
So if it's dead flat, then the laser should technically reach you at the other side and not be in a way too high.
Right. So what we're talking about, I think, like, if you shoot the laser 3 feet off the ground, 10 miles out, or something like that, hypothetically, right? And you perfectly level the laser according to your standards or whatnot, on the other side, you'll get something like 3.5 feet, or maybe 4 feet, or maybe even 2.5 feet. Maybe it went down, right? Little things like that. Like, it's not perfect because in engineering, nothing's perfect. It's to spec, right? It's just certain precision specifications. Nothing's ever absolute in that sense, right? So it's always going to be a little bit off. But this type of off, compared to what it should be if we were on a ball, it's like hundreds of times or tens of times off, let's say. And it shouldn't be that high. That's like 99 or 95% off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you ever make 100 guesses and 99 of them are wrong, or 95 of them are wrong, and then claim to be like the best guesser in the world? You know, you follow? Like it's that type of situation.
Well, yeah, I really appreciate all that. That makes a lot more sense. I kind of wish I could try it now.
Wow.
But
There are some videos. I don't know if anyone has them on hand right away. Yeah, there's a couple in the chat right now. Yeah, there's the FE Core. This is a group of field engineers, right? This is the $30,000 laser type thing. There are others where some Joe Blow or whatever picked up some lights or something, right? There's one that, what is it? There's a guy who went on a frozen lake, and at several intervals, I think 2 miles, 4 miles, 8 miles, or something like that, right? Gradual, different, spacing between them. He went to the other side so he can look down if he puts his head down on the ice and see them all in a straight line, right? Now, if the ground was curving at these distances, he should not see all the lights, but he died. You know? And that's low tech, so to speak, at least in comparison, right? So there's a lot of interesting stuff out there. Forgive me if I'm yakking your ear off there, but there's a lot to this.
no, I guess what I want to know next is, because I've always kind of wondered. My brother used to talk to me about it when we were younger, but I didn't really listen much because he was always on about something crazy. But not saying it's crazy, but he was into all kinds of occult things too. But what was I gonna say? It was an important question. Oh, okay. The Earth is flat. Oh, I'm trying to think of how to word this. If okay, space is not real, then what is the benefit of tricking people for so long?
You'd have to ask those who would be doing it if they are doing it. So the thing at like this point in the discussion, right? You come to the realization that what we measure outside does not adhere to the prescribed model. Then we start asking, oh well, did they screw up? Were they stupid? People who compiled all these different building blocks of research and study and quote unquote science, right, over the decades and centuries or whatnot, did they just screw up? Or was there a mixture of philosophical bias? So they embarked on a study, got some results of whatever they were studying, and those results implied one or two or maybe even three different things, and they chose one possible explanation out of those three based off of philosophical biases. And then down the road they go down that path, and then it compiles and compiles, when in fact that first fork in the road, they were leaning in one direction, kind of, based on their feeling, so to speak, not based on anything empirical, right? So it's a mixture of.
They just rolled with what they had, kept piling up, and more theories and more things and more. Oh, this explains this and this explains that. So and let's be honest, if you start with the wrong thing in the beginning, all the other things are going to come out wrong too.
Right, like the measurements. If they go out and make a measurement, and they have super precise equipment, the numbers that come back, they might be super precise. Okay, that's like the actual studious part. But then what happens afterwards, like, they take these results, they go in the back room, they whip out a cigar, and they sit on their lounge chair, and they're like, okay, what the fuck does this mean? Right? And that's where the storytelling starts coming in, potentially. You follow?
Yeah.
So it can be a mixture of all sorts of these things, mixture of philosophical biases, potential malicious intent, and then otherwise just faulty reasoning.
Yeah, like how Americans felt like they needed to prove something by going to the moon, like they think they're like the superpower. Like I always wondered about that because of how early they claim to have done everything too. And in that technology and the way that they compare the technology back then to what they were doing just didn't add up to me either.
Mm-hmm. Like in this conversation, one bit comes up that puts the whole moon landing thing at least, into question, right? Because if you think about it, right, the first thing we talked about, the ground, right? It's horizontal. There's no measured deviation between point A and point B, etc. Okay, but now what about up there? Right? You look up, you see little, blips of light. They move around. They have cycles, and we can predict them or post-dict them because they happen so often, etc., etc. Right? People think, oh, well, you just go up and you can fly up forever and just go out and out and on and on and on. Right?
Yeah.
That's an idea. That's an idea based on the ground being curved. If it's curved, or at least in the fashion that it does, the ball is somewhere in the infinite vacuum of outer space. Right?
Yeah.
So this part, it comes into question too. Like, what's up there? They think it's infinite, and there's an argument to be made that it is infinite.
Yeah.
Right. That being, for example, right? Do you have at all like a early secondary school education in science or physics or whatnot before I start?
I mean, I have a basic understanding of, I'd say science was always my strong point. I mean, I'm not like a master in like quantum theory, but I've listened to
it's very
theory
basic. Yeah, you'll see what I mean. Right? Check this out. Right. What happens if you take a tank of gas, right, and you open it up?
Yeah.
What happens?
It smells good.
No, gas.
What happened?
I mean, I can't. A tank of propane or a tank of oxygen, like scuba divers,
Yeah.
What happens if you open up the tank?
Well, then whatever's inside comes out.
It rushes out, right? Depending on the size of the hole and the pressure differential, like the difference in pressure on the outside compared to on the inside, et cetera, et cetera. You understand that kind of, right?
Yes.
That's happening because there's an opening, right, between these two pressure systems. Gas rushes out and it tries to balance itself out.
Right.
Basic. Right? Fills the volume that it can and then finds equilibrium, et cetera, right? So if we're floating in the vacuum of outer space, where up there is infinite nothingness, but here we are down here breathing air that is pressurized. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, but you know how science is. Science will just explain that with the ozone layer, won't it?
Well, what is the ozone layer?
Exactly. I don't even know how I would define it.
It's gas. That'd be O3, right? But,
so
gas wouldn't be containing gas, right? So that gas itself should be rushing out into the open volume. What they actually say is that gravity, there's a force of gravity maintaining the Earth's atmosphere and preventing it from being able to do what it should do according to the laws of entropy, which is expand into the available volume. But when we scrutinize that and we look more deeply into that, it falls apart, right? Because, for one, nobody has ever performed a scientific experiment where they've manipulated the independent variable of gravity to indicate that that's the reason why things fall or that it has an effect on gas and can pressurize gas.
Yeah.
So it's a glorified idea, right? And there's some rationale behind it, but it's theoretical at best, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that comes into question, right? Like, I'm just getting out again. I don't want to yak your ear off, but there are so many pieces to this.
No, you're
very,
fine.
very interesting.
I also want to know, like, what are the implications of like okay, we have an understanding of flat Earth now, but what else changes when we know that? Like, what other clarity comes through, or what can I do after? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. It might put into question why you think you're here.
well, I'm one of those people very syncretic, so I like to take things from many different sources and create my own understanding based on things, I guess. But
like one of the mainstream kind of worldviews.
I'm a believer. I'm a seeker. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one of the mainstream worldviews that kind of underpins a lot of this, or rather, that a lot of this underpins this worldview, I should say, right, is that we all emerged out of nothing, right? A giant explosion, billions and billions of years ago, right? And things started flying around and then attracted to each other and formed balls. And, there was nothing. And then all of a sudden there was something. And we, came from monkeys and all this stuff, right? Like a big chain of events that is theoretical at best, armchair philosophical reasoning.
There's a chance I'm not a monkey, because that would be great, because I don't really like monkeys. And if I come from a monkey, that would make me sad.
Well, this whole thing puts that into question.
Yeah.
Because we could not have come from a giant explosion, whizzing around little balls and particles and whatever. Like it would not have happened like that. Could not have. Not in the way that they express it. So that's one reason why it might be worth considering this. Because if this is true, and a lot of us are pretty grounded in things, can see that, and then it's like, okay, there's potentially different meaning to my life than I previously thought. Like,
even some very vocal theoretical physicists are beginning to question the veracity of those sorts of claims. I mean, like, you got one prominent theoretical physicist YouTuber who's actively challenging those views, not necessarily saying it's wrong, but demanding or challenging, right, academia and her peers to provide empirical evidence of it, because she sees none.
Oh, so she doesn't believe, or she does?
No, she's not. She's not taking really the stance of believing or not believing. She's just looking at the claim, examining the evidence, and finding that there actually isn't any evidence. And if there is any that's being presented as evidence, it's conjecture at best, right? It's circumstantial. It's interpretation of data. It's not actual. Just stands out in your face. Here you go, home run. This is the case.
Oh, like it's not common sense. It's more like, here's a guessing game. Have fun.
Right. Yeah.
There is a large part of it that is guesswork. And I can tell you from firsthand experience. So I had a good deal of time working alongside a group of genomics researchers, bioinformaticians, software devs, technicians, et cetera, et cetera. And in that experience, I learned that, for example, the machinery that will take, for example, a cluster of cells, right? Someone comes up to you, takes a swab, puts it in your mouth, and then puts it in a little capsule, brings it to a lab, right? You open that little capsule, you pour it onto this tray. And you take this tray and you put it into a machine. And that machine does some fancy stuff to read the contents of the thing. It breaks it up, chops it up, all sorts of stuff. Those chemicals, et cetera, et cetera. Okay?
Yeah.
And like, when you talk about reading a genome or uncovering your genome or just, all this stuff, this is kind of the process. And there's variations of it, but in a nutshell, what they do is they take the swab, okay? They do this thing, throw a bunch of chemicals on it, and then out comes, a bunch of little building blocks. Like picture like a shit ton of Lego. You dump a bunch of Legos all over the floor. Some of them are attached to each other, some are not, different sizes, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. And then they run these giant computer software algorithms to try and fit them together the best they can.
Yeah.
Okay. And the best they can, what determines the best is really just a roll of the dice in the end. Now it's facilitated with, the more you have of this thing, the better of an idea you have. Fine, sure. Right? But that's what you get. You get a best guess end result of this
You're
giant
using that as
Lego
an example, right? You're using that as like an example, right? Like that.
Right. So this is the start of where, for example, these ideas would come from, right? So you have this thing, the output is this giant string of Legos. Red, blue, red, red, green, red, blue, yellow, whatever. Right? You remember ATCG, Gattaca, like, all the genome, right?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that? Right? Those are the Lego blocks. But the long string, or 20 some odd to 23 or 22 strings of it, whatever it is, I forget. Right? They were the computer idea or computer model of what that is for you, right? When you spit in the cup and all that stuff, is really just a best guess. Okay. So when they do that multiple times over a long period of time with a bunch of different people, and they start seeing little changes here and there in different parts, most of it's the same, whatever. They see these little changes and they suggest or they theorize that that little change came from something that happened outside. Now, in many cases, there are, right? Little things that happen, you can witness these changes. Fine, not a problem. But when you extrapolate that out and say, oh, well, if you extend this backwards in time, billions and billions and billions of years, there must have been millions and millions and billions and whatever of these changes that just happened kind of randomly, circumstantially, and that they all converge to, our common ancestors, as they call it. That idea comes from this observation that these little changes from time to time they happen. But that's their best guess. It really
it doesn't
is gas, right?
Doesn't prove that we came from monkeys just because we share a similar sequence that looks like the way the machine spits it out, right? So it's like, oh, just because it looks similar doesn't mean that they are from the same. They're the same. They were the same thing, right?
Right. So what they'll do, right? They'll take. I think the study was, I think, in the 90s or whatever. The Human Genome Project took like several years, tens of years, if not more, of millions or thousands of researchers, millions and billions of dollars of all these different, research going around swabbing people or whatever, gathering all their DNA, putting them in these machines and collecting everything, right? And finding these sequences for each of them. And then they kind of like take an average, if you want to put it that way, of all of them, and they call that the Human Genome Reference.
Right.
The average of everybody that they studied, they call that a reference. So then they compare everybody in, from that point forward into the future against that.
Yeah.
See what I mean? They take that average and then they do the same thing for different species. They get averages for all these things, and then they build their tree. What they suggest might have happened going back if they take the worldview that we all came from a common ancestor. It's a philosophical position from the beginning that we all came from, right? It's not, at this point, it's no longer science or real study. You see, up until now, yeah, okay, you're doing some research and study and fancy chemistry and shit like that. Yeah, okay, fantastic. Now the philosophy starts. Follow?
Yes.
This is where we're like, hold on. Because all these other things that we're talking about, they don't match up to that. See what I mean? Shit like that is what you come across when you start recognizing this stuff. And you're like, okay, it's more than just the ground is level. It's like, who the fuck am I? Where are we? Shit like that.
It's like we accepted one truth to everything and then we apply that to everything around us.
But it's not even necessarily a truth. It can be true, at least in some regard, right? Excuse me. So, like, for example, someone might come up with an idea that, you know, we did evolve from, you know, other, you know, species, but we're on planar surface. Okay, that might be a cool idea. One of these things might be true, but how the hell are you going to figure that out? You know what I mean? It's in the right. You know, like it's just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what kind of sounds nice or what tickles your fancy based on who you are. Right? If you're a guy, right, or a lady that hates the world because it's mistreated you or whatnot, and then some idea comes to your mind that, oh, well, we don't mean anything anyway. That kind of explains, you know, the bad experience that you might have had, right? Oh, well, I'm just unlucky. You know, I don't mean anything anyway. Yada, you know, shit like that. You know, it's really a personal philosophical thing. And then all these people happen to be very smart into, you know, academia.
Look for things to confirm their bias. Exactly. Like, and if you look at some of the literature from the origins of where these ideas came from, the people where these ideas originated from, they start and they express it quite blatantly that they have a foundational premise of us being, whether it's, you know, to do with evolution or the Big Bang, whatever, it starts with the premise that we're not special, we're not unique in any way, we're not in a unique position in the universe, we're unordinary, right? I mean, we're ordinary, we're not extraordinary, we're not unique. Hubble said that, and I'm sure I've read literature from, like, you know, like other philosophers, you know, other so-called scientists that have expressed that view that they're starting from that premise, right? And that they are literally looking in nature for things which confirm that bias. Then they're not secretive about it. They're quite proud of that stance, right? And it's not based on, well, it could be based a little bit on, you know, like, you know, things observed in nature, like, you know, chaos versus order sort of stuff, you know. But ultimately, it is just a philosophical preference that they're taking.
Does anybody have
because the idea of, you know, there being, you know, like some sort of intelligence behind everything, whoa, that's scary, right? Hubble even expressed it as being scary, pretty much.
Does anybody have his quote on hand, or?
I'd have to. I could find it, but I'm on another page at the moment. So, yeah. Hang on a sec. I can go to the home server and find it.
Oh. So, Miyavi, like, long story longer, this is why. This is what a lot of this means. To answer your question initially.
I always knew there. I always was one of those people who thought there's something in between the lines, you know. It seems like things aren't as easy as they want you to think. It's simple. Here's the facts. All right, now don't question nothing. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that.
I remember one of the first times I kind of like had a little like a what the fuck kind of moment was in I remember back in high school. I was graduating, and I had a chemistry course, did very well in it, whatnot. And I remember kind of consulting with one of my teachers about, oh, you know, what should I do? You know, going to college, whatever, right? You know, you know, you're like, what the hell, right? And my teacher told me, I was questioning whether I should pursue, you know, a scientific kind of career or whatever, or pursue my scientific studies, right? And I remember him telling me explicitly, he's like, okay, well, if you choose to go down that route, just remember one thing, that you can basically forget almost everything we taught you. You're like, what? You know, because in high school, they teach you shit like, okay, you know, the atom, right? You start off in those classes, and they teach us like a little miniaturized ball, right? With other little miniaturized BBs and other little things flying around it, right? And then as you progress further, they strip away that idea, right? That it's a solid object and that it's always just a little spherical, orb of energy, so to speak, right? With other little, right? One step after another, they decompose, they discard one concept and refill it with another.
And they still teach that kind of thing. Like they still try and present it in that way to young students, entering field of science, But then when you get to university level and they're like, sorry guys, same with gravity, same with a lot of other stuff. But yeah, I went ahead and posted that quote. That's a shortened version of the quote, I think, but the sentiment's there.
Yeah. So what I was getting is now certainly it was prefaced right at the beginning of the course is that these models were they came from so and so, like the Bohr model, right, of the atom, and then whoever the fuck came after. All these different guys, they always tell you it evolved. So it's not like they're lying. You know what I mean? It was just after all that effort to learn this one thing, you kind of forget that it's just an idea from a guy. You think it's true, right? Because you're putting so much effort into it or whatever. Or you know what I mean? And then you have to discard it, right? So that was a tipping point for me. Like they don't know really. They got some ideas, but they don't really know. But they present it like they do.
Yeah. So how do they know, when a hypothesis is, they never reach a conclusion. It's always theories,
There's always more questions, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. Really, if you conduct some sort of study, you get some results, based on a certain assumption or whatever, right? And okay, this works until it doesn't. Then you have to look further into it. If you kind of describe that scenario as this is my best guess, right? It seems to work. At least I know it works to the point that I've tested it, right? That's fine, right? And you sweep the entire set of possible tests you can do, and they all work out. Okay, it's pretty solid, right? But the reasoning or the rationale behind why it works might be biased. So if you present it like that, scientific theory, right? Then okay. But when people come off like they know this to be absolutely true, no matter what, and there's no evidence for it, that's where you're like, hold on, right? Or insufficient evidence, right? According to certain standards that they purport to adhere to, but don't actually, or should, even if they say they don't. You know what I mean? It gets very hairy.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want yakking your there. But I hope that covers a lot of ground there for you.
Yeah, it does. Well, thinking about that also makes you think about other implications in life too, in a similar way, because then it's almost like everything's more like a mystery. It's like, hey, so you kind of if there's no evidence for something, then it's not what we think it is. Sometimes we'll never know, but we can try. When there's no evidence,
You kind of cut out a little halfway with that. Sorry. Could you repeat that?
Hold on, let me try to reword it.
No, it was your connection. The wording sounded fine. It was just your Wi-Fi connection or something.
I think so.
Get closer to the router. Not too close. Not too good for you.
Okay, I don't know if that fixed it at all.
Sounds okay now.
Okay. I guess what I was wondering is, so basically, most things, there's no real evidence. How do you know, does that mean that most things might be, okay, for example, we know the Earth is flat, but we don't have evidence of it being round either. So some things in life might just always be, we don't know, but we're always trying to figure it out. like we could also apply that to other things once we realize those truths. Is that what you mean? Like, are you seeking evidence for flat or for everything to do with our reality?
I mean, I wouldn't say everything.
Yeah.
Right? Because I'm not omnipotent. I can't do everything. But I will apply this kind of line of thinking to things from time to time, right? That come up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just critical. It's just basic critical thinking. Someone tells you something, you ask, okay, how do you know this thing? And they either flop or they don't. Now, if you have the acumen to scrutinize what they tried to give you when you ask them, then you can do it. Otherwise, you can choose to just trust them, take it at face value. Oh, this guy seems smart. Okay, he might be right. You know, I like the guy or lady or whatever. She's probably right, even though you really assess it. Then you forget about it and you just continue with life as if it were true. So if you can step back and be like, I have no way of assessing that. Let me put it on ice. Nothing wrong with that.
Okay, cool.
It might be impractical to do everything like that because then everything gets delayed and shit like that. But as a rule of thumb, don't discount your ability to employ that type of mental processing when interacting.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, I really
That's all.
appreciate it, but it's actually 4 a.m. for me. I should probably get some rest.
By all means, nice chat. I appreciate this. It's a bit of a stark contrast compared to what we're used to in here. So I appreciate the ear and good on you for taking the step to open the mind.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, it's always pleasant to have conversations like that with people like who don't have some sort of invested, very biased, very dogmatic stance, and become combative. You've been very pleasant to talk to, so welcome back anytime.
Thanks, I'll come back. Y'all have a good one.
Take it easy.
Is there any flat earth advocates here who can answer a question for me?
Yeah, I'm an advocate. Yes, I say go outside. I advocate believing what you see. Sorry,
but
I won't do that again.
Yeah,
I advocate you could trust your own eyes. That's what I advocate.
So you are a flat earth defender. Like if you see the flat earth yourself, therefore it's real. Is that your argument?
Is your argument that it's fake?
Well, if I'm in a plane, for example, and I see the curvature of the earth.
You don't see a curve from a plane. Why are you making shit up?
Why do I not see that? I literally see a curve.
High enough to see the curve of the earth, dude.
What? Bro, I see
no airplane goes. Okay, no airplane goes high enough to see the curve of the earth. If the earth was a globe of 3,959 mile radius, do you know that if you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, the airplane would be 1/100th of an inch off of it? It is nowhere near high enough. No scientist or the geometry don't work out. It's nowhere near high enough. 10 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. Think about it for a second.
Okay, what's your arguments? I'm willing to listen.
Yeah, are you gonna say that you just made that up? You're gonna admit it?
No, I didn't make it up, but potentially
dude, you made it up.
No, the difference here is that I might have misremembered, or I might have said something that I didn't fully remember in all faith, but I haven't lied or anything. If that's what you're accusing me of.
Curve from the where the altitude of the International Space Station, even that isn't high enough.
Okay. Next time I'm in an airplane, I'm gonna check again.
I'm gonna be in an airplane tomorrow. I'll look just like I did 2 weeks ago.
Okay, very well. I'll do the same thing when I'm gonna go to Spain in 2 weeks, and I'll check it out where I can see a curvature or not. I think I might be right, but then again, I might be wrong. Let's see.
Look, you know Felix Baumgartner. He made the world record highest skydive from 128,000 feet.
I have no clue who that is, but Okay.
Okay. Well, back in it was called the Red Bull jump. So Felix Baumgartner, he skydove out of 128,000 foot hot air balloon. Well, not hot air, helium, whatever, and jumped out. He didn't see the curve of the Earth.
Okay.
So the Blue Origin, there's another one. Blue Origin launched up. I think they went 96 miles. The people said we didn't go high enough. We didn't see the curve of the Earth. So I mean.
Yeah, I got hostile witness Neil deGrasse Tyson on this.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No,
so if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, so right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Okay, interesting. Next time I'm on a plane, I will check it out and let's see if I can see a curvature or not.
Well, it's
Thanks
nowhere
for
near
pointing
high.
out that my epistemological understanding, or like, I don't know, this concept that I thought I had might have been erroneous. I'll check it out next time.
You should look in the text chat that follows along. If you scroll a little bit up, I have a picture taken from inside the airplane of yellow lines that are straight along the runway. However, they appear to curve a little bit down along the edges of the window because the window is not perfectly straight. It's actually a little bit curved.
And it's also windows. Airplane windows got 3 layers. It's actually 3 windows. And there's actually a little hole in the bottom. You can actually see it in that picture. That hole is to equalize pressure. So.
Okay.
So.
Interesting. And
so all I'll say is when you look out an airplane window, it's going to magnify what's outside of it.
Yeah. And why do you guys think people say that the world is round as opposed to flat? Is there like an incentive to say this, or
tradition? They don't know.
And
like your teachers, that taught you the Earth was a globe. Do you think they know? Do you think they knew?
No, I'm just asking. Like, do you think?
No, I'm asking. Do you think they knew? I'm answering your question, okay? But we're gonna lead. I'll lead to it, okay? So, do you think your teachers knew
that the Earth was flat or round?
The Earth was a globe. Yeah. Either way.
Probably not, because they're not physicists.
Okay. You think physicists know? How would they know?
I don't know, by measuring it and
measuring it,
something like that. I don't know what the exact procedures are they do, but I reckon some people are, trained in it and know what they're doing. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'm not a physicist.
Yeah, you're doing what we call the magic science guy fallacy. Don't feel bad. All y'all do it because you guys think that there's some magic science guy out there that actually did the experiments, the measurements, all this stuff, and that you're relying on this person that you think exists. But let me tell you, this person doesn't exist because we've been looking for him for a long time. And I've talked to physicists, astrophysicists, cosmologists, surveyors, pilots, geologists, like you name it.
Yeah.
Right? And they don't know. And they don't know. They've never done anything. They just believed it when they were in 9th grade. They were told the Earth was a globe, and they just believed it, just like everybody else.
You just think it's just like tradition, like oral tradition, and we just repeat each other and stuff.
It's like a religion. It just gets passed down.
And do you know, or like, do you have any suspicions as to what the root of the course is? Like, is it, I don't know, maybe?
I mean, like originally, I mean, it was aesthetic preference.
Okay.
So what Plato wrote and what Copernicus wrote and what Pythagoras didn't write anything down, but we know anecdotally from other sources what he thought. Now they thought a sphere was the most perfect shape, so quite naturally, the Earth must be a sphere.
Another question, like then, and forgive my, I don't know, my misunderstanding.
You even listen to the answer?
Yes, I'll listen to the answer.
Okay.
Like about Plato, you mean?
Like Plato. So Plato in the Dialogues of Timaeus, Copernicus in his Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. They say a sphere is the most perfect shape, so quite naturally, the Earth has to be a sphere. It wasn't based upon science; it was metaphysics.
Right. And my question to you guys is: do you guys think you could fall off, or like, is there like an edge or something? Like, is it infinite, or is it like?
No, we don't think the Earth is in outer space. We don't think the Earth is in a giant empty space.
Okay. Where do you
There
think
is no.
Is it like a centrist, like an Earth centrist position or something, or
not inside something?
Inside something.
It's not inside. Like, what's the universe inside?
No clue.
Okay, exactly. The Earth isn't inside something. To ask what's outside of it doesn't make sense any more than it makes sense to ask what's outside the universe. There is no outside. The only way you're leaving here is in a casket.
But like, okay, but my question to you, I guess, let me rephrase, is then like, for example, like when you've got like a map or something, like a world map, like does it just keep going? Does it stop somewhere? Like what exactly is like out there? Are you just saying we don't know, or
you can't look. So when it comes to maps, you have what's called a preferred coordinate reference system. The one we use now is latitude and longitude is the celestial sphere. It's not the Earth, it's actually the sky. So it's a map of the sky, and we travel around and we go under it. Now, what your orientation is relative to some other part, like say I'm in Australia, right, and someone else is in New York. What is our orientation relative to each other? Are we looking at the same thing? Are we looking in different directions if we both look at the sun? Well, it happens to be that, like, if we both look at the sun at the same time, we are looking in different directions.
Right.
According to the globe model. Not according to us, according to the globe model. Because if you look at, like, time and date, right? Timeanddate.com, and you look at, say, Greenland and somewhere in South America, and you look on the equinox, the sun rises at like 91 degrees in the south, and it rises 86 degrees in the north. Now those angles are diverging. They're not looking in the same direction.
I'm not sure. Like, does this answer my question about like?
It does, because like you can't just say map, right? The map, you need to have an origin of coordinates. You can't travel in a straight line. That's a fallacy. You can't do it. If you can just Google right now, why do humans walk in circles? We tend to, without some external spatial reference, just walk in giant circles. Okay, when we have no external reference, right? A star, a mountain, something, right? But when we go far distance, right, and we lose sight of our external reference, we're not going straight. We're not doing anything like that. So when you say things like, well, if I just go in a direction, like, where does it end up? Look, east and west are circles, man.
Okay. So
east and west are a circle. Did you know that? They're not straight lines, dude. They're circles. So if I go east, I'm going to end up back in the same place. I'm going to go in a circle.
Okay, so your answer to my question is essentially that we walk in circles, and therefore we don't really go in straight lines. Do you think we can biohack our systems in a way for us to walk in straight lines?
I mean, you're welcome to try. I don't know how you would do it.
I don't know either. That's a good question.
We use celestial navigation to navigate. That coordinate system is just what we use. So back in the day, when you like nowadays, they say, hey, I went to the equator. There is no equator on the ground. The equator is a point in the sky. Okay, and like back in the day, in the 1800s, they used to say, I'm under the equator, or I'm under the Tropic of Capricorn. They wouldn't say they were on it.
Yeah,
that's a modern convention.
Okay.
So the point is the whole coordinate system is the sky. It's not the ground.
Okay.
And it's accurate for all practical purposes.
Yes, because the sky pinpoints like locations on the Earth, right? Or am I misunderstanding your point?
Not really. Not really. That's There's a convention. We have a convention that we invented.
Right, but how does, like, you're saying it's practically the same, so why would it really matter? Like, if it's the
Well,
sky.
I mean, because you can use the point is you can use other map coordinate systems and also do the same thing. For instance, in I think it was 1897, there was a dust storm that covered the entire Atlantic Ocean. So it was so bad they couldn't even see the horizon.
Okay.
The guy, the captain, used dead reckoning and sailed 2,000 miles. Now, dead reckoning uses something called, it uses planar triangles. And if he was on a globe, he would have been off by 700 miles. He would have never reached where he is because he couldn't use the stars. He couldn't even see the horizon. So what he does is he takes a heading with the compass and then measures the speed, right? And says, hey, I went this far. And they make basically all these planar triangles to get where they want to go. The point is, it's not just one. Yeah, we use a particular coordinate reference system to navigate, but that's not the only one. That's just one of them.
Right, but in this like specific model of like tracking coordinates to the sky, it's virtually is as saying I'm tracking the ground or something as opposed to the like physical position of like a certain point, right?
Yeah, but it's not as accurate as you think it is. So the accuracy of like celestial navigation is 15 nautical mile error per day. Well, AI, I don't know if you heard this morning, we were talking about, we were going over Bart Sabrell. Should I just play it again?
I can play it.
If you didn't hear it this morning, shit, dude. Hold on a second, Trace. I can't. The volume must be way low. I can't hear anybody saying anything. Say something again? God damn, I don't hear. Oh, okay, I didn't hear you at all. But like, have people been talking? I just losing my mind.
No. I was typing in lobby.
Okay.
Are you hearing voices?
I'm hearing no voices. Yeah, play it again. It's so good it's worth playing again, man. It's classic. So how many to Mars? If it's 20, I think they settled on 22 for the moon. So how many for Mars? 22,000?
Saying it himself, there's not enough fuel to leave Earth orbit.
Let's hear.
It is commonly believed that men will fly directly from the Earth to the moon. But to do this, we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions that it would prove an economic impossibility. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we would need for the nonstop flight from Earth to the moon and return. The figures speak for themselves mathematically. 3 rockets would be necessary, and each ship would be taller than the Empire State Building, 100 stories. Apollo rocket was about 30 stories, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or 800,000 tons times 3. The Saturn V weighed 2,500 tons. That's a difference of 30,000% times 3. Now go to clip 18, and you'll see that Elon Musk just said.
Bart, pause. Where did you get that quote from?
It's from his book, Voyage to the Moon, written by von Braun.
Is there a way we can find that quote on the internet?
Probably. I mean, we bought an old copy of his book.
Okay.
And it was written by him and quoted by him.
Okay.
So
if it's on the internet, Steve will find it.
What's the purpose of this discussion?
You don't know.
The purpose of this discussion is
that we didn't go to the moon.
Allegedly.
You're just
that's
proving
what I'm
if you're acting like you don't know, it just proves that you're acting during the interview. So he's not the only one who said you need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
So von Braun, he's saying von Braun himself was quoted saying that
the Apollo missions would need multiple fuel.
3 rockets, each one 30,000% heavier than the Saturn V rocket.
Yeah.
And then Elon Musk said about 6 months ago, if you go to clip 18, he said the Starship, which is 3 stories taller than the Apollo rocket and with the boosters on the side, carries twice the fuel as the Apollo rocket. He says it will take 15 launches, or the equivalent of 30 Saturn V rockets, in order to leave Earth orbit. We even have a video clip of von Braun saying everything, the best rocket he can build, can only leave Earth orbit.
Let's play that clip. Let's play the clip of von Braun from the horse's mouth. Let's get what he's saying. What clip number is that, so Steve can find it?
What clip?
That one I didn't include, but
how can we find it?
Just go to Sabrel.com. It's one of the links of the book.
I don't understand this conversation.
Well, read this article.
We did it.
I understand that's your position, that you did it and you went and you walked on the moon and you brought back the moon rocks. But why would von Braun say that it was impossible to get to the moon without multiple fuel trips?
I don't know. I never heard him say that.
Well, we got a video allegedly.
Okay.
Well, and look at the clip of Elon Musk.
I want to see the clip of von Braun. Show us where to find the von Braun clip. Let's stick to one thing.
He doesn't have it.
Well, if you go to Sabrel.com and then go to Moonman links, look for the one that looks like old 1950s color. And there's one of von Braun. I don't know what clip it is, but in the meantime, while you're doing that,
no, wait. You're getting too far ahead of yourself. We're here now. Where do we go?
Scroll down. Keep scrolling. Keep going. Keep going.
Maybe you can find it on YouTube. Maybe you can find it on YouTube or something.
Yeah, I decided not to bring it, but von Braun says the largest rocket that we can build, it's with Disney film, can only achieve Earth orbit. He says it word for word in a quote from my book. And now we have Elon Musk. If you go to the clip of D18, he's saying the very same thing. Look at D18. Read this headline and read the highlighted part.
Okay. This is a headline from spacepolicyonline.com. Okay. At least 15 Starship launches needed to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing. SpaceX will need to launch at least 15 Starships to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing, NASA said today. So NASA said. So SpaceX will need 15 Starships to execute it, says NASA.
Right, and they carry twice the fuel.
Starship cannot fly directly to the moon, but must refuel in Earth orbit before setting out for deep space.
Yeah, that's what the clip of von Braun says that I didn't include, that you can go to the moon if you do multiple trips of fuel and ferry the fuel first.
Mm-hmm.
And now, you're going to love this next clip. Go to clip 19. This was said less than a year ago by a rocket scientist who works with NASA. And he says it's going to take possibly more than 15 trips of fuel in order to leave Earth orbit and go to the moon.
So we did do it. Is what you're saying?
I don't know why you keep acting surprised.
Go ahead, play it.
You're just proving you're acting. You know, you came in here and reminded me of a phone call we had 20 years ago when I said I have proof we didn't go to the moon when I found the footage.
So, okay, who's this guy?
Issues in how people communicate about it. Like there's some architecture problems that people are unwilling to talk about these days because of how they got there politically. And I was like, you know what? I just want to go say the thing that nobody's saying. So that's what I decided to do. Now, a lot of people I respect, when I was doing my research and asking these questions, they said, be careful, Destin. If you say certain things, this might change your relationship with NASA forever. And I thought about it, and I decided, you know what? This is the truth, and this is what needs to be said.
I did not understand until this week, when I really thought I was going to embarrass myself in front of you guys, and then decided to further embarrass myself in front of you guys. I didn't realize that in order to get the human lander to the moon, we have to launch a bunch of additional rockets to tank up in low Earth orbit. I didn't know that. And I'm like, well, how many rockets do we have to do that with? And they're like, 6. And then I start, because
Who is this?
He's a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA.
What's his name?
I don't know.
That's would be important.
That guy, he's a YouTuber. He has a channel called Smarter Every Day.
Smarter Every Day on YouTube.
Okay, so He's saying it's going to take multiple.
Let's finish playing the video.
Yeah.
I know people. I start calling people. I was like, dude, really, how many rockets is it? They're like, well, boil off. And okay, so I was like, some people are like, well, it's looking like 8. I was like, 8 rockets? We have to fire 8 rockets to fire 1 rocket to the moon? And then they're like, I mean, that's what they're saying, but it's probably more like 12. Really? And then I was like, I'm an engineer. I know how to do this stuff. So I started to do a count for like nominal schedule slip and boil off. And this is how many rockets it's going to take to fuel up that thing to get it to the moon. I've done the math. If you had any questions?
I found the von Braun clip. It's D17 there, Steve.
Okay.
Von Braun says the biggest rocket you can build can only achieve Earth orbit. You need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
Okay.
Says it on camera as well as in print.
All right. This will be good for Charlie to see. Charlie, watch this one.
Here to reveal a plan for a trip around the moon is the chief of the guided missile development at the United States Army's Redstone Arsenal, Dr. Werner von Braun.
A voyage around the moon must be made in 2 phases. A rocket ship taking off from the Earth's surface will use almost all the fuel it can carry just to attain a speed great enough to balance the pull of gravity. Unpowered, it will then keep circling the Earth in an orbit outside of the atmosphere. This is the first phase. However, if we can refuel the ship in this orbit with fuel brought up by cargo rocket ships, it can set out on the second phase, the trip around the moon and back.
So 3 people just said, von Braun said it twice, that you have to make ferried fuel trips to have enough fuel to leave Earth orbit. You had him say it on camera, you had Elon Musk say it, and you had a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA saying it. He also said, I just discovered this, because he is taking the Apollo launches on faith. My bank web page says that my money is backed by the faith in the United States government that kills their own presidents, kills their own soldiers, and fakes moon landings, right?
So, Charlie, what do you make of that video of von Braun saying that you would need to refuel in Earth orbit to get all the way to the moon? And because he said it would take all the fuel in the rocket to get that orbit around the Earth, and then you would need to refuel again before going to the moon.
I've never heard that before. Actually, they built the Saturn V.
Yep.
And the Saturn V.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
How many to Mars?
Well, a lot more than to the moon, that's for sure. I mean, how are you going to get back?
Well, I guess you just need twice the rockets.
Yeah, but how are you going to get those rockets to the moon to refuel?
You need 20,000 rockets for each one of those rockets. You just make a string of rockets between here and Mars, right? And just go along the string and you just fuel up every couple million miles.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Well, we got a couple new guys in here. Postorama, he was in the debate text earlier. You might want to speak.
Oh, he's a character. He's in my DMs. Maybe you'll quit yourself better in here.
He has questions about the rocket issue that they were just talking about.
Oh, okay. Shoot, buddy.
I'm putting him on the spot. He didn't actually volunteer to speak, but I'm just inquiring if he wants to.
He seems to communicate in memes in my DM, so I don't know.
Now we got Cider Phillip.
Kind of reminds me of this old show. It's called Cinderfella, which was a male version of Cinderella. In case you guys don't know, Cinderella she had a magic thing where she was dressed in a gown and she had this pumpkin carriage. But the fairy godmother told her, if you don't make it home by midnight, all your stuff is going to turn back into a pumpkin and your dress is going to disappear.
Yep, I remember that one.
Yeah, kind of like when you're on your way to the moon. Like if you calculated 16 rockets, but you really needed 17, you're dead.
You just blame it on your wicked stepsisters.
So post around the Cider Fella and anybody else in here. Do you guys think that they actually went to the moon? And that they followed this multi-rocket mission? Or do you think that they just took one rocket straight to the moon? Or are you pleading the fifth?
Yeah, when you guys were playing that, I was thinking, I wonder what it must have been like living in, the 50s and the 60s, and you'd hear something like that and you'd think, oh yeah, these really smart guys are doing this stuff and they're figuring it all out. And like, I feel like if I lived in that time, I would have been like fairly inclined to believe them, I think. But then like these days, you wonder, how could you possibly still think these people have any idea what they're doing or that they're serious in any way, shape, or form? Like, the government has just lost all credibility on all fronts. I just don't even get it how in 2025 you could still take them seriously. I just don't get it at all. So yeah, if any of these people take them seriously, please speak up. I need to hear what that's like, because it sounds like it'd be fun, like to actually think, oh yeah, we've got people in charge and they're doing stuff, and they know what they're doing. Like that would feel really secure and safe and stuff, It must be fun.
Well, got to remember what was all going on in the 1950s and 60s, all the technological improvements. We had, everybody started buying automobiles. They could afford to buy an automobile. Indoor plumbing became standard in housing. We went from radio to television. We went from prop airplanes to jet age. So everybody was like, oh, we're doing all these great advancements, right? So they all
that's what I
bought
mean.
into it.
It seemed like we really were doing stuff, and we were cool. I hear you.
But it's different today. Today we already have all that stuff. We were born with it from day one. And then we look at the moon landing and go, wait a minute. We've got computers now that fit in the palm of our hand. How the hell did they do this in 1969? When the fastest computer they had there filled an entire room.
Yeah, I mean, they were good bluffers at the time. Yeah, I mean, but how could they? Yeah, but obviously it did not stand the test of time. I mean, most clearly their story does not hold water in any way, shape, or form to any thinking person. I mean, it's just completely absurd. Yeah.
Well, Dandelion, that audio came from an interview for the first time, a debate. Well, kind of debate, though they kind of weren't debating, was Bart Sabrell, the guy that did Astronauts Gone Wild, and a guy that claimed he went to the moon, right? The Apollo 17 or 18 or astronaut. And the guy just kept saying, "What are you saying? We didn't go?" Like he was like stuck in a script, man. Like he couldn't. And then when he talked about the moon landing, he talked about it in the third person. It's the weirdest thing. It's like he's almost like I wouldn't even call it acting. Like, just like, I don't know, Rain Man level, just saying like just repeating the same things over and over again in the same way, very inorganically, I might add. So
yeah, like
so
he's never had to deal. Yeah, like he's never had to deal with any kind of real scrutiny, like face to face. He just expects people just to toe the party line and accept the fairy tale. What you never read the fairy tale?
Did you hear that? Like, you don't think we went to the moon? You didn't hear him say that?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
How do you end up at the debate? Would he get lost? You took the wrong turn on a block and ended up in that building? Like, what do you think you're there for? But to be acting like that, like, when you're an hour into the conversation and know, I hope, that why you got on the airplane in the first place, it's just very weird. It's just like, which makes me think, like, the people that concocted this idea, we were talking this morning, like, who concocted it, did they really think that they were going to keep getting away with it? And then, like, didn't they know eventually they were going to get caught? And that the people who came up with it, most of them got to be dead by now. So who's maintaining, the fairy tale, right? Because this has to be constantly, worked on to maintain it. But all those people are dead.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're waiting for, to make sure
They got flashcards. They got flashcards, bro. So the first side of flashcards says "space smells like," and then they flip it and it says "burnt steak."
Yeah, they're waiting for everybody to die, because that's because if you have people die during the commitment of a fraud, like the Apollo 1 astronauts, that now becomes felony murder.
Oh yeah, they totally. Yeah, someone should definitely be adjudicated for the Apollo 1 felony murder for sure.
Florida has the death penalty still, so they would be subject to the death penalty.
As they should be.
So that's why they're just waiting for everybody to die, so nobody can be held accountable, and then they'll tell us the truth.
And that was just part of it. That was just the one part I heard. They also go over the moon rocks. They go over the radiation and some other stuff. So I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm gonna post a link to the interview / whatever in the chat. But the guy, his name is Danny Jones. I've seen some stuff he does. He interviews some. He interviews some wackos, people with some crazy ideas, and he does entertain them, no matter how the crazy thing they say. But if they claim that like they have evidence of something, he actually makes them produce it. So in the case of Bart Sabro, he said Werner von Braun said blah blah blah. He made Bart actually produce von Braun saying it and everything he was claiming. So like, good on that guy for actually holding everyone's feet to the fire. Unfortunately, astronaut guy gets to make a lot of claims he can't back up. But he's old. We'll let the elderly people get a free pass, I guess.
Yeah, I've heard people complain about Bart Sabrell, that he's a gatekeeper because, he won't go beyond explaining the obvious fraud of the moon landing, the clear deception that has zero basis in reality, but won't go beyond that to, I guess, Flat Earth. I don't know if he's made a direct statement about Flat Earth or not, but I'm not going to be too mad at him or, be cool if, anyone who would actually continue on from the obviousness of fraud to see that they're, yes, obviously producing these fake globe images, and the whole purpose of the whole Apollo fraud was to perpetuate the globe delusion. It'd be cool if everyone got to that point, but people are willing to do whatever they're willing to do. I'm not going to be too mad at them. Did Bart Sabrell ever make like an actual statement about Flat Earth, or is it just his silence that's the problem?
I think he has said it's a psyop or something stupid like that, or it's a distraction, or he won't even address it, as far as I know. But is it like, Barsabrella said a lot of dumb shit over the years. He's tightened it up, I guess. At least in this interview, he tightened it up because he'll say a lot of things. Like he said, I remember he said like a year and a half ago that he had information, a confession from somebody that he was going to release, and it was never released. So he does make some crap up from time to time. So it's not that I don't think he's just a guy that got lucky and came across some information. I mean, a lot of the stuff, like anybody could have come across it. It was in the public. It was in the public. It's publicly available. What Ron Braun said, what Musk said, what this other guy said. All that stuff's publicly available. The only thing Burke Sabrell did is he stuck a microphone in their face and asked them the question. That's the only thing he did. That he had the balls to ask them. As far as like, there's people way better than he is as far as debunking the moon landing. I mean, I don't idolize Bart Sabrell, let's put it that way. So whether he's for flat Earth, against flat Earth, I think Bart Sabrell's for Bart Sabrell. That's what I think. I think this is a money-making operation for him, and always has been.
I like
that and there's a lot of people like that.
I like how that clip was presented without saying who the players were, really. And then finding out that the other guy across from him was an astronaut that supposedly went out there and did it just made it all the sweeter. Because he sounded so stupid.
He's talking in the third person. That's the weirdest part. The analogy I used this morning is like if I asked you, like, what did you have for, but like, hey, dude, did you make breakfast this morning? What'd you do? And you were like, well, frying pans have fires underneath them, and then and then people take eggs and they put them in there, and the heat cooks the eggs. No, dude, I asked you what you did. I don't need you to tell me the mechanics of frying an egg, right? Like from the third person point of view, and that's what he does when pressed on everything. He just gives like this, like he's given a seminar on the technical details instead of like, well, this is what we did. It's like from just like reading the manual, it's really weird. Strange.
Well, you know what? I got to give him props. Listen, I got to give him props because at least he read the manual. Unlike that one guy when he was asked about a leak and he said, well, I guess you have a leak.
And the same guy that was talking about the rocket smarter every day, he's the one that asked Don Pettit that. It's the same dude, the exact same dude.
Hilarious.
And that dude, we're rehashing a lot of stuff we talked about. Reality Criterion is probably banging its head against the wall because we already talked about this morning. His dad worked on the James Webb Telescope, and he grew up with all these NASA people, like his dad's colleagues, and going to company picnics and all that crap. So he knows all these people personally. They known him from since he was a little kid. You know what I mean? So he's connected. He's part of their little subculture or whatever. So he said, like, if you ask these questions, you might change your relationship with the people at NASA. What are they trying to tell him? We're unquestionable? Danny, you're part of the secret club, dude. You can't question the secret club. Can't make the secret club look bad, Danny. And Danny was like, fuck that red rum. Now, the whole Apollo Detectives crew, not just Bart Sabrell, all of them don't like flat Earth. It's just very funny, like, how they can sit there and go over how NASA basically faked the initial 30 years of their operation and fooled the entire public, but, they can't keep it going. Like, what made them turn the corner where they stopped lying, right? When did they stop lying? 72? Was it 77? What year did they say, oh, now we're going to start telling the truth? We actually are doing these things. When was that? Seems like they have cognitive dissonance to me.
Yeah, they're probably just doing what's comfortable, convenient, or profitable for themselves. Like you said, there's a lot of partial truth tellers like that who they perceive flat Earth as a hot potato or something that's going to invite ridicule and so on, and they don't want to do anything that's going to challenge, the operation they've currently got going on, especially if that's profitable.
Well, I mean, just honestly, what would happen is people would hand wave dismiss them and go, "Oh, they're flat earthers too." Oh, well, now we don't have to listen to them. They're flat earthers. That automatically disqualifies them for any statement they say of being accurate or truthful. That's how bad people do. I mean, we all know in here. That's how bad the bias is. That it's like a scarlet letter, which is pretty. That says a lot about how people are. I hate to say it, they're just straight brainwashed. And it sounds kooky. Like everybody's brainwashed. Sorry the bearer of bad news, but when you have automatic reactions of entire swaths of the population just to hearing like flat Earth like it's some trigger word. Flat Earth? Trigger word. Don't have a time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. What is Obama really saying when he says that? What does that mean? What is he alluding to?
He means dissenting voices don't count.
He's like, some dissent isn't worthy, right? It's just not, I don't have to address that. It's cute, but it doesn't have to be addressed because it's so absurd. When I guarantee you, if Obama came in this chat, he could not defend the globe for even 3 seconds. Now think about it. You have an idea, and you think your idea is so solid, you can't even defend it for 3 seconds, and you think the counter idea is so ridiculous you don't even have to address it. And you don't think you're brainwashed. Or at least mentally conditioned with Pavlovian responses. Yes, why would they lie? Look inward, dude. Look inward. That's where the answer is. Look inward. That's really. Your people in here lying that they saw Kurt from a plane all the time. And they go, why would they lie? Look in a mirror. Look inward. Ask yourself.
What? Yeah, your government lies to you constantly, and have been doing it for hundreds of years. Why would they lie? Why would the sociopaths lie?
Like it's more we were talking about, like the government can violate the laws of physics at will, and it's like, should we even care that they're telling the people that buy these stories? Should we even care that they're telling them that? Because if they can't figure out that the stories they're hearing are so preposterous.
Bro, you are talking to
Like,
whom?
am I my brother's keeper? Like, do I gotta like protect people that are low tier and then fight me when I try to tell them, hey man, this is a bunch of nonsense, and they're gonna fight me about it? I mean, we sit here just give out information for free, our time, and get disrespected, ridiculed, name called. Like okay, sorry to give out free information. Sorry it hurt your feelings. Yeah, Post-Norama. You're pretty much expert at frickin' whining. So why don't you uncork your mic, put on your big boy pants, and actually whine to our faces.
Is he whining to you in the message?
Whining in the chat.
Oh, I guess I wasn't looking
Whining
at
in
that.
lobby.
Oh, okay.
According to Ron K, I can't talk about anything other than flat Earth. He DM. I don't know if you heard earlier. I mean, I'll just take a screenshot of my DMs because it's so freaking retarded.
Oh, I see. He has it in parentheses there, like as if he's not actually saying it. Yeah, say it right here. We've just been talking about the moon landings for quite some time here, so clearly you're allowed to speak. Post-panorama.
Yeah, it's still speculation Sunday.
Can you check my mod log? The mod warned me because he was salty. I had booster roll and couldn't mute me. So he muted me without a reason. I think he is just, and he sent me a meme about her. Hey, Big Man, am I being ignored? Just a question. My answer, I don't micromanage. So what do you do? And so he punches a bunch of memes. Screenshot. Honestly, you don't have to respond, but you're basically admitting you're too lazy to manage basic management issues like this or give any clarification with a rank as high as admin and moderator. You're admittedly letting staff go wild with mute commands with no management.
Staff gone wild.
Well, hold on. Where's the form? I want to be reported. Where's the form? Report me. Report me to the owner.
Yep, India's not managing enough.
Where's Monkey's forms? I'll find it.
Yeah, those were good forums. I don't know where they are.
We have complaint forms. Don't go anywhere. I'm finding them so you can complain formally. Here we go. Yes. I will DM you the complaint form. Yes. Fill that out in triplicate. It has to be triplicate 3 separate files because we have 3 separate hard drives as filing cabinets.
Yep, we want a carbon copy.
Yeah, we've disabled the digital copy function, so I need actual originals.
And we'll get back to you once all your papers have been processed.
Yes, it has to go through the proper channels. Up the food chain, so to speak, to the right office. Then their secretary will call your secretary and arrange a review of the form. I don't want you to think we don't do anything around here. This is a high level bureaucracy.
So Indio, we
What up?
got a lot of people right now. Like, do you think we could comment on that highest IQ guy's Twitter to get a claim on the globe from him?
Where? Who? Where? What are you talking about? I haven't seen it.
All right, I'll show you.
Can you post it in the chat, a link or whatever?
Yeah,
Highest IQ guy?
yeah. And I want to get a claim from him on
guy,
the.
a former bar bouncer, 200 IQ guy with his theory of everything. That guy.
I'll show you. He's making a lot of claims. Like, you'll see. I'll show you. You'll see.
Jeffrey knows that IQ tests were developed to detect retarded children. Getting a high score only means you're likely not a retarded child.
Oh, that just reminded me. Yeah, like the high score that made me think of arcades. Like, wouldn't that have been cool if they had like an IQ video game and then you could have like the high score? It'd be so fun. You could have your little initials up there.
It'll be A at the top.
So we're going in live stream voice text.
Yes.
This guy's making a lot of claims. Well, his main claim right now is that we believe on Jesus Christ because I'm the highest IQ and I claim that Christ is God. So he's making other claims, but that's the main one. But I want to hear him claim either globe or his proof.
Is there any validation his IQ is actually 276?
Yeah, there is. On his account, you can see his.
How old was he when he tested?
Let's see.
And where did he get tested?
Okay, so verifiable below. Here's the verifiable link, apparently.
Yeah, I'm looking.
All right, right there is that verifiable. World's highest IQ record holder. Certification.
210. It's not 276.
Wait, you can see all these certificates, official world certificate, certificate of accreditation from, I don't know where that's from, but another certificate.
I'm getting like a bunch of AI claims. I haven't. Hold on.
Yeah, are you just seeing things that he's showing you pictures?
Well, the link the most recent link is a link of all his accreditations. Credits.
Yeah, and Andrew Tate was also the most searched guy on the internet, so like that shit doesn't matter. Hold on, let me look on Yandex for this guy.
They got
maybe contaminated frickin' Google. The International Non-Olympic Committee. What does that mean? The International Non-Olympic Committee. And it goes to some frickin' junk website. So I went from CBS42.com, says a link to the International Non-Olympic Committee, which is the URL is i0.wp.com /gigasociety.net.
Stop the cap.
Exactly.
Yeah, this looks fake as hell. Not to mention,
he's got
like
360,000 followers.
I think that Twitter post is an IQ test.
Yeah, I played around with the IQ tests, and if you're gonna get score that high, you basically don't have time to read the questions, and so you just have to like choose the answers as fast as possible until you get to the end. And so you kind of have to memorize the pattern, and you can get really high that way if you memorize the pattern.
And it's a Newswire story, a press IEN press wire, but CBS and a bunch of these networks scrape those news sites, but you buy the article. These are paid articles, usually for businesses to make announcements about products. Giga Society, Facebook, LinkedIn, Korea Times. Let me say Korea Times. Trying to validate this.
But if he doesn't make a claim, like he's full of shit anyways.
He has it in, he has it in his profile. He has it in his profile that he has the highest IQ in the world record holder.
I mean, but if he doesn't make an Earth claim, like either flat or round, then it's fucking useless, bro.
The World Memory Championships. What the hell is that?
who is saying the Earth is like a ball. It's
Yeah, and
really
it says
flat.
he got an IQ
Also,
score
it's
of
really good at memorizing.
270 something in the World Memory Championship, but they don't do IQ scores. So, a lot of cap, dude.
Remember.
Let's see if he's in Mensa. What is this check, dude? That's pretty much the standard of whether you're have genius level IQ if you're going to claim it.
Oh, he's literally what? Why he reposted? Proud to welcome the world's highest IQ holder to the team, RealBet.io. He's sponsoring gambling. That's insane, and he's saying he's a Christian. Like, yeah, that's insane. Look at this. What kind of highest IQ person who is a Christian supports gambling?
IQ is not a good standard for intelligence, and when you're dealing with these really high numbers, like I said, most of it's fake. Like, you literally cannot read the question and therefore cannot actually answer the answer like correctly. So either you randomly assign the number, like the A, B, C, or D, randomly, or you memorized the values by giving it numerical values and then having memorized the numerical sequence of the correct answers. And you do that by simply looking at the tests beforehand. You're not supposed to be able to do that, and you're supposed to get a new test that you haven't been able to memorize. But the world is a shady place, and sometimes you can get away with cheating the test.
Oh my god, dude is fake as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I'm seeing that now.
Yo, I get out of Google. The United Sigma Intelligence Association, a psychometric validation of Hyung Yu Kim's IQ 276, and it has this long ass article about it. Then, if you just go to the main site, the United Sigma Intelligence Association is a UK registered non-profit, non-governmental think tank established by Dr. Jung Yu Kim, the official world record holder of the title of world's highest IQ. Dude, I've heard of manifesting it, dude. He's really trying to manifest. He's like, I just spam the internet.
Yeah.
And I got the
Yeah.
highest IQ, and everyone will believe it.
That's what I'm saying. What the hell, bro?
Dude. Look, if everybody falls for it, then he does have the highest IQ. He has to get it so the entire world believes it, and if nobody doubts it, then he does. He wins by default.
But yeah, he's betting on crypto odds.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Oh, dude. Thanks for bringing that in, dude. That's pretty funny, man. That's almost as funny as that astronaut. Who has a higher IQ, the astronaut or this guy? Postnorama. I only got this to say. Your sarcasm detector is fucking broken. You need to. He thanked me for the forum. Unbelievable. Well, I
That's
appreciate your
hilarious.
appreciation.
I look forward to filing his form.
I know my fingers are shaking just at the thought. He said he doesn't need it now. He said that he needs it for the future. He said thanks for sending it. He might need it in the future. So he was at least polite, but not text sarcasm for shit.
Well, yeah, and because you
cool.
proved that you're a good manager by producing a form. Yeah, so now he doesn't have to complain anymore.
Another kind of question is any of us this guy? Rest in peace, Globe on Twitter. Is that any of us here? Nope. Okay. I like his content, but some of it's kind of like
wacky shit, bro.
Yeah, some of it's kind of wacky flat earth shit.
Yeah, he kind of posts everything.
Yeah.
He's not very discerning on what he puts out there. But there's a few that are like that.
If you know any Twitters of the guys here, feel free to send them. I'll appreciate that.
I like his name. Yeah, at the globe is dead. That's cool. It's real definitive. I like it. I mean, it's just so obvious at this point that the globe model is totally dead, totally failed, a total joke, has no basis in reality. But, like what you were discussing earlier, like how much should we keep providing free information to people who don't take it seriously and who continue to produce the response they were trained to, which is ridicule flat earth and worship NASA. I mean, they're just doing what the majority's doing. They're just following the crowd. I mean, they're not doing anything special. They're just doing what they're expected to do, like little trained SEALs, so that's what most people do. I don't know. That's how it always has been, and I guess that's how it will be for the foreseeable future, that most people prefer to go along with the crowd and take the comfortable path, even if it's clearly wrong, and they don't want to question anything. So, I mean, I don't get as upset at those people as I used to. I'm more upset about the people who, are orchestrating those people, who are using them, who know that human nature can be harnessed for good or evil and choose to appeal to the basest instinct of people, to continue to deceive them, to use and abuse their trusting nature in order to do things that are actually counterproductive to their own survival and those around them. Those people I'm upset with, but the dupes, I mean, I don't know. It's not really worth getting upset with them because they're just doing what they've been programmed to do. They're just doing what comes naturally. I mean, they could, mid to low intelligence persons with very little creativity or ability to think outside the box could be harnessed for good, right? So, I mean, they could, with a decent leadership, that same tendency could be used for a good purpose. So it's not inherently bad to want to go along with the crowd, to want to follow authority blindly, and so on. It's just with that same trait, you're unable to actually evaluate that authority to see whether it should or should not be trusted. So it really is up to the people who are leading them. It's them who should be held accountable. The ones who are leading them off a cliff, those people.
I was actually talking about that with somebody today. About the new form of protest is like going into their spaces, right? And then when they give you the mic, basically calling them out, like government officials, on how they murdered, raped, pillaged, lied, and stolen, and done all these things to not only the domestic population but foreign governments. Like, that's the thing. Like, these people need to be named and shamed. They're insulated from actually having to answer for what they do. I mean, even that astronaut that we were listening to earlier, he you know, they're not treating him like he's like he's a liar that deceived generations of people into a fantasy. Like, they're just like, oh, he's just an old man. Yeah, we're questioning what you did. It's okay, Grandpa. Drink your tea over there, right? Instead of berating him, interrogating him, just because he's old, don't mean like he's still a man, right?
Bro, if they did that, he'd probably break. Like, if we got him in a room and recorded him, yeah, it'd be insane. But
Oh, which guy is that?
try elder abuse.
Did I ever post a link to that, Danny Jones? Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, you posted it. I saw it. I don't know if that
I'll
person who
post
was
it again.
asking
Get
was
the guy's
there.
name. Name of the guy. Charles Duke. That guy. The youngest person to walk on the moon.
Oh yeah, that's gross. And this was recent, this conversation?
On December 1st.
How old is he now?
Well,
born October 3rd, 1935.
He'd be like 91 now.
90, it says, yeah.
Dude does not even have a cell phone, bro.
In 1965, NASA announced it was recruiting the 5th group of astronauts. Duke spotted a front-page article in the Los Angeles Times and realized he met all the requirements. He went to see Yeager and the deputy commandant, Colonel Robert Buchanan, who informed him. This is a wiki article I'm reading. Quite the tale. And you can do anything in America. You can even go to the moon. They were informed him that there were 2 astronaut selections in progress for NASA and 1 for the USAF Manned Orbiting Laboratory Program.
Sure, NASA just randomly picks people for this program instead of carefully choosing them.
Yeah, so they just took it out of the general population.
And was he a Freemason before or after he joined NASA?
It's funny. But a front page article. I'd like to get a copy of the front page article. This is a job for AI. It's all AIs. They're already planning. They're already saying, like, Like search engines are losing revenue because people are using AI to basically do the search for them, which is what I'm doing right now. So
The AI can collate the information a lot better.
and not be distracted by ads, little flashing lights that like people. Ooh, do I need dick pills? Let me think about that. Oh, let me go back to search. So I didn't get an image, but I got a synopsis. Oh, actually, no, I got a link. Let's see if this works. Yeah, maybe. It's not looking good. Papers. Oh, it's an actual. I have to go to the University of Wyoming to get to look at the actual newspaper. Maybe I can get on the Washington D.C. site. It does have what it said in the articles. It was in a bunch of newspapers. Headline read, NASA's recruit new pilot group, or NASA recruiting new astronauts, and it was in a bunch of major newspapers, the same way they do it now, where they repeat the same story over and over again everywhere, and said, citizenship, U.S. citizen, age, no more than 36 years old, born after December 1st, 1929, height, no more than 6 feet tall, education, bachelor's degree in engineering, physical or biological sciences, experience, jet pilot experience, at least 1,000 hours. Now, that announcement was made on September, you're not going to believe this, September 11th, 1965, on a Saturday. Well, that's when it was run in the paper. How many jet pilots could there possibly have been in 1965? And why would you need, I mean, there couldn't be that many.
Yeah, it makes me think of the Sherlock Holmes story, The Red-Headed League.
I don't think I know that one.
Yeah, I mean, basically they want this one specific guy for this one specific purpose, but then they run a newspaper article and pretend that they're, recruiting just like that. Yeah.
I'll just try to fish them out of the population.
Yeah, to make him think he's really special, right? Isn't that what they do with the astronauts?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're so special. You're astronauts. They're really special these days.
Can you like easily figure out like the military had jets? There were probably some jet airplanes. There couldn't have been that many jet pilots. I mean, 1965. How many jet airplanes could there have been? 1965, there were 351 qualified jet pilots who applied for NASA's 5th astronaut group.
Yeah, Brock is telling me there's about 13,000 to 15,000 jet fighter attack pilots across all military services in 1965.
How many?
13 to 15,000. But
Dude,
that number rose during the Vietnam War.
55,000 active duty pilots. That's cap, dude. There's not 55,000 pilots, bro. Of course, it links to a Reddit post. Ugh. Sometimes you have to turn off Google search in Gemini. It gets a little stupid. Ooh. There's a working at NASA Reddit /wiki /working at NASA /wiki astronaut. Are you looking for a job? Looking for a flat Earth astronaut? Lots of internship programs. Contacting NASA, education at nasa.gov. NASA's Become an Astronaut page. Yay. Let's try it. Yeah, this is good stuff here. Now remember what we just listened to. Become an astronaut. NASA's astronauts have been traveling to space for more than 6 decades and living there continuously since 2000. Now NASA's Artemis program is preparing to land the first woman and the next man on the moon. The Orion spacecraft atop the Space Launch System (SLS) rocket will carry. I guarantee they named that because they just want to use the acronym all the time, so it becomes meaningless crap. The SLS rocket will carry humans farther into space than they have gone before, and boldly go on the Starship Enterprise. Oh, that's another script. Permissions to the moon and eventually Mars. Requirements: be a U.S. citizen. 2. Have a master's degree in a STEM field, including engineering, biological science, physical science, computer science, or mathematics from an accredited institution. Have a minimum of 3 years of related professional experience obtained after degree completion or 1,000 pilot in command hours with at least 850 of these hours in high-performance jet aircraft for pilots. For medical doctors, time and residency can count towards experience and must be completed by June 2025. To be able to successfully complete the NASA's long-duration flight astronaut physical. The master's degree requirement can also be met by 2 years of work toward a doctoral program in related science, technology, engineering, or math field, completed Doctor of Medicine, osteopathic medicine. Bob the Science Guy, come on. Bob the Science Guy right there, osteopathic medicine, or related medical degree. Completion of current enrollment that will result in completion by 2025 of nationally recognized test pilot school program. Must have skills in leadership, teamwork, and communication.
India, do you know how much
Generation
couple?
astronauts will explore and conduct experiments where humans have never been before. The lunar South Pole.
India.
Is there a 24-hour sun from the lunar South Pole? I'm just wondering.
Right.
That's for a friend.
India.
Anyway, sorry.
Do you know how expensive it is to get a couple 100 hours experience in high performance jet aircraft?
Yeah, it's called a military career.
Yeah, because some of these military jets are anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 an hour in maintenance and everything, flight timing. So if they wanted like several hundred hours, we're talking in the millions of dollars.
Yeah, and they just don't let anybody fly those things, right?
Yeah, you got to pass the simulator tests quite well before they'll put you in a real cockpit.
Well, there's also other airplane that they'll have you fly, right? Like a lot of people, because my friend did it. My friend was in the Air Force, and they baited him. Oh, you can fly jets. He was nowhere near flying a jet. He ended up fixing planes, right? So, like, to get to the actually flying the jet, even if you go through the pilot stuff, there's a whole bunch of other planes you can fly and helicopters. Right, the jet pilots, that's a whole nother thing altogether.
Yeah,
That's the ultimate gatekeeping.
exactly. They probably let all the rich kids get there first. My daddy knows the senator, so I'm going to get into this program.
Exactly. I know the secret handshake, or I can give good head, or something like that. Get report for training at Johnson and spend the next 2 years learning basic astronaut skills like spacewalking, operating the space station, flying T-38 jet planes, and controlling a robotic arm. You can't make this shit up, man. Ooh, frequently asked questions. I'm out. Age restrictions 26 to 46. I'm done. My experience is not a requirement. Oh, there's a different path for military applicants and civilian applicants. Who would have thought it? Active duty military personnel must apply to the astronaut candidate vacancy announcement via the USA OBS and follow the instructions provided by the respective military branch. If selected, military personnel are detailed to NASA for a selected period of time. They make $152,000 a year. I wonder what's that in the federal payment. You know how they got like G7, G11. I wonder what their designation is. Hey, how long do you think NASA just like selling classes? Like they'll open up like an astronaut school just in case. Elon Musk flight astronaut school. Maybe I should just open the astronaut school. Flat Earther astronaut school. Teach them how to swim, how to use scuba gear.
That would be a hilarious name for like you're teaching people how to scuba dive, but you're like you name it like astronaut training.
What's up, Elijah? Where the fuck you been?
What's up, y'all? Yeah,
In here and not be seen, man. I see you.
I've been popping in and out looking for you guys.
Everything good?
Yeah, man.
Oh, cool.
Just chilling. Had a good weekend. That with some friends.
Oh yeah, area man. Weekend was pretty good. So
Out with those godforsaken globe earthers, you know.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna post it again in the chat. You got to check this out, Elijah. You probably didn't hear what we were talking. Did you hear what we were talking about earlier?
No, I just came in.
Moon landing crap. So
Uh-uh.
there's a guy named Danny Jones. He has a YouTube channel. He had Bart Sabrell, the astronauts call him Wild Guy, and an actual Apollo astronaut on at the same time. It's freaking cuckoo, man. They don't get into it because the dude's old, but I'm just saying. You have to see it, dude. It's impossible to describe. Dude was in straight acting mode. Like he was like confused about why they were there. Like, how did you get there, man? You don't like. You mean you don't think we went to the moon? Like, bro, how did you like? You don't even know you're in a debate? Like, what the fuck? How'd you end up at the debate if you don't even know you're in a debate?
Right. I hate when they act like that.
And he kept doing it. And then when he talked about like the astronaut stuff, that he was like talking in the third person.
Yeah, that was supposed to be an Apollo astronaut.
I'm gonna have to watch. I haven't watched. I only watched the segment with the rockets. So Elijah, you get a kick out of this. To go to the moon, Von Braun said it would take 3 rockets larger than the Empire State Building. What was it 3 times the size of the Empire State Building? Because they would have to put them into orbit. They have to put the main rocket into orbit, but it would be out of fuel. So they'd need more rockets. They'd have to use the other rockets as cargo ships to bring up fuel. The smarter and a bunch of people have also done this calculation. SpaceX says like 15 rockets. NASA says like 22 rockets just to go to the moon, right? Because they need the fuel. They need to bring up fuel because it's going to be so heavy to get it into orbit. It's going to use all the fuel. And then they asked the astronaut, "What do you think about it?" And he's just like, "Derp, derp." Fucking funny.
Come on, it only uses up 97% of the fuel.
Oh, only 97. Thanks, you're correct. Yeah.
Yeah, what are you gonna do when you get there? You used all your fuel to get there, and now you gotta send more rockets there to bring more fuel to refuel. It's unsustainable.
I'll DM it to you. I put it in the chat, but I'll just DM it to you.
Yeah, he said. Yaga Bruno said return flight was powered by farts. I think that's hilarious because the ISS has no methane scrubbers, so their air is just 90% farts. If it were true.
The dirty fishbowl, man. That's the best analogy. ISS should be a dirty fishbowl by now.
Yeah, humans shed so much skin cells and hair. That stuff would be floating in front of the lens of the camera all the time. You wouldn't be able to get shots like they get.
We should make an ISS. We should use like vibe code, like one of these AIs to like make us an actual ISS simulator.
Oh, that would be great. How it would actually look.
Like, why is the screen black? Oh, because this is like 9 years in. The camera's coated with dead skin cells.
The whole station would be disgusting.
Yeah, there was a huge goof like that in one of the space TV shows, the Orville, where they had to abandon the ship for a long time. And he picks up a bottle of booze or something and blows the dust off it. Well, the dust typically comes from human skin cells. So why would this bottle on an empty spaceship have dust on it?
What do they claim the ventilation is? How many cubic feet per minute? How long does it take to exchange all the air out?
The most bizarre thing is they pressurized the ISS to 14.7 psi.
I thought they used the lower pressure. I thought they were saying they used like 10 psi or something.
Yeah, they claim they use
That's what I would have thought, but nope.
Well, then they could just have contradicting statements, because I've heard NASA people say that they use lower pressure, but they're all over the place anyway.
Yeah, never a straight answer, as always. Wait, isn't it weird how like people give NASA a free pass? They'll say something like, "Oh, I don't know, that's not my department." But then NASA simultaneously, anything they say, they're like considered super genius experts that can't be questioned. But half the time they can't even answer the question. More than half the time. Oh shit, you ain't kidding.
Yeah, I thought it was really brilliant when Smarter Every Day asked Don Petit, like, what happens when those O-rings break? Well, then we have a leak. This is supposedly the guy who was like in charge of this thing, like accredited for having been the most amount of like on the spaceship, the ISS, supposedly at the time when he asked him, and he was like uh, the chief engineer and was supposed to know all this stuff, but he didn't know anything, and he was like, I guess I'll have to like we have a manual or some protocol for that. These are rubber rings. The heat, the cold, the temperature you're forcing this through would eventually lead to failures, but they don't need to account for that.
Yeah, they just. I don't think I'll say about that.
They probably accounted for it somewhere in the manual. We don't need to learn that to go up and be in charge of this thing. We assume it's somewhere in the manual.
$13,700 cubic feet of air in the ISS. Let's see.
And that logical is bringing a really funny point, or the chugga chugga chugga, how they claim all of their bodily fluids are recycled so that they can drink them again the next day as coffee.
Does every single astronaut get their own little pee cup, or do they have to share?
Yeah, imagine them testing this to see if it worked. They're peeing in the machine, and then some guys on the other side drinking it, like, oh no, it's still pee. It didn't work. It's just funny.
I asked how was the ISS was first pressurized. Here's the story. They were first pressurized by launching its core modules, Zarya and Unity, already pressurized, then connecting them with pressurized mating adapters to create a sealed Earth-like environment, allowing early crews to live and work inside using systems like oxygen generators and CO2 scrubbers for life support after docking. CO2 scrubbers actually exist. Is it just like some magic word they say? We have CO2 scrubbers. Yeah, how do they work?
Yeah, that was the problem with the biodome. They were building up too much CO2, and it was weakening the concrete structure.
Yeah, why weren't they using the CO2 scrubbers there?
Maybe they didn't have the
They,
budget on NASA, couldn't afford them.
yeah, they have all sorts of weird technology. Like, you look at their suits, like the gas tanks they use supposedly lasted for like 20 hours or something, but they're tiny. Why aren't we using this super magical gas tank technology to dive?
Air containing CO2 is pulled from beds of zeolite, a sponge-like mineral with pores that physically trap the CO2 molecules. The system uses two beds. While one captures CO2, the other is regenerated. This involves heating the zeolite to release the trapped CO2 in water vapor. The released CO2 is vented into space, and the water vapor is condensed and recycled for the crew. Well, shouldn't it just be orbiting with the ISS? Shouldn't the ISS now be like surrounded by CO2 gas, like a big bubble of CO2?
Actually, it should be that dry ice. It should be help keeping it cool in the
Oh,
sun.
shit. Yeah, should be covered in dry ice and then outgas every time it enters into the sun. So the ISS should look like a comet every 90 minutes. Or
Yeah.
every 45 minutes, sorry.
Yeah.
How are they regulating the heat?
Engineering?
They're supposedly traveling in the thermosphere heated up by the sun's radiation. So there's no external way to vent that heat.
How many humans are typically on the ISS per year? 5? 5 at a time? Let's just say 5. Was the ISS been up there 20 years?
Yeah, I'm reading 7 people.
Okay, let's go with 7. Just gonna try and figure out how big the cloud is around them. This was started in 99, so 30 years, 25 years, let's say.
Yeah, they claim they're effectively in a vacuum, and so there would be nothing but heat buildup.
2.45 to 10.5 metric tons?
Lol.
That's how much 7 people would have exhaled in 25 years. Depending heavily on diets, carbohydrates versus fats. A person exhales 1.5 kilograms of CO2 daily, equating to 250 to 550 kilograms yearly. So 7 people over 25 years is a significant amount, but still a small fraction of total human impact.
Yeah, they generate about 2.6 metric tons a year of CO2.
Yeah, but it's in orbit with them. They can't just like open the thing. Okay, so they open the thing and let it out. Yeah, now it's traveling with them, right?
Yeah, the same speed as the ISS.
Yeah, they say they vent about 200 to 400 kilograms a year of CO2.
It's of course going to spread out away from the ISS. There's nothing containing it there. Platter, they claim they're using electrolysis to get the oxygen, but that puts them at a negative for water. They just don't actually. I've never seen them account for that negative.
Dude, the frickin' AI answer is hilarious. Yes, the CO2 that the International Space Station vents does go into orbit, but it's immediately dispersed and doesn't stay as a local cloud. It's either processed and recycled, converted to water and methane, or vented as a gas, becoming part of the tenuous outer atmosphere that the ISS orbits through, effectively joining the same orbital environment, but quickly diffusing. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
That nonsense makes a lot of nonsense.
So now it says, I changed the prompt a little bit. When it vents carbon dioxide, most of it stays in orbit with the station, but over time it disperses into space and eventually gets caught by the Earth's upper atmosphere due to atmospheric drag and other factors. So the gas drags the gas. Remember that. Eventually, the CO2 molecules will lose enough orbital energy due to drag and fall into denser layers of the atmosphere, where they burn up or become fully mixed with the atmospheric layers closer to Earth. Does CO2 burn? The vented gas initially travel at essentially the same orbital velocity as the ISS. This means the CO2 molecules do not immediately fly away, but initially form a diffuse cloud around the station's orbital path. My God, AI is stupid, man. Listen what the AI said. I said, shouldn't it turn the CO2 turn into dry ice? It might seem logical for the CO2 to freeze given the extreme cold in space, but it generally remains a gas due to the extremely low pressure.
Because water under low pressure turns into ice.
I'm looking at the phase diagram for CO2, and below it's about 60 degrees, negative 60 centigrade. Well, no, below negative, that would probably be like negative 80 degrees centigrade. It's always a solid at all pressure ranges. Getting a lot of different phase diagrams for CO2. This is kind of whacked out.
All right. Captain Refractio at your service, my friend. Okay, so yeah, like what Yoda just said, the Eratosthenes test is just based on pre-assumptions. Okay, so you could do the same thing on your flat floor inside your house. Okay, you could put one stick under the light directly, it's not going to have a shadow. And then you could put another stick further away from that stick on the side of the room, and it's going to cast a shadow. Okay, obviously the floor doesn't have to be curving for that effect to happen. It's just because as the light diverges out from the source, it's going to cast a shadow as things are further away from it due to the angle. Okay, so it's not something that's necessary to have a curved surface. Okay, it's based on what type of assumptions need to be made, and obviously in your house the floor is flat, right? So we know that the light will diverge out in all directions from the source. Okay, so Eratosthenes made two assumptions: that light rays come in perfectly parallel, which has never been observed or validated, and he also made an assumption that the Earth was a globe. He wasn't trying to work out if the Earth was flat or a globe. He already assumed that the Earth was a globe, and he assumed that in his mathematics. So, in fact, the Chinese did the same thing around the same time, and they concluded that the Earth was flat. But they also made a bunch of assumptions, right? They assumed a flat Earth with a local sun, closer sun, with diverging rays, and they concluded that the Earth was flat. Both of those methodologies have assumptions. Even the mainstream will admit that it's inconclusive based on the assumptions that were made. So glad we could clear that one up. And an event has now been started.
Great, I'm back just in time.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, now I have to drive back home.
Ah, the store must be pretty damn close.
I could walk here from my house. Yeah, and that's so dangerous.
Awesome. Yeah, so we just cleared up Eratosthenes. It's
oh, good.
It's concluded to be invalid due to assumptions that were made.
Yeah, the geometry is actually really interesting because there's a geometric equivalent between a flat Earth and a globe Earth, depending. So the funny thing is about the globe Earth interpretation is they still need a flat surface somewhere. And what I mean by that is in order to assume that the light rays are parallel, they have to put the flat surface up in the sky where the sun is. The sun has to be providing that flat surface for parallel rays. So they can't get around the flat surface part no matter what they do. It's just that they take the flat Earth that we actually see and they transliterate the geometry to put it up with the sun where you can't really see or detect, or you can't go there to find out what the surface is. And that's how they preserve the geometry. The flat surface must exist somewhere. So the flat surface emanating parallel rays from the sun bathe a globe Earth. And so what causes the apparent diverging rays on a globe Earth is the sun's distance and the curving surface. But on a flat Earth, you've got just diverging rays from a point source in the sky basking a flat Earth in light. And what's really interesting is you can ask yourself which of these two, just based off of these two claims, which of these two comport with how we actually observe the world? Are we observing parallel rays? No. We actually observe diverging rays. We have to in order to get different angle measurements. So why would you assume, not knowing anything else, why would you assume that those rays are parallel when you measure diverging rays in the first instance? Well, that's because if you believe you live on a globe, you're going to need parallel rays to a curving surface. So it's like, okay, so let's measure the surface itself. Where's the curve? Because if the surface is curved, then we're going to have a stronger case for parallel rays. So we try to measure the surface, right? We can't measure curvature anywhere. So we see diverging rays. We can't measure globe curvature. Why do we assume parallel rays on a curving surface? It's like, no, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't comport with reality. But the geometry is invariant between the two. The tiebreaker in choosing which one of these two sets of geometries are correct, the tiebreaker is going to be what you measure in reality. We don't measure a curving surface, folks. We don't measure parallel rays either.
So why do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Well, because we measure the Earth flat, we use it flat, we observe it to be flat, and nobody can experience it any other way, no matter what they do.
If you're there, like man, if you wanna measure the Earth's curvature with lasers, just point one, like at 4.8 kilometers away, and place another piece of sheet over there, like with the same height and the hole at the same place, you will see that the laser won't strike at the exact point. It would be off by a couple like it would be off by like half a centimeter.
You mean if Earth is a globe?
Earth is a globe. That's why it is like that's why it is off by 1.5 centimeters. You can try it.
Well, in the demonstration you're referencing, which is a mockumentary called Behind the Curve. It's on Netflix, by the way. They didn't use a laser, first off, and second off, the height adjustments didn't even comport to the globe geometry. And third, because they used a flashlight, every hole that was used in the path of the light became a new source of light, effectively. This is called Huygens' principle.
Okay, so like according to you, how does the gravity work?
What do you mean, how does gravity work? How does gravity work on a globe?
On a flat Earth, it isn't possible, man. If Earth is flat, where's the edge? Like, well,
Why does there have to be an edge if it measures flat?
so you mean there is no edge, so it is infinite?
I don't know if it is. And it doesn't matter. For the sake of measuring the Earth, we measure it
So
flat.
what? Okay, you
Yeah.
are saying the flat. Yeah, I know, Aisha. Okay, so you believe the Earth is flat, or you are like saying that you know the Earth is flat?
No, we measured it flat. We measured it flat with lasers.
What do you mean we? Like you measured it flat with laser?
We as our community, 24/7 Flat Earth, our members, have performed laser tests. We've also performed other kinds of tests.
And sorry, what about all the NASA stuff? So, like NASA and all the space agency are spending billions and billions of dollars sending people to space, spacecraft every year, and all the math computation we get from those tells us about around Earth. So why? I don't know. Why do
That's
you
what's so
believe the Earth
frustrating,
is
right?
flat?
Yeah, this is what's so frustrating, bro. Okay, so NASA presents us a globe. They explain that their technology uses a globe, so we go out and fact check them. We measure the Earth directly, and we can't
Yeah,
find the curvature that they show us. What are we supposed to do?
Which type of test are you conducting to say so? Because NASA has done plenty of, well, in first place, photos we get from the outside of the Earth. Even if you send like a balloon so high, you can see the curvature of the Earth. More than a visual proof, I don't know what we need
but
of. Maybe
we use high precision lasers with differential GPS aiming devices. And we also use infrared optics from high altitude balloons and from airplanes.
Okay, and what are you exactly doing? Because the first thing I could think about is just, as the guys probably said, to take a laser, point it to from a source to a receiver and see if on long distances the laser gets like a slight offset. I don't know how to say it.
Right, right. Well, this is exactly what we've done. And our community also has used more sophisticated means than just one laser. We've used multiple laser beams with different optical frequencies. And we pan the lasers horizontally left and right to hit multiple targets. And we can't measure curvature that way either.
Yeah, on which distance parameter? So we are talking about meters, kilometers.
A couple dozen kilometers.
I see.
Up to 40 kilometers. A test was done over 40 kilometers, and there should have been about 90 foot of Earth curvature that should have been obstructing the laser from hitting the target. So that basically, if you were 40 kilometers away, you should have seen the laser about 90 meters up into the air, but the laser actually hit the target.
And this study is published somewhere. So, like, I'm talking about peer review or.
No, it's not being peer reviewed necessarily.
Okay.
Okay, so because that's due to the mainstream, right? Peer review would be according to the mainstream. This is a team of field engineers. Okay, and the field engineers went out with about a $30,000 laser, a bunch of weather stations, a whole bunch of equipment, and they did a whole series of laser tests over the surface of the water. Okay, the furthest one was 40 kilometers, and each time the laser hit the target, where it should have been off by hundreds of feet. Okay, 92 meters, I think. So
and
I'm
this
going
study
to
is published where? Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to post it for you. I'm going to post it for you now. So they have a 1 hour long video showing the entire process from start to finish. And they also have a 180-page PDF document going over all of the technical specifications that were present during the test. So I'll just post it for you and you can have a look at it. But we do have less technical and equally as effective tests that we can show you just to give you an idea of what we're talking about as well. But I will post the technical test that I was just talking about right now. So just give me a second.
Just to take a look at it.
It's called Field Engineers Corps. That's the group of people. That's what they call themselves, Field Engineers Corps. Okay, so I've got the video and the link to the PDF document just here.
Yep, and that's just one. And we've got many, many, many more examples. And here's what's also frustrating. We are looking for the same kind of demonstrations from NASA, from the government, from universities to measure curvature of the Earth. And nobody's able to present anything like this that's ever been done.
Wait, but just using induction. So we observe the universe and we see all other planets being round, like spheres. So we see. Yeah.
That's not inductive.
Well, you see something, then n+1, you see another planet that's round, and you go on like that. That's a method that works in science, physics. We use induction. And so you start observing the sun is round, Saturn is round, Uranus is round, Pluto is round. Why there should be flat?
Yeah, let me explain why this is not inductive so far. Because you're assuming as a conclusion that Earth is a celestial object. None of us in here as flat earthers accept that Earth is a celestial object. Why? Because Earth bears absolutely nothing in common with any of those celestial objects. Listen, flat Earth is not a space pizza. We don't believe Earth is a planet that is embedded within outer space. Flat Earth is the basement of the universe. This is the floor. This is the foundation of creation.
Okay, I don't understand that. So it should be infinite? I don't.
Well,
in which sense?
The flat Earth may extend for a very long way, maybe infinite. I don't know. However, there is a limit to our experience. That limit is defined by the gas pressure that we're breathing. We exist within a limited pressurized environment. gas pressure
And what
cannot
about
be without
all
a container.
but what all the the fact that if you start from a point and you start straight, at the end you will get back to that point. That is the most basic
Why do you think
example
that's
of
the
a
case?
sphere. Well, if you are on a sphere and you pinpoint a point, then from there you start going straight. You are walking on the outside of the sphere, and so eventually, if you set the route correctly, you will get back to the point from where you started. And it's super easy to do on Earth.
No, it's not.
America was discovered that way. So
No.
Why not?
No. So yes, I understand the geometry. For the kids listening, what you're describing is a spherical manifold that has a looping surface.
Yeah.
And the looping is defined by the radius.
Yes.
So the periodicity of your loop is defined by the radius. This is how a great circle distance, or the circumference, is calculated. The problem is nobody's measuring curvature, number one. And number two, nobody's been able to demonstrate that there is a circumference that is looping in the manner that you think. If I were to take a gyroscope and spin it up, and the flywheel is turning and turning and turning, if I lived on a curving ball and I were to take a great circle route, I would be going in one direction, and the gyroscope should start to rotate as if I'm going underneath it. Nobody's ever been able to demonstrate that that's the case at all, ever.
But just make it simple. Think about, I don't know, Christopher Columbus started from Europe, got to America, but if he proceeded on that route, he will be eventually getting back to Europe. I don't know, airplanes do that. They start from Shanghai airport, they do all the flight of the sphere that Earth is, and they eventually get back to Shanghai.
Yeah, well, what you're describing can be done on a flat surface, my friend.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Going in a gigantic
But
circle.
why should airplane, or I don't know, the entire world fake spheric Earth? Just for which purpose?
Well, I think people believe that the Earth is a globe so much that they will take physical measurements and cram it into the globe.
But it's not the case.
Into a spherical coordinate system.
Yeah, that's what's at play. It's a spherical coordinate system that was developed from sky observations at night.
Okay, but I'm just thinking about, I don't know, going back with history, about ancient Greek measuring shadows from Egypt on the Nile. I don't remember the exact name of the ancient Greek mathematician. Yes, he did so. We can do so, and that is one of the best and most simple proof we have that Earth
What was
is a
he trying to prove? What was he trying to prove with the test?
He was trying to calculate the radius of Earth. So if Earth has a radius,
he already
it is a circle, is a sphere.
Yeah, so he already pre-assumed that the Earth is a sphere.
Did you know that
was his ideas?
In China, at the same time as Eratosthenes, there's a Chinese astronomer who did the same thing as Eratosthenes and confirmed that the Earth is flat.
Sorry, what is his name? I don't know anything about it.
I can post some information for you.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
I got it.
You got it.
Already,
okay.
Ready. Yeah, ready to go. So have a look in the side chat. There's a whole PDF to go along with what Yoda is going to tell you about.
So I have a quote from another document related to this. I'll post that too. Chinese astronomers developed a very ingenious flat Earth cosmological system called Gaitia. The sun rotates, has its counterpart on Earth right underneath it in the subpolar point. The circles described by the sun also have their counterparts on Earth. This means that the tropics and the equator are not only circles in a flat sky, but also circles on the flat Earth. The horizon where the heaven and earth seem to meet each other is an optical illusion. In Gaitian, That's what it is. Gaitian. I left out the N. Reality. In Gaitian reality, Earth and heaven are two planes at a certain distance from each other. Accordingly, the phenomena of sunrise and sunset are optical illusions as well. In reality, the sun does not set but disappears out of sight, just like a man with a torch walking away from us. So there must be some gradual decline by which the sun is seen lowering and attaining the horizon, although in the Gaitian reality, it is always the same distance from the surface of the Earth.
Can you please post that quote in the side chat? Because I would like to steal it from you.
Yep, you got it. And I've got the source document.
Oh, excellent.
Yep, so here we go. All right, so there's a Chinese Eratosthenes, and he performed a very similar test using shadows in the sun. And because they already believed in Gaitian and or flat Earth, the geometry affirmed their flat Earth cosmology. And they remained flat earthers until Roman Catholic Jesuit missionaries spoke to the emperor and brought them a globe. They should have stayed flat earthers. Yep, I don't speak Mandarin or anything, so my apologies for butchering the language. Yep, so for the listener,
was that Puelpo?
I thought so.
Yeah, Puelpo. What do you think about that?
The document, just a second.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, man. Take your time. Take your time. Don't rush.
So from the document, A Chinese Eratosthenes of the Flat Earth, a study of a fragment of cosmology. I have a quote. Eratosthenes had two hypotheses of considerable predictive power, despite the fact that he would have found some difficulty in justifying them. First, the Earth is spherical. Second, the Sun is, for practical purposes, at an infinite distance, so that its rays reach the Earth sensibly parallel. As it will appear, the Chinese author believed neither of these things. The lack of instances of arguments for a spherical Earth is, of course, compounded by the lack of instances of any counter-argument at all. The flat Earth remained unquestioned. This situation persisted until well into the 17th century, as can be seen from a letter of the Jesuit missionary Ritchie, written in the year 1595. He notes that the Chinese say the Earth is flat and square, and the sky is a round canopy. They did not succeed in conceiving the possibility of the antipodes, the text of which the translation now follows also naturally assumes a flat Earth. I think it will become evident, however, that it cannot be classed. I'll post that quote as well. And it doesn't end there. We've got some more information to share regarding that. So there's a mathematics department, I think in Washington, Washington State. Let me go find that. As well as a quote from the university in Pennsylvania. Let me go. Give me just a moment while I go through this. I got plenty of quotes actually. So let's see which one to go first. From the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, North Carolina. This is from a journal. regarding Eratosthenes. However, his observations would have led him to a very different conclusion if he had used another set of presuppositions in interpreting his observations. So, yes, the other interpretation would include a flat Earth with diverging rays from a point source. It continues, scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses. So to the earlier point regarding inductive logic, induction, yes, we use induction to build a hypothesis, but then it's tested deductively through experimentation. And that's how you prove or falsify your hypothesis. HO or HA. And this is also the problem of induction. Induction itself cannot prove anything definitively for the reason that was stated here. There could be other possibilities, other viable hypotheses. And our lack of creative ability does not negate the fact that other potentials may exist. So the problem of induction is we have just arrived at a conclusion potentially by one path, but that doesn't mean that there are other paths that can be taken to arrive at the same conclusion. And what happens if these two paths are based off of presuppositions that contradict each other, and only one of them must be true? Well, deductive logic will prove that out.
Excellent information. Can you post what you just went over then as well, please?
Sure. I've got some more. I love this topic so much that I've got a whole resource.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really great information.
Okay, this comes from oc.nps.edu. I wonder what that is. I forgot which one that is. nps.edu. Anyway, I'll post this too. But the quote is, Eratosthenes had observed that on that day of the summer solstice, the midday sun shone to the bottom of a well in the town of Syene. Today that's called Aswan. In figure 1. At the same time, he observed the sun was not directly overhead at Alexandria. It is remarkable that such accuracy was obtained in the view of the fact that most of the known facts and his observations were incorrect.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How do we know Aswan is modern day Syene?
Due to linguistics. You know how in some languages you call the same city two different things, two different words? You know how like in English we butcher foreign words all the time, like holy crap, for crying out loud, we call people from the Netherlands Dutch, which is supposed to come from Deutsch, which means German. That doesn't mean they're from the Netherlands. So
I suppose, but Aswan and Syene don't sound the same.
No, they don't.
And, to me, like, you know, like Syene,
Dutch and
right?
Nederlandish don't sound the same either.
Isn't it Holland?
Yeah, or Hollandish.
Syene and Cayenne, they sound the same though.
Yeah. These lands were conquered by different people too over time. So you had the Hellenistic Greeks that came in and whooped up on some of the barbaric tribes, some Egyptians, who themselves were interbred with Babylonians from before that. And then from the Greeks, you also had the Roman-Greek Civil War, in which the Romans moved in. And then a few hundred years later, you had the Muslim tribes move into northern Africa and take over. And so you have a total like confluence of different languages and cultures dumping in. You're going to get a lot of cities that are renamed different things, or cities that are said different ways because people hear the word in their own language and and say it wrong and spell it wrong, that this kind of thing happens. So yeah, I mean, it's not unusual. Okay, next, this is from astronomy.org. Eratosthenes assumed that Earth is a sphere and that the solar rays are parallel when they reach Earth, right? That's one of the foundational assumptions. That's an assumption. More, this is from MAA.org. Eratosthenes' assumptions. 1, that Alexandria and Syene lie on the same meridian. Well, that's false, according to today. Number 2, that light rays from the sun which strike the Earth are parallel. That's an assumption that has not been proven. Number 3, that the distance between Alexandria and Syene is 5,000 stadies. Well, how long is a stady? Nobody really knows, because back in the time of Eratosthenes, stadies were not a uniform length of measurement. Stadies were counted out by people walking. Furthermore, number 4, that the angle formed by the shadow of the staff in Alexandria at the summer solstice is equal to 1/50th of a circle. Boy, that's baking in your conclusion to your supposition, isn't it? And number 5, that Earth is a sphere. Yeah, that follows from number 4. Eratosthenes analyzed the observations with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere and the sun is very far away. And let me post that one too.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, thanks for posting that. I'll definitely take that. If you could you read out the screenshot that I just posted as well?
Absolutely, yes. We do have a listening audience. Okay, Captain Refractio posted a screenshot. It says this: I conclude with a remark on a method for measuring large distances, which is often recalled in the context of Eratosthenes' measurement. In most of the popular accounts, we read that the distance between Alexandria and Syene was reported to Eratosthenes by a bimetist. That's a strange word, but this is a man trained to keep a regular pace when marching and to record the number of steps between places. Oh, today I learned that that's a bimetist. The use of bimetists is often presented as the usual method for measuring large distances in the Greek world. This includes the Hellenistic era of northern Africa, Egypt. But a search of the Thesaurus Linguae Graecae has yielded the result that the word bimetist is attested only once in the entire corpus of Greek literature. And a passage concerning the method used for measuring the distances traveled by the army during the campaign of Alexander the Great, in circumstances in which surveying was hardly practicable. Fascinating. All right, did I post my thing earlier just now? Yes,
just now, yeah, you did. Yeah, excellent.
Great. From DIO, the International Journal of Scientific History. So Eratosthenes was pretending that the sun was 12 times smaller than the Earth. Eratosthenes' experiment was just an indoor theoretical exercise. That's a great journal, by the way, DIO. Ah, crap. There we go. Okay, let me copy and paste DIO. I've got plenty more where this came from, folks. Gosh.
Sorry, can you go into just a little bit more about that one? So Eratosthenes was pretending that the sun was 12 times smaller than the Earth?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
And the experiment was just an indoor theoretical exercise?
Yeah, so it's interesting. And this is based off of a reading of original source material. And what is the original source material but third-hand tertiary accounts that refer to secondary accounts that refer to direct first-hand accounts? We do not have the original first-hand account from Eratosthenes anywhere. There's a reference to Eratosthenes by Cleomedes, which is often used as is the furthest upstream of all the sources. And he was said to be a librarian of Alexandria, and this is one of the things he did. But even in the ancient world, I don't think that the ancient world regarded Eratosthenes' experiment as something that was actually done. Rather, it was a thought experiment that you could do this. And this is one way that you could show that Earth is a globe if you could pretend that you can do this.
So,
And
so
story
there's
has
no. Well, hold on 1 second, because that's
Yeah.
crazy. So there's absolutely, like, Eratosthenes didn't write any of this down, and we don't have Eratosthenes' writings of his results of the so-called experiment.
Right.
That's literally the first result when you type in who was the first person to measure the Earth to be a globe.
Right. And that's exactly right. And they say, well, of course it was Eratosthenes. And yes, no primary source documents exist of his, not a single one. We don't even know if he was a real guy, and if so, when he actually lived, outside of, I think, Cleomedes' account.
It's interesting, they actually say something similar about Pythagoras.
Yeah, Pythagoras. The guy who practically invented all of geometry and maps and everything. Yeah, one guy developed all of this scientific, technical understanding rather of the known world and geometry and math.
Sorry, why not? At this time, nothing of what he invented was known. So it makes sense that a great philosopher like him would come up with these ideas, formalize them, and get them to our time so we can call all those set of things by his name.
Are you talking about Pythagoras?
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. I mean, look, just quickly. Okay, so here's Dr. Piers Bursill Hall from the University of Cambridge talking about how most of what we're told about Pythagoras isn't true. Okay, this is a mainstream history professor from Cambridge. Okay, so I've posted the information in the side chat there. But yeah, most of what we're taught at school about Pythagoras is absolutely false information. In fact, once you actually have a deep dive into Pythagoras and the cult of Pythagoras and the Pythagoreans, you'll find the story is very different to what we've been told by the mainstream. But yeah, here's a historian from Cambridge in the side chat who literally says most of what we've been told about Pythagoras is absolutely false.
It was kind of common back then for the Greeks to invent characters that were composites of multiple people over a long period of time, distilling them into one archetype, one person, a persona, a mask.
So is it maybe fair to say that they lacked what we would refer to as a corporate or institutional identity? So they would often, as a project throughout antiquity, generate, say, a pseudonym that would encompass, say, 2 or 3 people in a particular project.
Yeah, and I think it was actually understood by the people at the time that they were doing this, that they were incorporating a body, an idea, to represent that corpus of knowledge. And this makes sense, especially given the curious explosion of the Greek era that took place after the second fall of Babylon. You had all these Babylonians getting run out by the Persian Medes and settling west and heading west, and they came into Europe. They came in through the Bosphorus, and they brought their arts and sciences with them, and they taught people things that lived there, and they tried to rebuild civilization. And then that's kind of where the Greeks inherited much of their knowledge from the Babylonians and the Egyptians. And so how would a proud people trace their heritage back, and how would you encapsulate a corpus of knowledge? I mean, you could do it very easily by encrypting it into one persona. Pythagoras is responsible for this, this, and this, and this. Eratosthenes is responsible for this, 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 and this. And so anytime you use these words, Pythagorean, or invoke Eratosthenes, you immediately can recall the corpus of work that's associated with these personas. this was not unusual for their culture at the time to do this, and I don't think. I personally don't think that the people at the time believed that these people were real figures.
There's
But
there's
today we attribute that.
next to no evidence that they actually were real figures. And
Mhm.
the historian in the video I posted, he does explain that as well. He said
Yeah.
he said they probably did exist in some sense, but
Right.
everything that's claimed that they said, right, that's not able to be determined as true at all.
True. I don't think this practice stopped, by the way.
So
I think
I'll
it's
give you a good
carried on.
example is the various painters who, even up till recent time, that came out with various paintings, and then they say, oh, then there's this big expose. This painter didn't actually paint this. His assistant painted it. It's like,
Right.
well, maybe, okay, that certainly is true, but that's clickbait because at the end of the day, you didn't really have, say, the Art Conservatory of North America. And so what you had was you would have a certain painter's name attached to the studio, and anything that came out of that studio was just by the name of that painter, and probably very few of the art that came out of there. So would you
Great
call it if
analogy.
you supervised it and directed it?
Great analogy. I love it. Yeah. So what was Pythagorean was anything that came out of the Pythagorean cult. Whatever remarkable insights or discoveries that corpus, that people brought forth, was considered Pythagorean, and that was attributed to Pythagoras himself, the father of all the information that flowed.
And I'll give you another one. If you go back a little further in history, you and I will take opposite sides of this, and that's okay. But the blessed Martin Luther, there's
He
still
would have
works
been
of Martin
Byzantine
Luther.
if he was able to write letters to the Byzantines.
No, he published so many books that there's still, from when he died back in the 1500s, there's still books that are in that old German, Heiligen Deutsch, that have not been translated to English.
Right.
So,
right.
So there's no way that one man could have been that prolific. I know a pastor who has a collection that at that time it was all all the translated works. I don't know if that collection was from the 60s or the 50s, but it was a collection that was given him, and it takes 2 bookcases.
Yeah. Yeah.
How does one man?
How about Isaac Newton is maybe a more on point example. Isaac freaking Newton, most known for his theory of gravitation and the Newton's laws of motion. And what is he actually interested in but alchemy and reconstructing chronology, time, and history? He's got far greater works attributed to these 2 things than to the mathematics of the physical world relating to modern physics. He was an alchemist. He was an occultist, an astrologer.
And isn't it also Einstein that they admit that there's a work of his that was actually written by a student?
Yeah, or his wife who was like a real mathematician or something. Cousin wife. But yeah, I mean, he basically stole like Ampere's equations and he stole Poincaré's cosmology, and he was like a freaking all-you-can-eat buffet of different ideas that he cherry-picked and glued together. Minkowski space, Lorentz fields, all this shit. And what he created was a sandbox from which all kinds of other modern cosmologies can be invented. If you ever played video games, you know how video games, some of them are considered open sandboxes. One of them is like Half-Life that turned into Gary's mod. or the Unreal Engine, like a video game engine. You create the engine, you create the toolbox, and from there, all kinds of other inventions, all kinds of games and programs and simulations and models can be created. That's really what Einstein did for the world, was he created an open sandbox for people to imagine anything is possible and then apply mathematical rigor to it to lend it some credibility. But yeah, I mean, he's almost like a conglomeration of all kinds of ideas that preceded him. I'm pretty sure Eratosthenes is like an Einstein for the ancient world. And if you include with Einstein all the different 20 to 80 spin-offs of relativity and morphologies, just like with Eratosthenes, I mean, you can attribute so much more to him as well, and Pythagoras. So, yeah, I mean, this is what we do. People do this stuff, I guess, and it's not accurate, but here we are. Let's bring it back on point, though. So, Earth is flat. We measure it like that. We've got laser tests. We've got long-distance observations, both in the optical spectrum and infrared and microwave. Radio. The Earth behaves and appears as if it is flat. It's the craziest thing, folks. I know it's hard to accept. When we go to measure the Earth, the way we observe it, and can't find curvature no matter what we do, the only way to make the curvature exist is with our minds, by applying a model, a conceptual model of the Earth. And this is actually called an ellipsoid, or a datum in geodesy, geodetic surveying, a datum. There's an entire field of surveying that is dedicated to this. They're dedicated to taking physical measurements of Earth, of a flat Earth, and they know it's a flat Earth. They call it that. They call it planar surveys. There's a field that takes planar surveys and mathematically bends them to the idea of a globe, a mathematical datum of a globe, an ellipsoid reference of a globe. They take physical measurements and they break them because they believe so truly that Earth is a globe that their measurements that they physically take have to be wrong somehow. There's no way I could be observing the Earth flat when I do a planar survey. I know Earth is a globe, so let me take these measurements and bend them a little bit within an error tolerance, and I can get a globe out of it. And guess what? If I run out of error tolerance, I create new error tolerances for me to bend it into.
Can I ask a question about
Sure.
the Earth being flat?
Yeah, Miknan, hello.
How would you explain why certain parts of the Earth are nighttime or dark, while others are lit up by the sun? If the Earth was flat, wouldn't the entire Earth be lit up if the sun was above the entire Earth?
Great question, and I understand where you're coming from, because that's one of the questions I used to have. What if the sun is actually not that big at all and provides local light only?
Right, so if it's very small, you're saying?
Yeah. And what if Earth is the floor of the universe?
Well, not the universe in the sense of the heliocentric model, right? But the floor of the system that we live in, essentially.
Yeah, it's a better way to put it. The Earth is the basement. The Earth is the ground, the floor, a flat plane. And we don't think there's anything underneath it. Because the further we dig, it gets hotter and hotter and denser and denser.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is the sun? I mean, the sun is the light in the sky. And it's like this. If you and I are sitting in the same room and there's a light on the ceiling, you stay under that light and I start walking away from it. The light gets lower and lower in my field of view. And if it's a big enough room, let's say it's a warehouse, a gigantic indoor warehouse, I keep walking away, that light is going to go further and further down towards the vanishing line of perspective.
Yeah.
And eventually, I won't see the light anymore because it's too far away.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
sun is
So,
far away from the earth.
Sorry, Manu, what was your question?
No, sir. You continue.
Okay. I don't think
Bro,
Earth
I
is
have
in outer space. I don't think flat Earth is a space pizza. If that makes sense to you, flat Earth is not a space pizza. People depict
yeah,
it this way. If you Google what is flat Earth, you're going to see a space pizza. That's not what we think, folks. That's pretty freaking hilarious. It makes fun of us, but we don't actually believe that that's the case at all.
bro, if the earth is flat, where does gravity
so
come
you're
from?
saying the sun only lights up certain sections of the Earth at
Because the
once?
light moves away and illumines the local area where that light is over. You can't see forever.
Mhm.
The light doesn't push through the atmosphere forever. There is weather systems, right? You've got weather between you and the sun. The sun goes behind clouds. What if the sun is thousands of miles away and you've got thousands of miles of cloud that blocks out the sun? It gets dark.
Here's another example, just quickly. Okay, so even on like a clear summer day, and just say it's midday and the sun's directly above you, if you go just 200 meters down into the water, usually much less than that, but say 200 meters, okay, it's pitch black at 200 meters deep. You can't see the sun. You can't see
Right.
any light from the sun at all. It's completely absorbed by the medium to the point where it's just pitch black. So the atmosphere acts similar. Obviously, it's not as dense as the water. It doesn't absorb it as the water does, but it's the same kind of logic, right? The same kind of thing happens.
Right, yeah. But it's each day at certain points in the day, it's on average there's roughly the same amount of light at that same place, provided there's no clouds in the way or anything like that. But
Yeah, the atmosphere is full of water vapor. I mean, water absorbs electromagnetic radiation.
it's just hard to think like a light so far away from the Earth being able to somehow only light up certain sections of the Earth. Like,
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, it's
think
like a
about
light
the
in a warehouse,
example.
dude.
Yeah, think about the example I just gave you with the sunlight in the ocean. I mean, just 200 meters down, right? They say the sun is like enormous compared to the Earth. Okay, and it's 93 million miles away, but just 200 meters down into the ocean, you can't even see the sun or any effect of the sun. No light whatsoever.
yeah, I mean, I don't know how big of a difference water makes as opposed to just the standard atmosphere, though. Maybe the
Yeah,
water.
quite a bit, but there's also a bit of a difference, as the sun moves away from you in the air. Like just say someone walks away from you with a flashlight, and they go to the next town. Obviously you're not going to be able to see the flashlight.
Yeah.
Manu, you're hot micing, bro.
Bro,
Manu,
what will happen
friend,
if we go to
don't
the
make me mute you, please. I don't want to do it.
How far away do you guys think the sun is from the Earth? Or is it kind of unknown?
It's unknown, fundamentally unknown.
Definitely.
People have tried to triangulate the height of the sun, not just flat earthers, but people do this. And When every time they try to triangulate the height of the sun, they come up with a different value each and every time.
Yeah.
It's a mystery in that regard.
Many points.
Now, there could be some very complex optics at play. There could be an optical structure really high up there that is able to focus the light in a different position based off of where you are. There also could be other explanations in this. Where the globe, okay, people who believe in the globe, how they explain it is the light is parallel. Because the sun is so big, the surface of the sun is effectively flat. So the light that it emanates is parallel, and the Earth is so tiny and so circular, depending where you're on the Earth, you're going to see a different angle to the sun, even though the light is parallel. Now, there is a huge problem with this, because if the light is effectively parallel from a flat surface that is much bigger than the surface of the Earth, then we should have parallel angles of arrival to our eyes from that source of light. And we don't see that. If we did, we would only see white everywhere we look up. When we look up to the sky, we should only see white. It should be bathed. It should be like the sun. You can't even see the sun because all of the light is coming in at the same angle in parallel to your eyeball. And that's not what's happening. So people who claim that this is the case for heliocentrism, for a globe that orbits the sun, and say this is happening, it doesn't mathematically, geometrically, or physically make sense. And the people who know enough about this, who still believe it, will be honest with you, and they'll tell you, yeah, we don't quite understand it, but this is how it has to be because we believe that Earth is a globe so much.
No, yeah, I get what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, because the way we
That
see
is
things,
confusing.
the way we see things is in angles. Angles of arrival to the back of our eyeball. There's an image of the world that is painted on the back of your eyeball that is a perfect reflection of what exists outside. And if they claim that the light is coming in parallel, how do you discern its size? How do you tell how far away it is? I mean, we know we can't see how far away it is. Like, that's the other thing. There is absolutely no parallax to the moon or the sun or any of the planets or the stars. So that alone is weird. But at the same time, we know that there's no parallel light because we can differentiate angular relationships in the night sky between things.
I feel
Like they say
a lot of
Polaris.
flat earthers.
But hold
Sorry,
on, they say
continue.
Polaris. Polaris is a gigantic star, a star that is much, 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 much bigger than the sun and is over 400 light years away. And they say that the light from Polaris hits the Earth in parallel fashion. Every source of light in the sky at night, they say, comes from a very, very large object so far away, and it's bathing a globe Earth in parallel light. And I would say, okay, if that's the case, first off, we don't see that that's the case. But maybe my understanding of how we see is not right, because I've never had to deal with such large objects at such distances in reality before. So I don't know that that's true. So let's say, okay, for us to determine whether or not that's true, we're going to go measure the surface of the Earth. So let's go measure the surface of the Earth, because if what you're saying is true, then a necessary condition of this, one of them, is that the surface is curving, that there's a globe, that we're all walking around the outside of a ball. Let's go measure that. What happens when we do? It measures flat.
Is that Mitten or Mitten that we're talking to?
Matan.
Matan, hey bro. You were gonna say something a minute ago. I feel
Yeah.
like all flat earthers, and then
They generally say the sun is very close to the Earth, or the moon is very close to the Earth.
I
But
know.
yeah, but
within
that's subjective. That's subjective as well. Like, what's very close mean? Like not 93 million miles away. Like, just like what's it really
within
depends on what.
10,000 miles.
Yeah. Well, how about this? What if the sun is an optical effect? That what you see with the sun and the moon are not the source of the sun and the moon. Just like a rainbow, you don't see the rainbow is not a predetermined distance away from you. You cannot triangulate the point of a rainbow. Well, what if the sun is like a rainbow? It's an optical effect, therefore holographic.
So I mean, in that case, I'd have no idea how far away it is.
Correct.
If it worked like that.
Yeah, nobody can, whether you believe that Earth is a globe or not, you cannot triangulate the position of the sun. Just like you cannot triangulate the position of the moon, and you cannot triangulate the star, you cannot triangulate the planet, you cannot triangulate a rainbow.
Yeah.
Or a
I mean,
sundog.
assuming it's not the same as a rainbow.
Why not?
Just assuming it's not. I feel like you could determine that it's not within 10,000 miles because that would mean that if you're on different places on the Earth, you'd see a noticeable difference in size for the moon or the sun. You don't generally, no matter where you are on Earth, that the
No,
size
you
remains
do.
the same.
You do
Well,
actually, yeah. Like if you try to
you do, but
triangulate
it's
the height of
very
the sun.
small and indistinguishable.
Well,
But yeah, I guess it would exist slightly.
yeah. So there are people who are geocentric globers. Do you know what that means?
No.
So there are people, many people today, who believe that Earth is a globe, just like you, just like NASA and everybody else. But the globe is the center of the universe, and the sun and the moon are little orbs, little balls that orbit the globe. So this is called geocentrism, and even if you are a geocentrist, you cannot triangulate the height of the sun or the moon.
Would you be able to explain how that's related?
Yeah, I mean, it's related because nobody, no matter what your cosmology is, flat, geocentric globe, or heliocentric globe, solar system, no matter your cosmology, you cannot triangulate the height of the sun or the moon or the stars or the planets.
Yeah.
No matter what, right? So, period. There are different explanations for this, okay? So if you believe that Earth is a globe in a solar system, that's called heliocentrism, then you believe that the reason for this is because the Earth is so tiny and the sun is so big that the surface of the sun is basically flat. Relative to a teeny tiny Earth, the surface of the sun is so big and round that it may as well be flat. And so all the sun rays come down parallel. They say effectively parallel because the sun is so big and round that it's not parallel, but basically relative to a tiny globe Earth, it is in parallel. That the light is in parallel and can be treated as parallel and is flat from a flat surface in the sky. And this is the reason why we can measure different angles to the sun because Earth is a globe. And as you go around the curvature of the globe, you measure different elevation angles to the sun along those parallel rays, and you get different angles because you're going around a curving surface. And the further you travel north or south or east or west, you're going to get a different angle to the sun because the surface is curving. Now, a geocentrist will say, well, Earth is a globe. We can't triangulate the distance to the sun, moon, or stars because they exist in a heavenly realm. And for whatever reason, God has appointed their position to be observer dependent. That's not too much different from how a flat earther conceives it. So you've got a well-defined explanation from the solar system, and maybe not as a well-defined explanation from the geocentrist or the flat earther. But how do you prove that the heliocentric explanation is true? You've got to go to the surface. You've got to go to the Earth itself. If we measure Earth flat, and we do, then we know that the geocentrist is wrong because they believe in a globe. And we know the heliocentrist is wrong because they also believe in a globe. We measure the Earth flat. What does that leave us? It leaves us with that the sky is a gigantic realm of mystery. And we can make up stories about it all we like. We can take measurements. Okay, I've got my spectroscope, and I'm measuring sodium. I'm measuring nitrogen. I'm measuring oxygen. Like, we got people that can measure the spectra of different elements radiating from the sources of light up there. Doesn't mean that it's actually coming from the source of light. And so people start making up stories. Well, the reason why that this light has more sodium than nitrogen is because of this. The reason why that light has more oxygen than nitrogen is because of that. And the reason why this is that color is because of hydrogen and helium and da-da-da-da-da. I mean, people make up all kinds of crazy stories. And that's what astrophysics is. That's astronomy. It's making up stories based off of the limited amount of measurements that we're actually able to obtain in an observation and an interpretation within a frame of reference that believes in the heliocentric model. And why do people believe in the heliocentric model? Well, because the ancient Greeks imagined the night sky as a gigantic sphere. And that is a subjective interpretation. I can conceive of the sky in any shape, in any form. In fact, the most appropriate way to conceive of the night sky and the motion of the stars and planets is not spherical, but helical, like a spiral, like a slinky. I can get into further detail about that. There are so many problems with the heliocentric concept. It will blow your mind. We in 24/7 Flat Earth, we spend so much time researching this stuff. We find problems with the heliocentric cosmology, the geocentric cosmology, anything involving a ball Earth. And we document these problems. It's almost like if you're a hacker and you find bugs in the code and you're paid to find bugs in the code and exploit them. That's kind of what we do. We find bugs in the heliocentric code. You know, these are the bugs in the code that they don't teach you when you go to college, when you go to your science class. They're not going to teach you all the reasons why the heliocentric Big Bang is wrong. They're going to teach you why it's right. But if you want to learn why it's wrong, you're going to have to go to alternate sources. You're going to have to come talk to people like us. And it's up to you if you want to listen to us further and think about the further research that can be done based off of it. One of the most mind-blowing things I found, I know I've been talking a long time. One of the most mind-blowing revelations that I've had within the past year, I've been doing this about 5 years, 4 to 5 years. What's been so mind-blowing is when I learned about this, the leap year. We've all heard that there's a leap year. The leap year is when you add an extra day in February to account for the rotation of the Earth and its orbit around the sun. We were told that the Earth and its orbit around the sun and its rotation does 364.24, almost 0.25 rotations within its orbit every year before it comes back to where it starts. And as you add these up, it means at the end of every 4 years, you're going to have an extra day, 0.24 0.24, 0.24, 0.24 is almost an extra day. So then you add you account for that extra day by adding it to February 29th every year. All right? Here's the truth of it. That's what we're told. And it's based off of this orbital concept of heliocentrism. There's probably a geocentric equivalent to it. But here's what actually happens. If I go out and I look at the sun, let's say I choose a day out of the year. It could be the summer solstice. What is the summer solstice? I chose this day because it is the day that has the longest amount of sunlight. Depending where I live, this could either be in the north or the south, but I'm choosing this day, and I stick a big gigantic stake in the ground, and I measure the length of the shadow, just like Eratosthenes, by the way. And I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to count how many times the sun rises to get to this exact point in time, to where the shadow comes to this point on the ground as I'm measured by the stick. And so I'll count the days, and I will count 365 days, and lo and behold, the shadow casts down at the same exact place it was 365 days ago. I'm like, great, so that's 1 year. Let me count another year. Okay, so 365 days later, it does it again. 365 days later, it does it again. 365 days later, it doesn't do it. I have to wait another day, 366. I have to wait a 366th day for the shadow to appear at the same point on the ground as measured from the stick that I put in 4 years ago. There's an actual extra physical day that takes place every 4 years. And that day doesn't land on the same day as the leap year in our calendar system. That last day, I think, was in 2022. Sometime during that year was that 366th physical day. How does that happen if Earth is a spinning ball in a solar system that actually spins 360, it actually spins, it spins another 0.24 times than 365 over the course of a year. We're told that those 0.24, 0.25 extra orbits accumulate every 4 years, and then we account for it by resetting the calendar with an extra day every 4 years. What actually happens is every 4 years, there are 366 sunrises to get that shadow back to where it was on the ground from the stick that I put into it.
That's interesting. Do you have any documentation of who checked that?
Yeah, I got tons. I'm not ready. I don't have it right here. Now,
oh, that's all right.
I did check it myself, okay? And the data exists within what's called meteorological data. You can go to timeanddate.com. You can go to your local government, whatever weather organization, weather agency, meteorological agency that is local to you, could even be local to your city or town or county. And you can find this data because people are recording this. And you will see it in there, no matter where you live. And it doesn't have to be on the summer solstice. Like I said, you could arbitrarily pick any day out of the year, and you're going to find this is the case. You could pick the equinox. You can pick the winter solstice. You can pick any point in between the two. But I think one of the best ways to do it is to pick one of those days where people know that the sun is at its zenith at a particular point in time that's consistent. So that would be either the solstices or the equinoxes. And use that as a starting point. So you could look up like the summer solstice in your location at your particular point in time and go back through history and count how many sunrises and sunsets happen. And then keep going backwards and keep going backwards and keep going backwards. You'll count 365, 365, 365, 366. 365, 365, 365, 366, 365, 365. It's insane. If you want to know more, there's a flat earther who passed away, sadly. Probably one of the greatest legends. His name was Antonio Subarats. The Book of the Sun. That's the name of his YouTube channel. His daughter maintains the channel. The Book of the Sun. He has done so much research into this. Definitely worth checking out. So I'm going to yield the floor back
What was
because I
the name? Sorry.
Yeah.
What was the name? Sorry. The channel.
Antonio Subarats. I'm going to post his name in text chat if nobody else has. And I will post his YouTube channel in there. Give me just a second while I pull this up. I've got to do some house cleaning right now. Why? Because my wife's away. So I'm now the wife of the house. Got to do some
Yeah,
vacuuming,
well, I
cleaning the
appreciate
bathroom.
all of that information was great. Much appreciated.
Thanks, man. All right, hold on. Still scrolling. OPQRST, the Book of the Sun. There it is. Okay, copy.
Goody, man.
There he is. Absolute legend. One of us. He died of cancer. Very friendly, very upbeat and positive. It's really sad. It seems like death prematurely takes the best of us.
for the map, pay for the model, pay for the spin and the high-tech gospel. Them build space age systems just to track, but I walk in the field on the ground, stay flat. Walk to the river, sit under the tree, breathe in the air, yeah, the experience free. Them sell you a sphere, them sell souvenir, them sell hemisphere, them sell atmosphere. Me just take a step and a next step, see the road stay level like it waiting for me. Globe Earth costs money, flat earth is free. You buy that story, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat earth is free, my friend, free like a dream. Turn on the TV, there's a globe on that. Buy a brand new shirt, there's a globe on that. Plumber truck drive by, there's a globe on that. iPhone background, there's a globe on that. Music album cover, there's a globe on that. Hollywood movie, there's a globe on that. Them stamp it everywhere so you don't forget. $1 billion brand, yeah, cost them sweat. But me walk outside, feeling the breeze. Water resting flat, calm as you please. Globe Earth costs money, flat earth is free. You buy that story, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat earth is free, my friend, free like a dream. Pay for the rocket, pay for the flight, pay for the telescope to steer in the night. Searching for the curve that they say is in reach, but it's just a straight line looking out from the beach. Wally get thin, but the world same way. Still feel flat when you dance all day. Oh yeah. Globe Earth costs money, flat earth is free. You buy that story, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat earth is free, my friend, free like a dream. Globe Earth costs
Hello, everyone.
Hey, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. What about you?
I'm doing all right. A bit busy at the moment, getting some stuff done. How about yourself? What you doing? Joining this VC, you got any questions about the topic of the flat Earth?
So, what is the topic here?
It's about the claim on the table. You know, what we learn in school about the shape or the alleged shape of the Earth. That is a sphere. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
like, do you guys believe that the Earth is a flat or what?
It's not so much a belief, it's more an acknowledgement of the state of the matter, of the measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Mm,
So, since
mm,
the Earth has been used, measured,
yeah.
utilized as a flat stationary plane, the accurate
Okay.
description will be flat, or people use horizontal, level. So it's contrary to the claim on the table that it's curving. You know, people say it's a ball, a sphere that curves, but the surface of the Earth doesn't curve. So people describe it as flat.
And do you believe that?
I acknowledge it. I acknowledge the measurements. So I use the description that describes the surface that is not curving. So I also can use flat for it. It's not a belief,
Okay,
because
but
belief for me will be like, I believe that you, Queen, you are a 5'11" girl, 165 pounds. That will be a belief. But
so
if
what
I
do you
go to
mean by
you,
true?
if I go to you, and I measure your
Yeah.
height, and then I put you on the weight machine, and then you're 5'6", and then you weigh 135, that wouldn't be a belief anymore. That will be more like we both will know. You will know, I'll know. No beliefs in both, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, but I don't think the Earth is a flat.
Okay, so you
And
don't
this is
believe
a
it.
fact.
So you don't think because you haven't checked, right? Have you checked?
What do you mean I have checked? Like, what do you mean?
So if you go to the Earth and you measure the Earth, and the Earth is not curving,
So,
how would
you
you
mean me
describe
by
it if it's
myself?
not curving? What was that?
Do you mean me? I go by myself and like measure the Earth?
Well, you by yourself, you could do certain tests that will bring you to that conclusion. Yes, you could do it. There's
What?
multiple examples that will. Oh, you mean
I
what?
don't think I what.
I mean, you're a lady. You don't want to go by yourself. Maybe you want to go accompanied by someone, and you can both confirm that there is no curvature across the surface of the Earth, and you can come to the conclusion and acknowledge what it is. It's not curving, so the description will be flat.
Well, but there is a thing that there is an evidence. Can I can like talk to you about it that ensure Earth is round 100%. That
And
Earth is circle.
okay, so listen, circle. You said round. Just to get the terms correctly, round and flat are not mutually exclusive because you can have a round table. Have you ever seen a round table in your house or maybe in school?
Yeah,
Round. You know that table
I
is
know.
flat and
Because my
round.
English is not my first language, so a circle and round for me is the same thing. But I mean, the Earth is
Sphere. You
like a
mean
circle.
sphere? Like circle
Yes,
will be a
yes,
2D
exactly.
circle will be a 2D shape. Circle, you can draw a circle on a flat surface. Right now, on the floor of your house, which is a
Yeah,
flat surface, you can draw a circle. Right? That's not a
right.
sphere.
I mean a sphere, yes.
There you go. So you mean that you gonna demonstrate the surface of the Earth to be deviating from horizontal at a specific rate. There will be a drop over the distance, and it will show that there is a curvature on the surface of the Earth to the rate that will show that it is the sphere of 3,159 miles. So you're saying you have a demonstration of that?
Because when you go like in the sea, like let's say you are on a ship, why you can't see like other like trees or something like that? You see just the water. That's 100% an evidence of the Earth is sphere.
So you're saying that when you go to the shore of the sea, or when you are on a
Yes.
ship, on a vessel, and you look across the
Yeah,
water,
something like that. When you in the middle of the sea, let's say.
okay,
Yeah, you can't see like the houses, the stuff like on the ocean, let's say trees or something like that. You just see water. Why is that?
okay.
If Earth is
So
a flat,
you the observer at the ship, you the observer standing at the shore, looking across the water, right? Between
yeah,
you and the object that you're trying to see, there is many variables that will cause the effect that you're calling I don't see the trees, I don't see the houses, right? You not
yeah.
seeing the stuff is being caused by multiple variables. Now we can determine what those variables are, right? You're thinking you're thinking that it is because those things are behind the curvature of the earth, right? That's what you're saying. I don't see the stuff because that stuff is behind the curvature because it's curving
What
away
do you
from me.
mean by the curvature?
That's what you're claiming. The you're standing on a sphere and the ground is dropping over the distance, right? That's what you're claiming, and that's why you don't see the
Yes,
house
yes,
10 miles away.
yeah.
But that will be a baseless assertion that you cannot show or demonstrate. It will be only a belief. It will be only a misconception of what is actually happening.
But there is another evidence as well. What about NASA?
Okay, okay,
What
okay, okay.
about the
Wait.
photos as
Don't
well?
just stop. Let's bring the first one to a logical conclusion. Okay, let's bring the first one to a logical conclusion.
Yes,
You get it? Okay. So
yeah,
you're saying that the only variable that is causing you not to see the stuff across the water, you only see water, is you believe that is the curvature of the earth. Is that what you're claiming?
yes,
Okay. You know, you probably hopefully know this, that between you and the observer there is stuff in the air, right? There is water particles, there is dust, there is multiple things that might block your view. There's also temperature changes, right? The temperature between the water and the air change. So that causes
okay,
effects in the air that will cause disturbance, right? And that disturbance
okay.
will cause a blockage between you, the
Mm,
observer, and the object being observed. Also, not just that, there is the angular resolution of your eye, right? You have your eye, which is an optic, right? An optic. You know, your eye is an optic, the optics of your eye. And then your eye has a limitation of view. Do you know this?
okay. So
Okay.
let's say my eyes aren't good enough to see like stuff from a long distance. That what you mean?
So your eyes, depending on the side of the object, depending on the object, right? If it's a fly, you know, insect. If it's an insect and you have it on your hand, you can see the insect on your hand, right? But if that insect is 20 feet away from you, you don't see the insect anymore, right?
So you're claiming that our eyes isn't good enough to see stuff from a long distance?
No, no, your eyes are definitely good enough to a limit where they are good enough. After that limit, they are not good enough anymore.
So we can't depend on the eyes.
You can definitely depend on your eyes to its purpose and its limitations. You can depend on them up to that limitation. Beyond that limitation, we devise optics like cameras, telescopes,
Mm-hmm.
infrared
Mm-hmm.
technology that let us see beyond our eyes optics. But even those optics
Mm-hmm.
also have limitations.
Okay. Can I ask you where are you from?
I'm from America.
Is it night or
Is it what?
daylight?
Is
Is it
daylight right now? Daylight.
okay, so here is night. Why is that? Why we
Because
aren't have the same?
because the sun, the main light up in the sky, is on a transit across the celestial equator and is moving either towards your location or
Huh?
away. Hello? The sun, you know the
Yes,
sun, the big light, you know the big light up in the
I
sky?
know, I know.
So the sun moves across the sky, and when it's near your location and is above your location is daytime. Then when the sun moves away from your location and it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't illuminate your area anymore, it is night time. So when the sun is away from your location and it's near my location,
This is
it's
sorry,
nighttime
but
for
this is
you
really
and
funny.
daytime for me. What?
This is really funny. So you are saying the sun is moving right and left, not in a
No, I
circle
didn't say
way.
that it's moving like I didn't say it's moving right and left. I said that the sun is in a transit, is moving across the sky. Never said left and right.
How it is moving? How
How
is
is
it?
it moving? That is a very good question. We're gonna have to ask the creator, and maybe the creator will tell us how. But what we observe in everybody that have
What
eyesight,
do you
like
mean by
if you're
right?
not blind,
You mean right?
buddy, listen. When you ask a question and I'm in the middle of my sentence, that is not the time for you to open your mouth and start talking, okay?
What do you mean by open my mouth? You mean
So when
interrupting you?
okay, interrupting me. When you ask a question and I'm giving you a reply, you have to wait for
Yeah,
me
but
to
when you're
finish my sentence.
speaking,
You have to wait for me to finish my sentence, and after I finish my sentence,
because
you
my English
reply to what
isn't
I'm
good,
saying.
I want to stop you every minute just to understand you.
Okay, I will give you the benefit of the doubt, but you still have to wait for me to finish. Because you talking at the same time of me talking, we're not gonna get anywhere.
But I asked you, what do you mean by the creator?
Don't worry about that. We're talking about the sun. You asking how does the sun move? That will be an
Yeah,
unknown. You don't know, I don't
why?
know. Why?
But
Tell me
scientists
why. Tell me why
know.
you don't know. Tell me why you don't know the sun move. Why?
Why I know the sun moves?
You don't. I'll tell you why I don't know. I'll tell you why.
Because
You want me
the
to hear what? You want me to tell you why
tell
I don't
you.
know? You want me to tell you why I don't know? Do you want to hear it?
Okay, yalla.
Okay, so I and you can observe the sun moving, right? Agree? You, me, look up to the sun and we see the sun moving. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is what is called an observable phenomena. We observe the sun moving. Now you're asking, how is it moving? Why is it moving?
How?
Now, to determine that, we will have to manipulate the cause of the effect. And you and I don't have the means, or any man alive has the mean to manipulate and determine what is the cause of the effect that we call the sun moving. You see?
Mhm.
We don't know. You don't know. I don't know. No man's know.
Yeah, you
Nobody
don't
knows.
know because you don't want to ask questions. Scientists know.
No scientists know what the sun is, why the
Then,
sun is moving.
then why you know the Earth is flat? You don't know also
Because
maybe.
I told you already, because when we measure the Earth with a tape measure or a ruler or a laser, and we can
Did you measure
do
it?
long distance of, yes, I've done it
How?
myself. With
Really?
lasers and long distance observations from landmarks from point A to point B, I can observe a landmark that I can establish the distance from
Did
me, the
you got
observer. I could be standing at a location, right? A landmark. And from
okay?
that landmark, I can be looking at another landmark. And I know those two locations, the distance between those two locations, and I can use the mathematics, right, to determine the distance, and I can determine if there is should be a drop over the distance, and if I'm supposed to see that object or I'm not supposed to see the object. And I can see things across the surface of the earth that if the earth was curving, I should not be able to see those objects if it was curving. But since the surface of the earth is not curving, I'm able to see those objects.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Have you gone to the space?
The space between you and me, like the space that I occupy, yeah,
No,
I'm
no.
here occupying
Have you
space.
been to the like NASA? I mean,
N- You mean
you
outer
took a
space?
picture of Earth from the space. I mean,
That doesn't exist. That is a place that doesn't exist.
what do you mean?
There is no place that you and I can go that we can take a photograph of the whole of the earth. That doesn't exist.
So you mean NASA is lying?
No, NASA is like you. They believe the lady that works for NASA and she cleans the toilets at NASA.
I
She
don't think
believes
they
just
believe.
like
They
you. No, she's a
no, they
believer.
think.
The Listen, the security
Okay,
guy at NASA, he's a believer just like you.
okay.
The guy in
So
the
if I'm
computer, listen,
believing
hello,
something,
hello. Listen, hello. The guy in the computer drawing the pictures that you believe is the earth, that guy, he is a believer as well. He believes,
so
just like you.
so they drawing pictures. You mean?
NASA themselves, they tell you themselves, this is
So
artist,
why
this
they
is
don't?
artist. Hello. The pictures that you see, the imagery that you see of the earth, most of them are artist renditions. Artists, an artist that makes the put coloring here, coloring there. This is the way they do it. They make an image that of something that you expect to see, and this is why it's presented to you. An image that is a
Wow.
misrepresentation of the earth, because the earth is not curving. So this image that you're looking at
Mhm.
is not the earth.
Actually, I was like judging you wrong. You are very smart.
I mean, I'm not judging you at all, so don't judge me. Let's just have a
In the
honest
beginning, yeah,
conversation.
I was judging you, but now I'm 100% you're very smart. You're a genius guy, actually.
I'm not a genie, actually. I just can use logic to come to logical conclusions.
Yeah, logic is just calculating. amazingly.
Well, yeah, I can use my logic to determine if something is
So,
curving or not curving.
mhm,
So, lady,
why don't
queen,
you
queen,
call
listen to
NASA?
your king. Queen, listen. So, based
Listen
on
to what?
logic, lesson based on logical, we can come to a
I think.
based on logic, we can come to the conclusion if we check something, that's something we can check if it's curving or not curving. Would you agree?
I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Earth, even though in the books, because you and I went to the school, you went to school, right? You went to school.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
went
also
to the
went to
school
school.
actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I also went to school and I learned in the book I saw an image. Remember you mentioned the image. So the image shows a
Mhm.
cartoon and below the image it says, this image is the earth, right? But now
Mhm.
when I close the book, and I go to the earth itself and I check the earth is nothing like the image. Nothing like it. So I
Yeah.
can say that the image is not the Earth. Get it?
Mhm.
Yeah, because the Earth is
I get it
different.
now.
The Earth doesn't curve. So if the image is curving, is the image saying the Earth is curving, but the Earth is not curving? What is the Earth? The image or the Earth itself?
The Earth itself, of course.
There you go. Logical conclusion. You are a smart one actually.
Thank you. But what is the shape of Earth? Do you think?
The shape of the Earth will be an
Do you
unknown
think it is
because we lack.
rectangular?
No. Listen. The surface, what we call flat, is an aspect of a shape or an aspect. It's not a shape, it's not a whole shape itself. We only can check the surface of the earth. We cannot go outside of the earth or beyond, we don't have a God's eye view, like an bird's eye view of the whole of the earth to be able to say this is the shape of the earth. But the thing in question, to determine a shape, we have to measure and check the shape. So we can check the surface and it's not curving. So this
Mhm.
aspect or this surface that we check is not curving. So we call it
Mhm.
flat.
Do you know what you are saying right now? You are saying the Earth is like a carpet floating in the space.
It will be in many cosmologies, people describe it like a carpet, yes, but not floating in space because that space that you thinking in your head is not a place that
Mm-hmm.
exists. That's only part of the storytelling of the fantasy idea that comes with the globe idea. The little book that we saw when we were children, that the Earth is a globe, that that's just like a story, and within that story the outer space religion is part of it, and then now you're thinking that the outer space is real even though the earth is a carpet. But no, that doesn't work. You're mixing up the fantasy with the reality. Yes, the earth has been described as a flat carpet, yes, but the outer space, that's a man-made invention that has not been discovered. That place that you call in outer space has never been discovered by any man. It's only a made-up story.
You know the sun is a sphere. The moon is a sphere, right?
The sun and the moon are observable phenomena, and you cannot determine their shape. When you look at the sun is
Yeah.
described as the circle of the sun. It looks like a circle, but you cannot
Mm-hmm.
determine if it's a sphere, if it's half a sphere, if it's like just a circle. You cannot determine the shape of the sun because you lack the frame of reference
Okay.
from all angles. You cannot see the back behind the sun, the sides of it, under, on top, you can only see the circle of the sun.
What about the moon?
The moon also, you cannot determine its shape because we can only see one face of the moon, one side of the moon. You know, when you look at the moon, you always see the same side of it. You never see the other side,
Mm-hmm.
so you cannot determine the
But
shape of it.
sometimes the shape of the moon changes, you know?
No, that will be the illumination of it, not the shape. The illumination. But yeah, I would say the shape you can call it the shape, but we cannot. Sometimes it's a circle, sometimes it's a crescent, sometimes it's half a circle. Sure, we can say that. We see that.
Mm-hmm. Now I
But you
believe the
cannot.
Earth is flat, actually.
What was that?
Now I believe that Earth is flat.
Yeah, at this moment you can
You
only believe
convinced
it
me.
because you're going from what I'm saying, but for you to determine and know it, you will have to go check it. But on logical conclusions, you can come to that determination because if you look at the tests that have been done and repeated, and everything that is done
Mhm.
across the surface of the earth, like everything we do, communication systems, navigation, observations, laser tests, military warfare, everything we do, aviation, construction, architecture, everything we do depends on the earth being flat and stationary. Everything, even your
But
senses.
if Earth is flat, why we don't have the same circumstances? Like there is a places where there is ice and rain and there is sun, there is a cloud, there is no cloud. Why we
Because
don't have
it
the
is
same circumstances?
temperature. You can have temperature differences on flat surfaces, different areas. So you can have the sun coming to a certain area, exciting the molecules on some area. Remember daytime. So during the daytime, the sun is illuminating this in this area, and it's causing heat, change of temperature, rise in the temperature. So it's causing the molecules to excite, and it's changing the temperature, and it's also causing changes of pressure. So you see, you have high pressure, low pressure, high temperature, low temperature, and that's why you have hot, cold, and that's within this. This is a dynamic system.
Well, I don't know actually, but from what I know that the Earth is like going around the sun and going around itself as well. That's why there is night and daylight. This
That
is
will
a
be
scientific thing. You can't
no, that's not science. That's
ignore this
pseudoscience.
thing.
That's not science. That's pseudoscience. That will be a belief, a baseless assertion. You cannot demonstrate that the Earth is going around the sun. The only thing we can demonstrate
You don't
is
have
that the sun.
strong
The
evidence.
only thing we can demonstrate is that the sun is moving above the surface of the Earth. We cannot demonstrate the Earth moving around the sun. That's just man-made religion, man-made doctrine, not real.
I don't know actually, but there's hundred or million of scientists saying this. Not
Tell
me
me.
alone.
But they're believers. I told you already. They cannot show it. They cannot demonstrate it. They cannot scientifically prove it. It's only a belief. It's like a religion.
So why don't they religion? What is this? How is this related to religion?
Well, when you are chanting here, I believe the sun is 93 million miles away and is 1,000 times bigger than the earth, and the earth is in the vacuum of space and is spinning around the sun. That's religious chant.
I think this is a fact.
But okay, you think this is a fact?
Why would
Show it.
scientists lie?
Demonstrate it. What was that?
Why would scientists lie to us about
No,
this?
they're not. I told you already. Your teacher Your scientists, they believe it just like you. They're believers.
Okay,
It's a
so
belief. It's a religion. It's a belief system.
okay, so why they don't tell us this is a theory?
They
This
tell
is
you
just a theory.
they tell you it's an idea. They cannot
No.
show it. They cannot demonstrate it. The astrophysicists, what's his name? Michikaku, one of the biggest astrophysicists in the world. He tells you that they base their beliefs in certain assertions, beliefs. They cannot show it. They cannot demonstrate it. It's a belief system.
Well, everything. Actually, you can't like be sure about everything in this world,
Oh, I can. I'm
right?
pretty sure you. I'm pretty sure you and I are talking in Discord. Are you sure that you're talking in Discord right now? Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure I am.
I'm not speaking about this. I'm speaking in general.
Yeah, in general, there's things that we can be sure about. Like when I measure my feet, and I'm size 12, right? And I go to the store and I tell the lady I'm size 12, and she brings a 12 size 12 shoes. I'm pretty sure that's gonna fit me. I'm very sure about that.
Well, if the earth is flat, why there is no edge?
I don't know that because I have not been to that place that you might call the edge.
Oh, you
I'm
don't
not
have
allowed
evidence.
to go to. You and I are not allowed to travel freely across the surface of the earth, so we cannot determine if there is an edge or there's no edge. We don't know that.
Okay, you and I we can't, but scientists can, right? So why they
Incorrect.
don't go and
Incorrect.
why incorrect?
There is an agreement between all of the nations, and the cattle stay within the fences. You cannot go beyond the fences, just like the cattle.
What do you mean? I don't
Y-
understand you.
You know the cows that are being fed. You know when there's a fence that you cannot pass without permission.
Yeah,
A fence. That fence is in
I
place. You
know what
cannot
is the
go.
sense.
You, queen, you the queen, you have a
I'm not queen.
limitation.
My name is Yaqeen in Arabic.
Okay, yaping, yaping, or okay. I apologize for
Yeah,
mistaken
that's
your.
right.
Okay. Okay, Jaquin, Jaquin. So
Fine.
you have a limitation of the places of the world that you can go to. You cannot go wherever you want. So you don't know if there's an edge or not. Now, the scientists that you're talking about have the same limitations that you do. They cannot go wherever they want. They go to this little spot right here, and they go back home to see their families. And then they go to this little spot right
Hmm.
here, and then they go back home. They cannot just travel wherever they want.
Mm,
Get it?
okay, maybe that's the reason. So
Oh man,
they
yeah.
choose to believe instead of checking facts.
You can check certain facts, like we can check the surface of the earth that we know, but you cannot go to yeah, you can check certain things, yes, but there's you cannot we cannot know everything. Only God knows everything.
So you believe in God?
Well, I acknowledge the design that is in place. Like when I see a car, right? I know that that car, there must be an engineer that engineered the car. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
So when I see a clock or a watch, I know that there is a watchmaker or a clockmaker.
Mm-hmm.
And he put all the pieces of the clock, he designed them and put all the pieces together in place. So now I have a clock. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you
Mm-hmm.
agree with that?
I agree with
So
you.
the world itself is a design environment that has all the pieces together to function the way it functions. Your body is like a machine that was put in place. Your code, your DNA code or your DNA frequency is like a code that was coded by a coder. So there must be a coder. There must be a designer. There's a design. There must be a designer. There's no other way around it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, people call it God, the Most High, the Creator, Allah, Jesus, all the names.
So you mean by the creator?
There must be a designer. I don't care what you guys call it. There has to be a designer for a design.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree with you, but if the earth is flat, you wouldn't go and create this Discord to prove something. You would just it will be just a fact. You don't need this.
Oh, but within this God's creation, there is also called misconceptions. You know, like people see something and they can check stuff, but they say the opposite of that. Like like the globe believers, they see the Earth as flat and stationary, and they call it round and in motion. So you see, there is a misconception of reality, and people go through that. Like you just joined 30 minutes ago, and you say, I believe the earth is a globe. I believe the earth is curving. But now you know that you don't actually know that. You just believe it because you were told, like as a child, you didn't know better. So the belief is just that. It's just a belief, a baseless assertion that is not true. Now you're probably going to investigate and conclude based on your investigation that the thing that you believed, it was just a belief. It wasn't true.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
you know for sure the earth is flat, right?
I know that I can describe it as a flat because most surfaces of the world are flat surfaces. So that's the correct description. And the orientation, when you're standing this horizontal, like a level, the floor of your house, the floor, if the floor was tilted, right, you'll be sideways, right, side, you fall to the side, but the floor is horizontal, level, flat. So when you walk, you
Mm.
are you are on that orientation, and that's the orientation of the world, right? That flat of the
Uh,
floor, that flatness of the floor, of that level of the floor that you're standing on,
mhm.
that is the orientation of the whole of the world. So me in America and you in the country that you are 15,000 miles away, when I point towards you and you point towards me, we are pointed at each other horizontally, you and me.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is
Hallelujah. Oh my
totally
God.
wrong.
What?
This is wrong. This is wrong. What you're saying is totally wrong. You
What's
believe
wrong?
the earth is flat because you think if the earth is a sphere, you would feel of it, right? You will fall.
No, I'm telling you, the Earth is flat because it measures flat. It measures flat. Not because if was a sphere, this and this and that. No, if it was a sphere, it will be curving. It's not curving, therefore it's flat.
What do you mean by curving? Like, do you mean when you stand on the earth, you
Curving will
see it
be
as flat?
no curve. You know, a sphere. You know, a ball, basketball, a ball.
Yeah.
So the ball, when you touch the ball in one area and you move your finger, your finger is changing elevation in accordance to the ball center. So the sphere will have equal lengths from the center to the surface. So it will be a sphere, a ball, a ball. That's what it is, a ball. It has curvature. The curvature will be the change rate between the center and the surface that is gonna give you the equal distance from the center to the surface, you're going all around the surface of the sphere, and that's curvature rate is the curvature of the sphere. The curvature
Well,
of the sphere.
if you did
The
the
sphere
measure
is curving.
yourself,
What?
if you did the measure, right? You saying you did the measures, right
The
or wrong?
measurements.
The
You mean
measurement, right?
the measurement? Okay, there are many examples of laser tests that will show you across
Laser.
bodies of water that there is no curvature across the water anywhere, right? So that's one example. Me myself, I go to my area and I live near the sea, the water, and I look across the water and I can see many miles across the water to one side, 15 miles, 20 miles to one side, and I can see 15 miles, 20 miles to the other side, right? On the shore. So if there was a sphere, there will be a drop that way and a drop the other way. There will be no horizontal from my perspective. And I can see these landmarks that are not supposed to be observable from my location.
I don't know. We can't depend on that. So I believe you. I believe you, but I need to fact check.
Oh yeah, you definitely. I don't want you to just believe me, and that's good. I appreciate you believing me, but yes, listen. If you go to the right now, you see the text chat. You listen, my friend. You see the text chat that in this VC. There's a text chat, like a little bubble that you can touch, and you can see text.
Mm-hmm.
So in that text chat, people have been posting for you a bunch of information in relation to what I'm saying. I definitely agree with you. You cannot believe what I'm saying with my mouth, but now you can go through this information and you can check it. And this has been done by many people. Check, done, verified, repeated again and again and again and again. People looking for the curvature, but the curvature is nowhere to be found. So if there is no curvature, it cannot be a sphere because spheres curve, but it's not curving, so it's not a sphere.
Okay, maybe you are right. Maybe.
I'm gonna tag you in the text chat, okay, Queen? Queen, what is it? Your Queen, what is your
It's
ad?
fine if you.
Queen. Oh, I found it. Yeah, Queen, right here. Here, Jaquin. There's all these links that they posted for you, or laser test. There are PDFs information. I can post one for you. I don't have it on this device, but still. I can show you photographs or mountains that are 200 miles away across water. You can see really across the earth, and you can see things that if the earth was the image in the book that you saw or the image in the TV, if the earth was that image, then you wouldn't see what we see across the earth. So the earth is not the image that we saw in the book, not that image. The earth is the earth. And it's
Mm-hmm.
not curving.
I will try to understand this stuff, and if I believe or if I acknowledge that or whatever, I will discuss it with you later.
Hey, great start. I am really proud of you. You are really reasonable, very honest, and I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you. See you.
See you. Bye-bye.
Good job, Gen Z.
Oh, thank you. it's easier when when they can communicate and listen a little bit and they're honest. It's definitely much better like that.
And it helps when people like me bite our tongue in cheek and let you continue to talk. I sent it to Imagine so he can rip it and put it into a skit for you because that was great.
And yeah, thanks for whoever was posting stuff in the text chat for the queen to look at. That helps a lot.
So not to be mean, he kept calling her queen and Yasmin, but she said Yakin, and Yakin in Arabic means certainty. So that was a little irony there.
Wait, what does it mean again? Jaquin?
Yakin, like Quran is with a Q, Quran. So Yakin means certainty or conviction.
Okay, good to know.
But I enjoyed her patience. I like how she wanted to say things, and then she understood that you knew what she was going to say, and she was willing to listen. And so that was a very good conversation.
Yeah, it looks like he whatever wanted to say a lot in from that side, but was also willing to listen. Yeah. Welcome. I saw someone joining earlier, but they dropped out. So let's wait for the new people. I don't see anyone new now. Hope everybody doing all right. May the Creator bless you all, keeps you healthy, sound, and safe, and well fed.
What's up, Gemsy? Yep, cooking dinner right now, so well fed.
W, yeah, dinner at this time, perfect. I'm doing some work, and after I'm done, I'm gonna go make some dinner myself. What are you cooking tonight, chef?
Yeah, my hands are a bit tied. So, starting off with the vegetables, I am going to saute some carrots, some mini carrots. I'm going to saute them in avocado oil with salt, pepper, onion, garlic. Going to crisp them up. Going to make sure they're nice and charred a little bit, just a little bit. Then I'm going to move on to couscous. I've got some couscous, and I'm going to add my own spice blend to that, Mediterranean. And then I'm breading some chicken cutlets, also with my own blend of herbs. So there you go. That's dinner at Yoder's.
Sounds delicious. A little different from what I'm doing. I've been mostly carnivore, even though I'm eating some sauerkraut. Still eating mostly ribeye, eggs, and some beef bacon most of the time. But yeah, some sauerkraut here and there. Tonight I'm gonna have more ribeye. Yesterday I had ribeye. Tonight as well. Yeah, ribeye and salt. I
Sounds
keep it simple.
delicious. Yeah, one of my friends is doing a carnivore and has been for about a year now. I mean, completely pleased with the results. He's lost a lot of weight. He looks and feels healthy, and he hasn't been sick.
Yeah, I haven't been a whole year doing it. I mean, I've definitely been eating some grains like that. Like I had some rice probably a couple weeks ago, and I do like to eat sometimes lentils and stuff like that. I do like when the family make lentil soups and that kind of stuff. I'd still dig on that, but 95% of the time I'm just eating mostly, you know, the meat and proteins and the fats. Welcome to the new people. Let me check. I hear people joining, but it's mostly people that we do know. All right. Yeah. I'm always with the Dominicans, the Puerto Ricans, the Colombians, and it's always too much to say no.
It's hard to say no to arepas.
Well, actually, that's the easiest thing for me to say no to the flour stuff. Mostly what I do eat is sometimes the grains or the vegetables that they cook really good, like the salads that they make. I do have some of that. Some of the fruits, a little bit of the fruit. But the meats, I overdo it. Like I eat the meat, like whatever. I mean, I do stay away from pork. I mean, processed pork. If it's like pork from a farm that they're foraging and stuff, I like that type. But it's difficult to get that. So I mostly eat the beef, fish, the chicken. I overeat that, so I don't have to eat much more of the other stuff.
So, Jemsy, did you and Indio get to hang out much?
We did not. We were supposed to maybe just go to the beach and just hang out and maybe do some camera footage. But it wasn't like we never got, because India was very private, so he was just not easy to get to, to go meet up. We're gonna maybe go eat something, but we never got it done. One day he had to go somewhere, and I was gonna maybe give him a ride, but he got a ride, and yeah, uh, we never got to get together. So no, that will be no. We didn't
Man.
hang out.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
That was the way he was. He was very private.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he covered his tracks very well,
Yeah.
and I don't blame him.
That's still, I mean, I mourn him, and I share my tears and all that, and I prayed and did all that as well. Um, it's it's the I mean, I always feel like, wow, I wish I could have done more. Maybe because that's on God's hands. Obviously, that stuff is on God's hands. But I just wish I could have just at least tried something myself with him. But too bad, too bad I couldn't. But that's the way it is.
I'm going to tell everybody, don't beat yourself up over it though, because 3 years ago he was told he had 6 months. So we all got stolen time, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's right. And even with his condition, for those who know what happened, he was still flat smack and like better than anybody could ever hope to in their entire lives.
I mean, he was Pai Mei incarnate, man.
Bro, the other like 2 weeks ago, I was talking to this guy and I mentioned something and he heard me and he jumped in the VC. I heard Jamesy mentioning Snell's Windows. That's why he jumped in. And then I heard that recording the other day. Wow. Wow, man. Like honestly, wow. What a W friend.
Most people who have abnormal abilities like this tend to have like syndromes, and it may affect primarily their ability to socialize. Definitely not Indio. Like, geez, completely 100% social, plugged in, knows empathy, reads it, definitely not on the spectrum. So he's got all the gifts of somebody who's streetwise, somebody who's smart, can speak from the heart and empathize, and yet also is extremely gifted in other ways, intellectually and with his memory. I mean, that's just fantastic. How many people are like this? I mean, one famous guy named Christopher Langen, Langen. He's got an above 200 IQ. If you haven't heard of him, he's done some interviews. He's like 50 years old, and he's written papers on things he's had no formal education on. Simply because he can, and he's able to speak on matters pertaining to like how to fix plumbing in your house, and you know how is it that the Eagles scored a touchdown the other night, but he can also talk about like quantum mechanics just because he studied it for fun. And what's funny too is like Chris Langen, Indio was also a theist. He believed in a creator. Chris Langen, credited with I think having the highest IQ in the world right now, also believes in a creator. says there can be no other way, and has done extremely long form interviews, hours and hours long with people. I think Lex Friedman and a few others, guy with a very long Indian last name, but on his show too. And very interesting perspectives. And it's great to be able to learn from people like this who have access to social media, who have access to any media and can be interviewed, and you can watch and witness what they're capable of saying and doing in real time. It's so valuable. And we were so blessed to have someone of Indio's caliber with us for as long as we did, who was able to show us how he thought of things and what he thought was important for us to learn in this field.
And how receptive he was with other people's ideas as well. Like the guy was
Yes.
as humble as he could be, and as a warrior as any top warrior could be as well. Yeah, like what a W man.
Yeah, like listening to his prior lectures, right? You would hear him where he's entertaining, he's listening to somebody who's bringing up an idea that he's heard himself millions of times before and has already thought through 30 or 40 different iterations and second and third order of consequences of it. But he's still listening, and he's still giving the speaker their due their due platform to get their ideas out. Even though he could finish their sentences for them, he doesn't. In a community where many folks within it are spiraling off into side quests, learning about things that really don't matter, or trying to uncover or discover some kind of like secret alternate laws of physics, which is quite ridiculous if you ask me. I mean, I think Indio showed everybody, no, man, like embrace the mainstream and point out what's wrong with it, but also point out what's right with it. Like in this topic, we're not proposing some alternate universe, some alternate physics. We're proposing an alternate cosmology, which is a way to take many mainstream ideas and think of them in a different way, tweak the frequency. So we can keep 99.9% of everything that we were taught. Truly, we can. We can keep so much more than we thought. I mean, I used to think that we had to throw out so much, and I mean, you do have to throw out a lot. But when looking at what you can keep, I'm actually more and more impressed every day with what's actually true in the mainstream that we can use and we can adopt. Because oftentimes what they're reporting in the mainstream is real data, real empirical, real repeatably observed and demonstrable data, but just interpreted through a filter at the very end through a different cosmological lens. So you can keep the 90% of it that leads up to that final point where they twist it. And I really think that message needs to be foot stomped with greater, resounding reverberations through the community, because this endeavor that people have amongst us to try and pursue some alternative to Einstein, some alternative to Newton, some alternative to this, alternative to that, alternative to outer space and the Lambda CDM model. Forget about that for now. Let's embrace mainstream physics. Let's embrace mainstream everything and see what can be kept, not what should be thrown out. It's kind of like what I've been seeing about conspiracy theory ideation, right? I mean, sidestepping all of that, we can actually get to looking at an individual basis, right? Instead of like grouping everybody into some guilt consciousness together. Who's actually responsible for the deception? There may not be anybody alive today who's a principal, who's been involved in principally deceiving people about the nature of Earth. We would have no way to know that either way, but the point is there's no way to prove it either way. There's no way to know for sure. And I think it's far more gracious and honest and even, academic to err on the side of this being a gigantic freaking mistake instead of mostly some kind of intentional deception. The people who first came up with these ideas were probably just trying to tell the truth based off of how they interpreted the information, I'm talking like 500 years ago.
I see what you're saying, and I agree, because I remember coming into the community and people saying everything is fake, everything is a lie. I'm like, how can that even be possible? Like, I mean, I remember kind of like giving resistance to those ideas. You have to throw everything out, starve. Like, I wasn't agreeing with that kind of sentiment. I also came through remember the meteor sporadic complex, and how
Oh
you're
man,
saying
yeah.
right now how people interpret that, and I'm thinking there is truth here. Not everything is fake, but it's the interpretation that it might be flawed, and that's the issue there. Is the interpretation. It's not
Yeah,
that they're
that's what it comes
lying.
down to. Yeah, there's so much about this that is interpretation. Like the globe is an interpretation of the same data that we look at. And the sporadic meteor complex is something that kind of reveals an interesting way to interpret that geometry too. If you were to plot all the stuff within a celestial sphere, you can still get a geocentric model out of it and a globe.
And that's the feeling that I get. Like there's people out there that see the data, and they're being honest about it. They're just interpreting it within whatever parameters is constructed in their minds, and they might be coming to the erroneous conclusion, but who am I to judge that they're lying or not about it? Like, maybe God designed them to be that way. I don't know.
Real
It's
quick, Don
funny.
Lishko is
Oh, go ahead.
asking
Yeah.
to be unmuted. I guess he was hot micing or something. I don't know who muted him, so I don't want to step on your toes.
I don't know who did either, but I will do it. I unmuted you, Don Lishko. Welcome.
Yeah, I had muted
Oh,
him
I don't
because
want to
you were
actually be unmuted. Yeah.
he was in conversation.
Yeah, I apologise. I was trying to figure out why I couldn't hear everyone, and I was talking to myself, and that's probably why.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
By the
man.
way, your mic's just a skosh low, a little muffled sounding. So if you could get closer to your mic so we can hear you, that would be better. Thank you.
And I'll say this too: if you walk
Is
into
this
a room and someone's
better?
talking, if you walk into a room and someone's talking, it's kind if you just like wait for them to finish talking
No,
before you start like
I
interjecting over their.
completely understand that. I was talking to myself, and that's why I'm apologising. I didn't realise I was actually coming across over the mic.
Yeah, well, it's okay, man. So welcome to the chat. You've been unmuted. You can weigh in. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind? Oh Christ. I had a very interesting conversation with a cross-dresser tonight.
With a cross-dresser?
Yeah. So I live
Okay,
where
wait, hold on a second. Wait, dude, let's keep it on topic for the room.
Well, you haven't let me finish tonight. You haven't let me finish.
Okay,
See,
let's move
I
cross-dressing to the earth.
can't do. Yeah. It's nothing to do with cross-dressing. So, do you know what? Forget about it because the story's too long, and I'll probably get interrupted halfway through. I won't make my ultimate point. So,
I'll give you the floor, Don. I'll mute any other mods that come in and interrupt. Go ahead.
well, tonight I live on a seafront. So, at my window is an amusement park, a road, a beach. Now, they had live music on the beach. Now, I've had a day off work today, and I've gone and played snooker and pool. I've had a good little relaxed day. And I came home, and I was sat at the hotel next door, having a beer by myself, contemplating questions about everything we come up with and things we talk about in life. See, this is how long the story is. I'm going to bore someone, and someone's going to think I'm talking rubbish. So I'd rather not tell the story. Or okay, no one reacted to that, so I'll carry on. So I'm sat at a hotel having a beer by myself, and I thought, you know what? I'm gonna wander over to the live music and watch the last of it because I knew it was ending soon. Now I'm talking like they got there's a cafe on the beach playing live music, big crowd of people. I wanted in there when I watched it. Now during this time, I had a question in my head. Now some might call it a pickup line, like something you say to someone of the attractive sex of your own, whatever directive you're into, men, women, doesn't matter. And I really wanted to ask a random person and just say, I've got a task to find something out. Okay, what's that task? So I want to find a beautiful person, right? And that doesn't mean looks or type or figure or blah blah blah. It just means I want to find a beautiful person. Okay. Now I didn't ask anyone this question. I watched the rest of the band. It's quite cool. I got a lot of sand in my fucking shoes, my jeans and shit. I had to brush off. So after that finished, I went and sat on a bench that was behind the stage, just on my own, like a weirdo. Like we all do, like most people probably here. They just wander around where you live. And this person walked past. Now I've seen this person before. Now I do now know his name is Chris. He's a cross dresser. He was wearing a very summer dress. He had long hair, but he wasn't doing anything, and he never has. I've seen him before. To say to you, I want to be a woman. Okay? Now, where I live, I'm a local taxi driver. I know a lot of people. He acknowledged me. I was just sat there with my right leg on my left knee, with my beer in my hand, just observing what's going on. Most of it was just young people, like faffing about, etc., leaving the concert. I seen him acknowledge me, and I thought, do you know what? Perfect person to ask that question. So by the time I went, oi, come here. And he looked round, and I asked him, and he said, are you okay? I said, I've got a very philosophical question to ask you. I said, I'm looking for the most beautiful person I could find. I'm looking for, like, are you beautiful? And he sat down. That's what his pronouns was. And we had a beautiful conversation. Not judging me whether I fancy trans men or whether he's gay or anything like that. Just about life in general. And it was fucking awesome. So I've had a very interesting evening tonight. And yeah, I might use that thing that I spoke to a cross dresser tonight and it was quite interesting. And that's as far as it goes.
Oh,
You know?
well, thank you for sharing.
Yeah, very good evening, yeah.
I got a joke for you and for the audience. All right, so a man was driving his car to work one morning. On the way to work, he suffered a terrible car accident while commuting. Car flipped over a bunch of times. He was badly injured, transported to the hospital.
Heard this joke.
So the doctor team, they resuscitated him. They did some blood transfusions. He's got some broken bones. And after a couple days of being laid up, the care team, they walk in and they give him some final notices, like, all right, so sir, we managed to repair this and that. You've got a long time recovery ahead of you. Going to be doing some in-home occupational therapy and physical therapy, so we'll get that scheduled. And there's one more unsettled matter, and that is your private parts. Your private parts need to be reconstructed. So our plastic surgeon here can talk to you about that. So the plastic surgeon comes over and says, "Hello, yeah, sorry about all this. I mean, geez, what a terrible tragedy. I see that your insurance is good for about $12,000 worth of recovery, which is great because to reconstruct your parts, we charge by the inch, $2,000 per inch. So why don't you go home with your wife and discuss the matter, as soon as you get out of here, and see what we can do for you." So the man goes home and he discusses it with his wife, and the man calls back the doctor. The doctor says, "Okay, so we talked about the pricing, $2,000 an inch. Where are we going with this?" The man says, "Yeah, I talked it over with my wife. We're getting some granite countertops instead." Oh man, I totally lost it. I couldn't hold frame till the end.
No, that was great, dude.
No, that
Oh
was
man, I
tremendous.
tried to hold it.
That
I
was
could not hold it
tremendous.
in. They're getting granite countertops.
That was really bad. Like,
It was my
was
fault
that
because I was laughing. I was
supposed to be a
laughing
joke?
halfway. I was laughing halfway there already.
Man, I wish I could say there's a next time, but you can't really tell a joke again. So there you go. Do with it what you will and improve upon it.
I'll improve upon it. Why have women got small feet so they can reach the sink?
I saw a new one online where somebody says, "No one's coming to save you." And the woman says, "No, my husband's coming to save me. He's going to be complaining and he's going to tell me about all the things I could have done wrong to prevent this, but he's coming."
Is that a sex joke?
Yeah. Hey, what do you call a supermodel with one leg?
Super mode?
Eileen.
Stop with the
Yeah,
dad jokes. Y'all suck
a
at it.
supermodel with one leg. I think Sheepdog got it. What do you call a supermodel with one leg?
Eileen.
Eileen, baby.
What if she's Chinese?
What if she's Chinese?
Irene.
What do you call a paraplegic Olympic swimmer?
A trier?
Bob.
Gemsy, I got one for Gemsy. Gemsy, what did the Puerto Rican firefighter name his two children, his two sons?
Don't know, go on.
I'm trying. But I don't know.
Jose and Jose.
Okay, you got that one.
I think I got one, if I can remember it properly. What do you call it? What?
Sorry.
Where do waitresses with one leg tend to work?
Don't know.
IHOP.
That's a
What do you
culture
call
thing. I don't
flat
work for
earthers?
IHOP.
Dumb and stupid and retarded. Period. That was so funny.
That's not a
Come on.
joke.
Yes, it was. You just don't get it.
Hey, sister, how are you?
You know why that was as funny as a racist joke? Because if you just swap flat earthers out for black people and then say dumb N word, it's the same exact thing. Why? Because what you're doing is bigotry, which is a subset of racism. And it's funny that you would be doing that. You
Bigotry?
should know better.
I bring up race. What the hell are you talking about?
All right, I'm sorry. You too dumb.
Guys,
My bad.
did you ever watch?
You too dumb. My bad. Go ahead,
Did
y'all.
you guys ever watch Avenue Q with the puppets and that song? Everyone's a little bit racist. Come on.
No, everybody is a little bit prejudiced, not racist. Two different things.
Yeah, that's true.
That actually
Oh
makes
my
sense.
God, that's how dumb. Oh my God, that's how dumb you are. You don't know that bigotry is prejudice. That's how dumb you are.
Why are
So
you getting
you
mad
have
at me
no.
for?
Oof.
Hang on, leave
No,
her alone. Why would
no,
you say that?
I'm because
Why would
I
you
made a
assume they would
I made
think
a
that?
point.
Just
I
because they
made a
use one
good
word.
point paralleling what you said to what a racist person would say, and it totally went over your head. Although you do know what prejudice is, that blows my mind. It blows my mind.
But I'm not
I'm
hating you because
I'm a,
you're like flat earthers. You can't help it.
no, you are because you're a
Not.
bigot.
I'm not a
Racism is
bigot.
racism is a subset of bigotry.
I'm
You're a
not
bigot. Sorry.
Racism is when you hate somebody for the color of their skin. I'm not
Yeah,
Racism
hating
is
you
a
because
you
you're
sub.
hate
flat
flat
No,
earthers.
earthers.
Racism.
Race
Racism is a
doesn't
subset. Racism is a subset of bigotry. So when people come in and they don't know, like for example, me personally, and then they ask a question, and they ask a question like, "Oh, you flat earthers, you guys, you all believe in like Jesus Christ and the dome and all that, right?"
Oh,
And
I
I
guess
go,
he is
"No,
a
that,"
bigot.
and I go, "That has nothing to do with me." But then you keep asking me, "Is if you're like fuck who you are as an individual, fuck what you're showing me. I'm gonna label you anyway." That's what a bigot does, and that's what you are.
Well, I guess I'm
Unfortunately.
a bigot. Sorry, y'all.
Okay, new
Well,
question.
But I'm
What's
not
you're
racist.
no better, you're no better than a racist. That's what I'm. That's the point that I'm making. The fact
But
that
I'm not
The earth's
racist.
round. Prove me
the
wrong.
fact
The
the
earth's
fact that
round. Prove me
I'm
wrong.
gonna mute you,
The
bro,
earth is
because
round. The
I'm
earth
just
is
already
round.
mad and you're being mad annoying.
I'm
I'm just
talking
gonna
about
say what I'm gonna
what is
say.
this channel?
I'm
I'm
gonna
talking
say
about
what
What are
I'm
fucking
you
gonna say.
talking about? I
Yeah.
agreed.
Not you, the other guy.
The earth's
I'm gonna say
flat.
what
The
I'm gonna
earth's flat.
say.
Prove me wrong.
Oh wait, why can't
That's the spirit.
You
where
want
we
to talk
at?
about
Oh,
fucking racism and shit? There's other channels for that.
anyway. So bottom line is, it's just interesting that I'm just gonna say, black people cry about racism all the time. I just don't understand why they would then go and be bigots.
Oh no, I'm not. I don't cry about racism. White people are like just like our own like failures. I'm not even gonna lie.
Really? I thought Hippo was white. You think she's a black chick?
Now you don't fucking play with me. I am black as hell, and I love being black.
People, sister, I didn't know you were such a bigot.
I'm not. I'm a bigot, but I'm a good bigot. I don't hurt anybody because that's what they believe in.
He's a good bigot.
Oh my gosh, y'all! I've been getting like extreme fatigue every time I wake up. Like my neck hurts, like my back hurts, my chest hurts. I'm even scared. I gotta go to the doctor. Like this is like crazy. It's like
That's
a headache.
remember the other day you were talking about eating all that fake food? That's the issue. You eating all that fake food. That's why.
What am I
I think
supposed
she's
to
got
do?
parasites.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you might have brain worms getting you down, you know?
Hey, don't say that because they could go joke.
Hey, it might be the brain worms. It could be that. It also could be other worms in other parts of the body. It doesn't have to be in the brain only, sister. So check that out.
Oh
Supposed
yeah,
to check if I have
liverworm, the word.
worms. Where get worms? What?
Have you ever done a cleanse, Epo? If you do a cleanse, you might actually see the worms for yourself firsthand. No joke. No cap.
Well, I know I don't have a tapeworm because I'm not getting skinny. So, but like, oh my god, I don't know why I've been having these fucking headaches, bro, and it's scaring me. Cause like, oh my god, I've been having them for a while.
There you go. You have
Yep.
tapeworms. If you have tapeworms, you have brain worms too.
I don't tapeworms. I'm not skinny.
The tapeworms are like an usher for the hookworms and the brain
How much
worms
do
and
I
the other worms.
cost? Is that supposed to be a black joke? What?
Huh?
Nothing.
No, just because I said usher didn't mean anything like that.
No, not you.
Okay, good. So I'm fine. I don't get the racist accusation. Great.
Not you. Oh my gosh. Then I have to already go to the doctor, bro. I'm cooked grits.
Hey Yoder,
Yeah,
what do
20K up. I heard you talk, Mr. Funky.
Sorry, what was that? Who said my name?
he was detailing? Hey, I got a joke for you. What do two people with Parkinson's do when they first meet?
What?
Shake hands.
Oh man.
Need dad jokes, bro. God.
I got one. Okay, what do you call a man with HIV in a wheelchair?
Flat earthers.
Roll AIDS. All right, that's about as bad as I'll get because I don't want to get us stricken. So there you go.
Hey, Ibo, I know I'm a flat earther, but at least I'm not a fat earther.
Ha ha ha. Funny. I'm not even fat.
Is that fat with a
I'm
PH?
no, I'm big boned. Thank you. I'm very big boned, and that's what the doctor said.
You sound like a woman who loves to go shopping. Am I right?
Oh yeah, I love shopping. Online shopping, in-store shopping, mall shopping, everywhere shopping, bro.
I like that girl.
Hey Yoder,
Yo,
How do you know when how do you know when a joke becomes a dad joke? When it becomes apparent.
Oh, rough.
Oh my god, y'all with these corny jokes, bro.
Hey, this one's for Epo. Epo, why do teenagers always hang out in odd numbers like 3, 5, 7?
Why? I don't know.
Because they can't even.
Can't even?
Yeah, say I can't even.
Oh, I get the joke. Oh my gosh, the dad jokes. Hold up. Let me find that dad a joke Instagram page. I swear I follow it. Why you so loud?
Why can't you find elephants hiding in trees?
Why?
Because they're really good at it.
Good at I don't understand y'all corny jokes. Y'all can leave that to yourself.
Hey, Ibo, how do you get an elephant out of a pool?
How?
Wet.
No. Y'all can all go because I'm not understanding them.
I got a question, Epo. If the sun rises in the east, where does the moon rise?
In Uranus. Y'all heard that?
That's actually pretty good. Okay, I'll give that to you.
Yeah, I know my jokes are hilarious.
But seriously, like, which way does the moon rise? If the sun rises in the east, where does the moon rise?
In the West? I don't fucking know.
Okay.
We all know it spins because, like, you know, we got day and light in different places. So something got to be moving.
Okay. So if there's a magnetic north, where do you think is magnetic west?
So, what? Magnetic north. There would be a magnetic south. Like the North and South
Yeah.
Pole.
Where do you think a magnetic west would be?
I don't think there is any magnetic west, bro.
Okay. All right. How many times does the globe spin in one day?
Ooh, shit. Great question to ask ChatGPT.
Oh Lord.
Hold on. Wait, what do you say? How many times Earth spins in a day? Wait, one time. Wait, what am I saying? Wait, isn't it one?
There you go, sister. You got it.
Oh, period. That question was a little confusing.
You see, sister, you're not as dumb as you sound.
I don't sound dumb. What are you talking about? I sound smart. Like I'm literally so smart. Like, come on now.
What about, are you as dumb as you look?
No.
Dumb? I don't look retarded. What are you talking about?
I wish I could read the mind a little bit.
I never said retarded, sister. I never said retarded.
Stupid means retarded. They go together.
You know why?
No, that's why. That's so that there's different words in the dictionary.
Right. Mm-hmm.
They're not synonymous. Retarded is a
Sound a little muffled. Fix your mic.
it's a state of being to retard. Like it's not. Well, I guess you could be stupid too, but it's not the thing.
Okay, but it kind of goes in the same thing because some vegetable people, they're like good at certain things, and some stupid people are just like stupid. Like they can't help. You can't help stupid people. Okay, like this is why I come in here every day because I can't help stupid people. But like it is what it is.
Oh, you can't help yourself. That's why you're here. I get it.
Excuse me? I know you're not talking about me, bruh.
I mean, just based on what you said this is you cannot help stupid people. That's why you come here every
Yeah, I
day.
can't help
So there you
you.
go. You cannot
That
help
means
yourself to
you.
be here.
That means
You can't help
you.
yourself to be
I
here. I
can't
got it.
help you.
Oh, I know that stupid people cannot help me. I mean, obviously.
Okay, so you're corny and like this is why. No, I can't even say that because that's kind of weird. But
Yes, we
you're
all know you're
corny, bruh.
weird. We all know you're weird. It's so I mean, just keep the weird stuff to another VC, not this one.
No, I mean as weird as in racist, but I'm not a bigot, so I can't say that. Hmm.
Did you even read the definition of bigot?
I think so. I can remember. I got short-term memory loss, so it's making it really hard. Oh, and he left the group? Wait.
Why do you have short-term memory loss?
I don't know. I told you I've been waking up with fatigue. Correct that question.
Yeah, do you have like mononucleosis?
Oh, when I go to the damn hospital, they'll tell me.
Only if
How
they
did you
test for that. Do you have brain worms? Like,
No,
you
no,
don't
they
know.
won't.
Easy test.
No, they won't.
I'm going
Don't
to
worry.
go to the hospital and I'm going to tell them that I've been waking up with fatigue. Really bad fatigue every time I wake up. Okay?
And
And
they're
from
going to
there,
tell you to
I'll
try
tell
this
my
now. And they're going to do regular tests because they're not specialists at the emergency room, right? And they're going to, even with your doctor, he's not a specialist either, right? They're going to give you some medicine and then ask you after a period of time how you feel. The older you get, the more you realize doctors don't know shit, okay?
They did shit for me,
Amen.
like when I was like
Yeah, because
pre-diabetic.
when you're
They did
young, you
shit.
gotta get sewed up in shit. Think, girl, think. When you're young, you need simple shit like to get over the flu, get over the cold. Guess what they did? They gave you Tylenol. They gave you a pill. They gave you medicine. You were fine. But when it comes to real shit, like when you're older, and something's causing diabetes or something's causing whatever disease, because they're not looking into your history, what you eat, what you do, nor do they have the specialized tools to go through your body like a fine tooth comb. They're going to listen to what you tell them and based on their knowledge, tell you to try this. And that's going to become less effective the older you get. I know life is a joke now. Flat Earth is a joke now. I'm trying to give you gems, though. I'm trying to give you gems.
Period.
No, you're right, Elijah. It really is like garbage in, garbage out. You know, if you give the doctors like some half-assed story, they're going to give you a half-assed treatment plan.
Right. Period. But not for
Right? They
me.
don't know
When
what they
I
don't
told them
know.
my
So
symptoms, they took it seriously. Actually, especially my primary doctor. She's so sweet, and she actually agreed with me. Period.
Good luck
Maybe,
with that.
maybe she's
Good
the
luck.
one. Maybe your doctor gave you, like you said, diabetes because she's so sweet, like you said.
Ah, fuck off. And it was pre-diabetes, not
Yeah.
diabetes. I don't think I'm pre-diabetic now, but that's why I'm going back to the doctor so where they can check.
Actually, when they tell you you're pre-diabetic, you already diabetic. It's just your body's already running, like it's already pushing the gas
Yeah,
pedal.
too much insulin. I know. I'm not diabetic. Okay, I'm not diabetic.
Well, you sound pretty young, so the fact that they already told you you're pre-diabetic, that's a bad sign. So you better
Because
adjust.
it's my family. I was cursed with family genetics. Okay.
It might be that you got the same parasites from your family. That's a possibility that might be
Bro,
causing
fuck
the.
off. I don't have parasites. If I did, I would have knew about them.
You know, when they're talking about family and genetics, you know what they never think about because they're not paid to think about it? The area that you live in, what resources you and your family share together, how that affects y'all specifically, the water you drink, the foods you eat at your local market, and the poisons that we put into our bodies from the deli and the grocery store. All the
Well,
shit in
like
the
I
deli and
think
the
my
grocery.
area's pretty good, so like it's not like
Oh yeah,
horrible.
you know what? You're gonna think everything is pretty good because you don't even know that the world is flat all around you. So you like you're saying my doctor's great, so my neighborhood is great, the news is great, school is great. Oh, all right. Well, I wish I could die ignorant. It's too late for me. Don't even keep doing what you're doing, and you probably have a more peaceful life than me. I'm sure you. I know you believe all the things that you believe, and I know you probably think I'm crazy, and that's fine. Good luck though.
Thanks.
Just to the audience that probably didn't make it in the beginning, we kind of like pressing l- the lady here, but she joined and made a joke about people in here being dumb. So we're just pushing back a little bit.
Who cares? You know how many like crazy things are going on in life? I promise you, nobody cares that whatever y'all saying. I don't think I care what I'm saying either. And period, I am. Wait, is bougie like a bad word to say to a like female? Because if it is, then like I'm a bougie lady. Period. I'm a bougie classy lady. Period. Okay, so nobody wants to reply to me. So all y'all are
All right, I'm gonna go finish listening to my audiobook later.
Wait, I thought I got banned. What am I
No,
doing
you
back?
did, but you're probably back or somebody unbanned you. But like, you gotta watch what you say because they quit the ban.
Okay, I'm okay. Okay.
But
Wait, I was about to
I
start.
saw that.
Wait, I was about to start saying stuff about that girl, but then I remembered, like, I have to be nice.
Yes, we already know she weird, but why he left the thing? I saw that and I was like, I saw that you were offline, I believe, and like I wasn't gonna tell you, but I was like, I was waiting for you to see it. But why he left the group? That was kind of weird.
Girl, I don't know. Did I show you my new tat?
Tat? You got a tat? Oh my gosh, you gotta
Girl,
show me.
I got a second one. They're not nothing special because like my parents don't let me, but I do it anyway because I don't care.
Lucky. I can't even get a nose piercing.
Girl,
I
I want
didn't
to
know
pierce
Ivo had. I
something.
didn't know Ivo had a twin sister. Ooh.
No, this is
Well,
my friend, but this is like my
right?
twin.
Yes, this is my sister. Anyway, I'm gonna
I
send it to you
know.
right
I can
now.
tell you guys. You guys. It sounds like you both share the same brainworms.
That's very disrespectful. You did not have to say
Right.
that.
Well, listen,
Oh,
listen.
that's
You just open your
cute.
mic and you say you don't care about your parents, so eventually you're gonna learn the hard way.
I didn't say I didn't care about my parents. Like, it's
Yes,
just skin. It
you
doesn't
said that
define me.
your parents don't like you having tattoos, and you say you don't care, so you don't care about your parents, and that's one of the
That
biggest
doesn't mean I don't
sins you
care
can
about my.
commit.
What are you saying? I think you're rage baiting.
You just said that your parents don't
Yeah, I
agree
don't
with
care about
you
like I don't
doing
care about
something,
tattoos or anything.
and
Like that's
you
what I'm
said
saying.
that you don't care about their whatever they think.
But like they can't control your body. That's like your body, and it's not hurting
And
anybody.
also, okay,
So
not
you're
even
so
that.
you're that
Echo, I
type
love
you're
you
that
for
type of
saying that. Not
person.
wait, can you let me talk? Cause I let you
Yeah,
talk.
you're that type
So
of person that don't honor your parents.
okay, so you're cutting me. Okay, you're immature. I'm just not gonna argue with you.
I wasn't cutting you off. She cut you off in the first place. Your twin sister.
No, she started talking right after you. I let her talk, and then I started talking, and then you started cutting me off.
Okay, go ahead, Carolina. Go ahead.
Okay, so like I was saying, not only is it just not only can they not like control me or whatever, but me saying that I don't give a fuck about tattoos is not me saying I don't give a fuck about them. Like I love my parents. I just don't care about things like that.
You said that your parents don't agree with you getting tattoos, didn't you?
Yeah, but just because I get one
And
doesn't
then
mean
you
I don't
said
care
and then
about
you
them. I
said
just
that
don't
you don't
care about
care
that.
about their opinion.
Okay, that doesn't mean I don't care about them. Tattoos and like caring about, like somebody in general is like two completely different things. I don't know what analogy you're trying to
No,
make, but like it doesn't sound
you're
valid.
dishonoring your parents. Dishonoring your parents. That's
That
what you're
doesn't
doing.
okay, that's when it comes down to tattoos. Like I can get it removed or, like there's solutions to that. It's not like something permanent. Like they'll be fine.
And also, you don't care about that body, that temple that the creator provided for you. You're just gonna damage it and do whatever you want with it. Like you think it's just some type of
It's not
playground
even
for
like
you.
I have anything provocative on my skin. It's like normal cute tattoos. Tattoos
Cute
are the
for
devil
who?
marking your body. I'm not religious, so I don't really care about that.
Nobody's talking about religion here. No one mentioned religion. Only you.
There's somebody typing in the chat. Are you on your phone? Like click the thing and press the chat button and you'll see what people are saying.
It is well. I'm not talking about religion, so
Well, I'm not
So
talking
she
to
wasn't
you.
replying to you.
you are talking to me. You're replying to me.
No, there's a chat box that people are typing in who are muted, and you can see what they're saying.
Yeah. So now you're replying to them, not to me. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, but they're talking to me, so I'm gonna reply to them. I can reply to you as well. Like I can multitask. That's a thing.
So you admit, obviously, are you denying that you don't honor your parents?
Yeah. Like I do honor them, but not when it comes to silly things like that.
You do honor them, but you don't.
Like I honor like the higher things that they say to me. Like do
Like
good
what?
in
Give me one
school.
example.
Like do good in school, save your money, be on top of your
How
shit.
much
Like
how much
that's what I
money have you
do.
saved? How you doing in school?
I'm doing good in school. I'm gonna graduate early, and right after that, I'm saving money for college. So I feel like I'm not doing bad for my age.
Hmm. So in school,
Yeah,
do
like
they promote? Can you show your tattoos in school? Can you show your tattoos in school?
I don't go to real school. I do online school.
Okay. So does that school promote tattoos for the students?
I mean, it's not like they can really see either way. Like they don't care about what you look like. They just care about your academics.
Okay.
I don't understand how that correlates to like what we were talking about, but
Wait.
I digress.
I just replied to your exact words that you said that you don't care about what your parents think about the tattoos, and it's obviously that you don't honor your parents in that sense, and that's you. That's you
Yeah.
saying, it.
Yeah, in that
Yeah,
sense,
that's
but
what I
that
said,
doesn't
and then
mean
you
I
deny
like
it.
completely defy them.
Or you better don't.
No, Jimsy, how many people actually honor the ideas of their forefathers? Like when it comes
Exactly.
to cosmology, right? Like, how did our
Oh,
forefathers
okay.
think of the Earth? Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what you're talking about now, but yeah, what he said.
Yeah, pretty much everybody in your family tree from 3 levels up or higher is going to disagree with you about NASA and the moon landings.
What he said, exactly. Period. Like, you know, I don't really gotta like listen to nobody. Like, I'm my own person. So, I mean, I do obviously, but like, I don't have to.
Hey, Carolina, I got a question for you.
Hi, what's your question?
Your sister told me that her bathtub water is curved. Do you think your bathtub water is curved? The surface of it?
What is that? Wait, what does that even mean? Hello?
And he's
Also,
saying
I don't have
I
a
said that
sister.
I said my bath water is curved. So he's asking you
What
the
does
same
that
question.
mean, Queen? What does that even mean?
Like, okay, so you know, like when you fill up a tub, right, and you like going to take a bubble bath, like the surface of the water, like it finds its own level, so it's flat. But like I said, mine was curving because it was. It was
Okay,
Flat,
making
but at the same time, it's curving. Huh.
no, it
Interesting.
was making little waves, so it was like and I had like the bubbles in there, so like it wasn't technically flat.
okay. Oh, okay, I get it. Baby, I don't know what that question means, but I don't know.
Also, I wanted to say another thing about with the parent thing. So before we cut off that topic, but a lot of parents don't listen to their kids or have to respect what their kids got to
Nobody
say.
Period.
cares.
I don't fucking care what you got to say, boy. Anyways,
Yo, chill. Be nice.
Stay on
yeah.
topic. Come on.
Okay, y'all was making dad jokes. Don't tell me to stay on topic. Anyways,
Ooh.
like I was saying, a lot of parents emotionally abuse their children and don't care for what their children have to say or how they feel. So you know,
You
it's
don't
like
know
a
that.
double
You
thing
don't know
too.
that.
Like
You're
I do
lying.
know
You
that
don't know
because
that.
Okay.
I
You're
experienced
making
it
stuff up.
myself. What are you talking about?
But you said most. You're not most. Your parents
Yes,
are
I
not
am
most.
most. A lot
So
of
you're
black
wrong.
parents and a lot of black people in
There's no
households,
such a
their
thing as
parents
black
do not
parents. That
respect
doesn't
them. And you're not
exist.
going to tell
Black
me that when
parents
I
don't
have plenty
exist.
of friends that told me that.
Wait, hold on. Just like it really takes a quick like Google search or like literally asking people within your inner circle that sometimes their parents make them feel less or like what they say doesn't matter just as kids do the same to their parents. It doesn't
That
really take it doesn't take
that's only people on the internet writing their opinions and over experiences. That's not most people.
right, but
But it is.
okay. All right. Never
I'm
mind.
not even gonna argue with you
That's
because
only
if you're
rebel
denying
children that don't like their
that
parents
most
telling them
kids
how
have
things are,
arguments with
and
their parents.
these kids that don't want to honor their parents or listen to the parents' teaching, they're just gonna go to the internet and tell you, my daddy is bad because he doesn't let me get tattoos.
No, that's not
Babe,
what that.
it's
And
really
you're
not
like,
for all that. Like it's really
period, he's
not.
bad because you cannot get the tattoos. They all get tattoos to tattoo your body, period.
Um,
What?
okay, like, is he okay? I feel like he's
I
really
don't
just
know.
having
Like
like a
that's so
spasm.
stupid to deny that. It's most kids are gonna have an argument with their parents. It's like bound to happen over something.
Wait,
Like it's just like denying that. And most parents don't put what their kids
No,
saying.
but I never said children don't argue with their parents. You could
Okay, but
argue.
I'm making a
You could
point. Like
argue.
you're
You could
saying
argue,
that,
and
and
you
I'm
can also
saying
honor
most
your
parents
parents.
are not gonna
You can
accept
argue.
what I'm
You can
saying.
argue, and you can also honor your parents.
Okay, so what's wrong with her getting a tattoo if she doesn't care what her parents say?
She said that she doesn't care about her parents. She doesn't
No,
honor her
she said she
parents. That's
doesn't
pretty
care about
obvious.
what her parents said. My mom won't let me get a nose piercing, but as soon as I got the money for it and I have somebody to write their signature down, a guardian, I'm going to get a nose piercing because it's not hurting anybody. It's my body. Like what? Like, I'm so confused. As long as this is not
Obviously,
harmful
yeah,
or
you sound very
harmful,
confused. Yeah.
and it's
That
not a
that's
problem. No,
yeah,
I'm
you are
confused
very
about what you're
confused. I get it.
saying because you don't make sense. And as a parent, you're supposed to be open unless, like I said, something bad happens. Now, my mom tells me not to get a piercing because you can get one of those big ass kilos on your nose. And so, yes, that makes me scared. But, like, at the same time, I want to get one. But she reasons with me sometimes. Like, that's how a parent is supposed to be, period.
You only want to get one because you want to show off to your friends and friends that
Yes,
probably don't respect
exactly.
their
And I want to take
parents. And
pictures
you
with
probably
it.
just
And
want to show off to other people and you don't care about your parents' thing. You just care about what other people outside of your family household cares about. And that's dishonoring your parent. If what you're doing is making your friends happy, you will dishonor your parents just to make your friends happy and just
no,
to
I
look
do it
cool and
for
whatever.
myself
That's what you're
too.
gonna do, and that's
No, it's
dishonoring your
called being
parents, and you're gonna
influenced.
do it
It's
again and
called being
again and again, and you're just gonna keep doing it.
No, it's called being influenced, bro. A lot of people in their life are influenced. It's just how it is. It's how you buy things. You can't argue me wrong because like it's literally how humans behave. I saw piercings.
I mean, it's
A
really
lot of
obvious. You
piercings on TikTok.
you haven't figured the ground below your feet. How are you gonna figure parenting? Obviously, you haven't figured that out yet. So you giving your opinions about how parents should do it. I mean, this definitely
I don't
holds no weight.
fucking care. I've been a parent, but like not my own
There
child,
you
but I've
go.
been a
You don't
parent.
care. That's my whole point. You don't
No,
care.
like
That's
I don't care
exactly
about
what
what
I'm
you're
saying.
saying. I've been a parent, but it wasn't my child. Like what?
You're not a parent. Stop
I
capping.
said I've been a parent. I literally said it's not my child. It was my sister's child. When she was being unresponsible, I had to go take care of her baby because my mom was out or gone and my grandma was asleep. I had to take care of that child. So don't tell me like
You're not a
while she
parent.
was out,
Stop
I
capping.
was a
You're not a
parent.
parent.
I
Stop
was I
capping. You're
was
not
a
a parent.
parent. I raised my niece until she was 3 years old. Do not tell me I'm not no parent. I raised that damn little girl by myself. Fuck. When my mom was
Listen,
screaming
little
because my
silly
sister
girl,
was gone.
little ignorant child. Parents are
I'm not
legally
ignorant. I
blinded.
was changing her
Listen,
diapers.
parents are
I was
legally
feeding her. I don't
blinded to
care.
their children. You're not legally blinded to the
Okay,
child that
but I
you were
had to
taking
take care
care
of
of.
her.
It was just a temporary thing. You're
But I
not
had to
legally
take care of
blinded to that
her.
child. So stop making
But I
stuff
had to
up.
take care of I'm not making stuff up. I had to watch that child
Okay,
by
why are we
myself.
still arguing with him? Like, let's
No,
just move
I'm
on. Let's just
arguing
move
because
on.
like he's saying I'm not a parent because I watched my niece and I feel like I am a
That's
parent
not
because
what
I watched her
parenting
until she was
means.
like 2 years old and I parented her. I had to change her diapers. I had to feed her. I had to calm her down. I had to stay up while I still had to go to school. I was a parent to her.
That's
That's why
not
I
a
said
parent.
I was a parent. I was.
Okay, girl, stop trying to like degrade the situation. You're weird as fuck and stay on mute, bitch, because you're actually like rude as hell for no reason. You're ignorant as fuck.
I don't know why. Like it's so
Like
irritating.
who
Period.
actually pissed in your cereal? Who actually pissed in your cereal? Like where the fuck is your father figure at? Because why are you actually a bitch? Like you need a dad really bad. And I'll be your fucking
Yeah.
daddy, bitch, because you need some sense knocked into you. You're weird as fuck. And you're
Yeah,
a grown ass
Ipo,
man
what? Yeah,
too.
exactly. Tell Ipo, tell her. Yeah, Ipo,
No,
you
you
see
gotta
what your
calm down.
Carolina is saying to you? You have to,
You
come
gotta
on, behave.
No, she was right,
Baby,
but like I
you need
feel like
some
she has to
sense
calm down.
smacked into you because you clearly didn't get your ass beat as a child. That's why you're a little bitch right now. Like, get the fuck off the call. Nobody wants you
There you go,
here.
Ipo.
Nobody
There you
likes
go,
listening
Ipo.
to you talk.
Period. Period,
Anyway,
Ipo.
moving
Period.
on. I'm muting you. Yo,
You
I'm muting you because you're actually like a waste of breath. Like, you're actually so stupid. Yeah,
There you go,
anyway,
Ipo.
moving on.
You see,
How was
Ipo.
your
You
day?
joined earlier, called us stupid, and now your friend is calling you stupid. You see, Ipo?
Ippo, answer my
I
question.
never call her stupid. What the fuck are you talking about?
Ippo, answer my question.
Yes, girl, my day was good.
Girl, can you mute it? Cause like I feel like it's
Oh,
pulling
he
your
already
attention because
muted.
you just keep talking. Period.
Mm-hmm.
But oh lord.
You wanna go
Anyway,
to another
so
scene?
Queen, I'm at an Airbnb right now.
You
Who
never answered
knows?
my question, Carolina.
What was your question?
Do you think your bathtub water is curved, the surface of it?
I don't
It's just
know.
just a yes or no question.
I don't know what that no. I don't know.
Well, I don't know is it's an honest answer if you truly don't know, but pretty much everybody knows water doesn't curve, but I respect your honesty.
Water doesn't curve? What about like waves and shit then?
Water at rest, like a large body of water at rest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, then it's flat.
Okay, so your bathtub you figure is flat. What about if you go outside and you found a big puddle? Would that be curved?
A puddle? Probably.
So the bathtub's curved, but or the bathtub isn't curved, but the puddle is. You think?
I don't feel like puddles are like are puddles at rest? Like, babe, I'm high as fuck right now. I don't know what we're talking about. I'm sorry. I'm talking about like
It's
ponds and
pretty
shit.
simple. Water at rest. Yeah, pond will work. Water
A
at rest.
pond's water would like make waves and ripples and shit. Or like a beach or
Water
something.
at rest. Water at
Okay,
rest.
damn, I'm just giving an example. Like, you don't have to be rude. Yeah, water at rest doesn't like move because it's like stayed
I'm not
still. It's
talking
like
about
still.
moving. I'm just talking about the surface of it. Is it flat or is it curved?
Water at water at rest is flat. I don't know. I don't know. Um,
She had to go somewhere real quick.
Hey, Ippo, do you think you could measure your bathtub water being curved? The bathtub, you think
Sure.
you have curved water on?
Sure.
Can you try to do that and show us?
Sure, when I want to take a bath again.
Well, you don't have to actually take a bath, and I'm sure nobody wants to see that. We just want to see you
I
measuring the
mean, like,
water
when I
surface.
want to take a bubble bath again, I'll show it because that's when I put my water. I'm not gonna obviously fill my bathtub water and then it's like it's water. That's why I said that. I don't know what you were implying. Oh, period. It's Jadale.
Yeah, when you do that, if you could document it, show us curved water, that'd be superb.
Yeah, sure.
I'd love to see that.
I said sure, buddy.
Yeah, I said thanks. Because if you look in the chat, Kiwi Buzz just posted a picture. We've been searching for this curved water for over a decade, and none of us can find it. So if you could show that to us, we'd probably shut down the channel and bow down and say we were
And
wrong.
give me $100.
Yeah, I'll give you $500. You
Bad.
show me water at rest curving. I'll give you $500.
Bad. Easy money.
Just don't forget one thing. I don't think I would ever make a bet that I would lose.
Every time. I think these hot chips might be the reason why I got a headache. Because they give me heartburn. Giselle. British guy. Yoo-hoo. Brit. Jadelle. Jedi.
Well done. Took you about 10 fucking times to get it.
Oh, you was waiting to say your name correctly? Why is he always in a call full of bitches? I'm freaking mad. Oh my God.
I have absolutely no idea what you just said. What?
I'm not talking about you. You gonna get me mad. Okay, that's the guy. Period. This is a guy. Period. Okay. This is a girl. I don't know about that one. Girl, I don't know about that one either. It's like nobody should be talking to my man. Anyways, Jedi, you ready to debate?
What with you?
What?
With you?
Yes, with me. What?
What do you want to debate about?
I told you the lunar eclipse. And also, you sound like very like tired. You don't sound hypedy. Like hypedy. That was the word.
Give it a minute. So, what do you want to debate about the lunar eclipse for?
Because I told you before, it casts a perfect shadow, circular shadow on the moon. Period.
Yeah, your video didn't show that though, did it?
But it did.
Sorry, speak English.
I said, but it did.
But it didn't. Where was the true shadow on the surface? Do you want me to post it for everybody?
Period. Go ahead. I think I posted
Period.
before.
Oh my god.
I got a crazy headache. Like I hope nothing going on with my brain because like that's like something you can't come back from.
There's him.
My bad, fuck.
Beast.
I'm finna go watch my show. I'll be back a little later. You're taking too long, Jedi.
Well, it's in the
Period.
side
Bye,
chat.
y'all.
Okay, bye.
Well, everybody can look at my
Yep.
second
And then you
era.
can point out where the curved shadow is.
I don't see you something in chat. But anyways, that's my second Eratosthenes, so where y'all can see that like, you know, it's round, but whatever. Anyways, bye y'all.
Long time no see, Jedi. You doing all right?
What's that video from Jedi?
So this was the video in the side chat that she sent me yesterday demonstrating that you can most definitely have a spherical or circular object casting a perfect shadow on a curved surface. That's what she's trying to demonstrate in a video.
Okay, so she's got like a little makeup compact, and then she's putting a lid to that jar over it, trying to show.
Yep.
I mean, that's more than some people do. At least she's giving it a shot, I guess.
Do you know what, mate? That is a fair point, and I should give a credibility for that. That is more than most people do.
May not be proving the point that she wanted, but making an effort.
She did something. Yeah. Most people do nothing. So she's already a cut above the rest.
Why is everybody mute? Damn.
Do you think the Earth is a globe, or do you think that the surface is flat, Bozo?
I think it's a circle. So I don't think it's flat.
Well, a circle could be flat. You know, like a pizza's a circle, but it's flat. So you think it's a
Uh,
sphere, like a
yeah, never mind. I think it's like a like round. Yeah, I think it's round.
You know that flat tables are round. Some flat tables can be round. Have you ever seen a flat table? Round flat table?
Oh, never mind. I think it's like the the moon shape like that. Wait, yeah, yeah. Mm.
The moon shape? What's that?
A circle?
So you think the Earth is a circle again when then you corrected yourself and you said no, and then it's yes again.
Okay, what's the shape of the Earth?
It will be unknown.
Unknown?
Yes, because the surface of the Earth that we can measure is an aspect of a shape. It's flat. We measure it. It doesn't curve. We describe it as flat. The orientation is horizontal, and it's described as a level, flat surface. So that's not a shape. That's an aspect. Get it? No? Yes? Maybe?
Mm. Well, I know it's not flat. So,
Why are you making that assertion if it's measured, used, operated as flat, stationary, level, and you're saying no, it's not, but it actually is used as flat? You use it as flat. Everybody uses it as flat. Now you're saying no?
what do we use as flat? The Earth?
The whole of the Earth, everything we know across the surface of the Earth
Then,
is used as flat.
well, what about hills and stuff? Because people like everything is built out of hills and stuff. So like, why is everything not flat then?
Wait, can you repeat that? What about what?
Hills.
Like hills, hills.
You want to say something about that, Jedi?
You'll know it's a hill because it'll have a grade of slope. That grade of slope will be taken from horizontal.
But the slope isn't just like it's not like a triangle. It's like a triangle with like like it's going around. So
Yeah, but we understand like the grade of a slope when you drive the car up a hill. That grade is based on an angle. That angle is taken from a horizontal plane. That's how you know that that slope is gradiated.
do you guys believe in gravity?
Yeah. If you mean like when I drop something, it falls down.
Yeah. Do you believe in gravity? Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I would be stupid to deny dropping things, right? Why do you ask that if I deny dropping things? What do you mean by gravity?
Oh, cause like if the world was flat and I was going up like a hill, then why am I like why would I roll back? I would still go forward if the world was flat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we've already discussed the hills. And you understand that when you roll down a hill, that's because of the gravity effect, the same that when you drop your mobile phone. It's kind of irrelevant to the point, though. You understand
Irrelevant.
water, right? Water, like in your
Yeah.
bathtub or your swimming pool. If
Yeah.
that's at rest, there's no wind blowing on it, it's flat on the surface, isn't it?
So how are
Sorry, I
world
asked you a
pools
question.
created?
Sorry, I asked you
Uh-huh.
a question. I asked you
You have
to
to
agree with me or answer the question about the description of water on the surface.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so are you going to answer and agree or
What
not?
was your question?
In the bathtub or your swimming pool, when the
Uh-huh.
water is at rest without any wind blowing on it, it's horizontal, flat on the surface, isn't it?
Okay, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So if 70% of the surface of the earth is water, and water is horizontal on the surface, then the earth's flat, isn't it?
Mm, no.
Is that because there's a hill?
No.
Okay. Why is the water being 70% of the surface of the earth being flat not that then?
Because first of all, we have gravity, okay? And second of
Okay,
all,
no, I agreed with you about gravity, and that's just dropping things to the floor or you rolling down a hill. The moment I've
Mhm.
described to you that water is horizontal on the surface and you agreed, and I pointed out that 70% of the earth is water, and now you want to talk about gravity again, and I don't know why.
I didn't finish. You didn't let me finish.
Go on.
Anyways, so first of all, like
75% of the water isn't just like straight up water. There's like islands, you know, there's like curves and like what's it called? Like gravity, and it isn't just like
No,
if
no, no,
that
no,
was
no, no,
true,
no,
then
no,
oh my god, let me finish. Let
no,
me
because you're
finish and
wrong.
then oh my
Gravity's got
god.
nothing
Okay.
to do with the surface
Well,
description. You started pointing out islands and stuff, and that's the other 30% or 25% because you said 75. Now,
okay, let me
obviously,
finish
that's the
though.
case. I gave you the percentage of the surface of the Earth 70%
Okay.
water, 30% the land above the water. Right?
Anyways, well, you're not letting me finish, dude. Let me
Because you
finish.
keep
I'm almost
bringing up
done.
irrelevant points. But please
Well,
continue.
okay. Okay, but Benny. Anyways, so basically, you know how like whirlpools, like there's like whirlpools and like I forgot the thing, but it's like a tornado but in the water, like those things. It's because how the world goes around and
The Earth's a ball.
yeah, and the world is like a circle,
No,
so
sorry, no. Whirlpools in
mhm.
water, things that go round and round, right? Like in your bath when you let the plug out.
Mhm.
Okay, that can happen in your bath that's horizontal on the surface when you take the plug out. Doesn't mean the Earth's a sphere.
Then why would it do that if it's so flat then? So do you
Because you
think we
let the
have like
plug out. Water seeks its lowest equilibrium. Nature's pretty lazy like that. We were discussing the hill earlier. Imagine there was water running down it like a river. It was running down it until it pooled in the lake. Let's imagine there was a plug at the bottom of the lake and you pulled it out. What would happen to the water? Well, the water would sink through the plug, wouldn't it? The water level would go down and then it would drain somewhere else, probably at another lowest point. At no point do we need the Earth to be a sphere for the simple mechanics of water going down and leveling out. Level being a straight line from left to right, not a curved line. If the Earth was a sphere, water would be curved upon the surface, wouldn't it?
um I need to drink some water. I'm getting really stressed from this.
Okay, you go drink some water.
We've been getting a lot of the young audience, so he said he's getting stressed by talking about water. Now he's gonna drink water, come back. So hopefully, the more water doesn't stress him. Talking about water, getting stressed, kind of funny.
Yeah, I agree, Jedi. Cognitive dissonance is stressful.
I'm back. I'm back. Sorry if I'm interrupting. Sorry.
Welcome back.
Yo, what's up, dude? Okay, I'm back. I was thirsty.
So you were talking about water with Jedi, and you said you were getting stressed
Did he
by talking
leave?
about water.
I
Hello,
was getting. Oh yeah,
hello,
yeah.
hello. Yeah, mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Hmm? Yeah. Yeah.
You were talking about water, level, flat water with Jedi, and you left on the note saying that you were getting stressed.
Yeah. Wait, are you making fun of me? Yeah, are you making fun of me right now? No.
Mm, no,
No
that's
way,
not
you're
what's
making
happening.
fun of me.
No, that's not what's happening. That's not it.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Continue. Well, what about that? What about it?
So you agreed that
Hmm.
water is flat on the surface. It's level water.
No, I
You
don't
spoke
believe
of,
in the flat Earth.
we're talking about water, right?
Oh, water. Okay, okay. Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. And water is level, flat on the surface. And do you agree that most of the surface of the earth is water?
Most of the surface of the Earth is water. Yeah, sure. I'll take that. I'll take that.
There you go. So wet water is level on the surface,
Hmm.
flat. So most of the surface of the known territory or water that we can travel across, all of that stuff is flat and level. So there is no curvature between any points across the earth. So it cannot be a sphere. So the correct description, the surface is flat, level, horizontal.
Low key. I'm not trying to sound dumb or anything like that, but I do not get what you're saying. I don't know. You're saying a lot of like, I don't know. It's like it's not really making sense to me.
Yes. Doesn't make sense, even though you operate within the senses that will show you that the surface of the earth is, this is an axiomatic fact that the surface of the earth is flat and level. When you look at water, you observe it as flat and level as well. So that all of that makes sense. Even though you're not getting it, it all makes sense.
I have to me, maybe I'm like not very smart. Maybe I'm just not very smart. Do you have like another reason why it's flat? Because I don't know. This does not make sense to me.
All the oceans are on the same level. They're not curving around the ball. That's what we're telling you.
All the oceans are not
Are
curving.
flat and level and horizontal, and they're not curving around the ball.
Then why do we have like different time zones then?
Because the Earth is flat.
Because the light moves the sun across the sky. It's how we depict time zones when it's
So
directly above. Okay.
what about like seasons and stuff? Like why
Same
do we
thing.
have
The sun.
is it- so is our flat Earth going like around, or is it
No,
like just flat
no,
ended?
no.
So the Earth doesn't
When
move at all.
we say the Earth is flat, we're not saying that the Earth is a flat planet in orbit around the sun with Mars, Jupiter, and the rest of the planets. We, the Earth is probably as it looks. The floor that you stand on is the Earth, and when you look up, that's where the sky is, where the sun, moon, and stars are. The sun, moon, and stars aren't around us. The sun at night time isn't underneath our feet, for example. When we look up, for me, you, and everybody on the earth, that's parallel to each other. So all of the stars and the sun and the moon are all above our head. When we're talking about time zones and why seasons happen, that's just because the sun moves across the earth. Now, the sun, from our point of view, probably isn't as big as you think it is. much, much, much bigger than the Earth and millions of miles away. The sun is probably smaller, a little bit more local than that. Maybe it's smaller than the Earth. Don't know how big the Earth is. But as it travels across the Earth, it gives us time. And as it moves throughout the year, it gives us seasons.
Okay, okay. So if you're saying the sun is smaller, then like, what do you mean by that? If it's much smaller, then how is it able to like go around the Earth for like 8 to 9 hours? Like,
That's got nothing to do with the size of it, right? And
okay, okay.
it,
I have
it,
something else. So,
okay.
like, you know how we have sunsets and sunrises? How would
Mm-hmm.
that make sense then? If the Earth is flat?
Perspective.
Perspective?
Have you ever been in a hotel?
No, I've never. Nope.
Have you ever
They're
walked
dirty.
down a long corridor?
Yeah, I can say that. Yeah.
Yeah. You notice that the ceiling above your head and the walls either side of you and the floor that you're walking on, as you look down the corridor, they get closer together, don't they?
They get closer together? No.
Do they
What do you mean?
look like they get closer together?
No.
No. So when you look down a long corridor up at the ceiling and you notice that there's lights upon the ceiling, and as you look at the lights down the corridor further along, it looks like the light after the one you just looked at is lower than the one before. Are you in a room at the moment?
Sure, yeah, you can say that, yeah.
Yeah. So you notice that if you've got a ceiling above your head, it reduces downwards towards the floor. If you're walking along the floor, as you look towards the end of the road or corridor, it looks like it's going up. This is perspective, right?
No, it looks like it's like small. It looks like it's
There you
small
go.
and further away.
That was my next example. Because things with distance appear to get smaller, don't they?
What? Okay. Continue.
Cool. So the corridor that you're looking down, it appears to get smaller when you're looking down it. So the door at the end of the corridor looks really tiny. If you were to hold your hand in front of your face, it would block the door at the end of the corridor, wouldn't it?
Can you check the side chat, Bozo? We got a visual aid for you.
Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, let me get this visual example.
You understand?
Okay. Okay, so
you see
okay.
the street lights?
Mm-hmm.
Are they going down?
The street. I don't know how to explain, but it does. Yes, it does look like it's going down.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me ask you again. You see the image at
Okay.
28 minutes past the hour by FLW that shows the street lights. Now, the street
Oh
lights at
yeah.
the end of the road, are they smaller than the street lights that are closer to you?
Are they smaller or like bigger? Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Which one? The ones in the front or the back?
doesn't matter. Just
They're
describe them
big.
to me.
They're big.
Yeah, the ones closer look bigger. The light is higher. The ones that are further away look smaller. The light is lower. The actual size of the streetlights, though, hasn't changed, right? This is just how your eyes work when viewing things. Now let's look at the sun coming up from one horizon, going above your head, and then downwards towards another horizon, like you're standing
We
on a
got a
street at
visual
night.
example of that, guys? We got a
Pardon?
visual example of that? We got a
What
visual example of that?
What, sunrise and sunset?
Oh, sorry. I thought they were gonna like paste it in the chat. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah, it's just all I'm trying to explain is it's the same as the lights on the street or the ceiling above your head. It's just the way your eyes work. The sun isn't actually coming up from the ground and then diving down into the ground, right? It's just perspective. Like when an airplane flies over your head, it comes from the horizon, right? Which is usually around your eye level. Then it goes above your head, so you have to look up to it. And then it goes downwards towards the horizon, which is your eye level. And you look horizontal towards it. That's just perspective, how your eyes work. Perfectly logical and normal on a flat surface. You walk down the corridor on a flat surface and see exactly the same thing. The street in this example is a flat surface, and you see exactly the same thing.
So,
To me and everybody in this room, and you and everybody else, the Earth looks flat and appears to be stationary, right? Bozo,
yeah.
you agree?
The Earth is stationary. Is that what you're saying? Like the Earth doesn't move? Doesn't move?
To your senses and to my senses and to everybody else, the Earth appears to be stationary. We do not feel any motion to the Earth, do we? Remember, it's spinning around and around and going
Yeah,
in a
yeah.
great big elliptical path around the sun in the sky. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's movement, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you experience that movement?
Yeah, like earthquakes and stuff. Yeah, I did one time.
No, not earthquakes. That's not rotation, and that's not orbital motion. An earthquake. Right? Now we have special devices called Richter scales to measure that motion, don't we? But we don't have special devices that measure the motion of the Earth as it spins around on its axis. Now, do we?
Yes, yes, yes.
What I'm just trying to get you to understand is from your point of view, like mine and everybody else's, the Earth looks flat and appears stationary, even though we're told it's not flat and it's moving. You understand?
Dude, your accent, dude. Wait, say that again. So say that again.
Okay, somebody else translate, please.
Are you Australian or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, what the Canadian was trying to tell you was that in our daily experience, we don't feel the earth moving, and we see the earth as flat. We don't see curvature. And I know you're going to say next is, well, we're really big, but the earth is really big and we're really small, like ants on a beach ball. Regardless, your primary experience is that the earth is flat and stationary. Someone has to tell you that the earth is in motion and that the earth is a ball, and then turn around and tell you that your senses deceive you. And we're just trying to explain to you that your primary experience is that the earth is flat and stationary. You have no other experience of this world except flat and stationary.
Oh, I
That's
have a
what
question,
the
okay?
Canadian was telling you.
So, if the Earth is flat, okay, so how is it like? How is it shaped in the like in the like space? You know, is it just flat or like is it like
There's
you
no
know?
outer space.
Oh, you guys don't believe the outer? You guys don't believe in the outer space?
No, why would we?
So you guys
There's
don't
nowhere
believe
else
in
to
like the
go.
Milky Way and stuff?
No,
Saying the word
why?
believe a lot. Do you believe in Father
Say,
Christmas?
wait, say that again.
You're
What do you
saying the
say?
word. You're saying the word believe a lot. Do you believe in
Believe?
Father Christmas or Santa Claus?
No,
Do you believe in the Easter Bunny?
no.
Okay. You understand why those things are beliefs, though, don't you? Those things are not actually real, but at a certain time you were led to believe a certain
Wait,
story
what
about
makes you
safe.
think that? Like, why don't you believe in the what is it called? The galaxy and stuff. Why don't you believe that?
Because the claims are, number one, unverifiable, and number two, against laws of nature.
Mm-hmm.
So
So wait,
I
so why do
can't
you believe
confirm.
in the moon and stuff?
I can't
and sun.
confirm the stories that we're told, and the stories that we're told can't be true, just to be clear.
Okay, so why do you believe in like the moon and the sun then? Because they're part of the galaxy and stuff, you know?
I can see the moon. I can see the sun. Now, just because me and you, let's say we're standing on the earth together and we're pointing at the sun, I can see the sun and you can see the sun. Awesome. Now tell me how far away it is and how big it is.
I think you can use like mathematical. That's how they did it. They use mathematical stuff
They
to
use
figure
do
that out.
do you know the mathematical stuff that they used?
No, I'm
Okay, but
not
you
gonna go out
believe
my way to learn
it's
that.
okay. It's okay. But you believe there was mathematical stuff done that
No,
proved
no, I
this.
don't
No?
believe. I know they did.
Okay, but okay, so what's the
Mhm.
mathematical stuff that was done?
What what do
Let's
you
put
mean
it
by
like
that?
this. Let's put it like
Mhm.
this. We can all say that we've all been told a story that something was done, and we can all nod along in agreement and go, yes, there's a story that something was done. Now, it doesn't prove that the thing that was claimed is done actually proved anything or was done. Me and you are just agreeing on a story that was told at the moment. I'm asking you for the evidence of the story. And if you know
You bet,
about it,
but I got
because
you.
if
I
you
got you.
don't know about it, it's not knowledge, it's a belief.
It's because you can just search it up on Google and it's like easy. I'm not gonna go out of my way
Okay,
to like learn the
okay,
mathematics.
okay,
I'm gonna go
okay,
ask Google real quick. What
okay.
is the mathematical equation to to figure out where the
You're asking the wrong
sun
question
is?
to start with.
Okay, well, what question should I
Don't want to
ask
be
Google?
rude.
No, it's okay. You can help me out, please.
Okay, so you asked for
Mhm.
a mathematical equation.
Mhm.
Mathematical equations exist, formulas exist, especially in geometry, right? Circles and pi, squares and angles, triangles, these types of things, right? Now, what you're going to actually need for is a measurement of a geometric claim to prove that the geometry is true. So, how
Mhm.
has the Earth been measured to be a ball?
Oh
Not
wait, oh my God,
calculated.
you're so smart. You're so smart. You're right. You're right. You're right. How is the oopsie, wait, let's write this again. What is the measurement
No.
to find?
Okay.
What do you mean? We are find
No, that's fine.
out where the sun is. That's perfect. Okay. It says to figure out where the sun is in the sky at a given time and location, you need to measure or calculate two main quantities, okay? You need the elevation. You need the distance, the distance, altitude, and then you just what's it called? You go and what's it called? You go to the calculator and use a solar tracking map
Oh, damn.
and then apply those algorithms and convert it to equivalents, then the horizontal coordination.
You don't want to say the word horizontal, but okay.
Horizontal. Wait, what about it? Did I say
It
it wrong?
doesn't matter. Yeah, no, it's okay.
Did I say it wrong?
At the
Oh, okay.
moment, you're trying to be figuring out the distance to the sun. You've brought up a load
Mhm.
of mathematical equations. Well, I'm just waiting for the bit. We've already said solar model, but I'm
What do
trying
you mean?
to
What do you
figure out
mean?
a distance to the sun, and you can't. The only thing that you can do is go through some mathematics that will be based upon a presupposition that we're trying to prove.
No, I said the way you said you don't believe in like the universe, like the group, like the universe,
It's,
basically, like the what is it called? I forgot the name of galaxy. Yeah, the galaxy. And I was like, oh, then how do you believe in the sun and the moon? And he said, oh, it's because I could see it.
yeah,
And I'm like, well, like you were like, I just can see it, you know. It's like it's something we believe in, just we see it, and I'm like, well, you can calculate how far it is, you know. You don't just see it; you can see like.
Yeah. And this is the point where I'm at. Your calculations will be based upon the model in which you're trying to prove the Earth being a sphere and the distance to the Sun as the Earth orbits around that sphere in the solar
Wait,
system that takes place in the galaxy.
then what do you use to calculate things? That makes no sense. Like,
Measurements.
that's why I just asked Google, dude.
Yeah, and the measurement was, at first, how the Sun appeared in elevation above the horizon. Okay. That will be an angle, let's say 45 degrees above the horizon. Okay. Now, an angle is two straight lines. One is going to be taken from your eye line between you and the Sun, straight line. The next one is the thing that you're standing on because it's going to be above the horizon. So the next line is from you to the horizon along the surface of the Earth. Those are two straight lines. So when you first take the measurement of the Sun's angle in the sky, you're measuring it from a horizontal plane that will be the Earth. So for you to even come up with an idea of how far the Sun may or may not be based on a calculation, your first measurement is going to include a flat Earth. Right? It's an angle.
Okay.
It's an angle measurement. Now, all I'm trying to point out to you is just because me and you are standing here looking at the Sun, we are not going to be able to tell just by looking at it how far away it is or how big it is. Yeah, you can Google some calculations because there's a model out there where the Earth is 3,959 miles in radius, for example, and the Sun's 93 million miles away. It's a mathematical model. What we're asking for is not the calculations for the model, the measurements that prove the calculations should be used, right? Because we're talking about geometry. The Earth being a sphere has got very specific geometry and calculations that will be attached to it. One will be the radius, diameter, circumference, and the rate of change of slope on the surface known as curvature. Now, we made an elevation angle measurement to the Sun where we utilized the Earth as a horizontal plane.
Okay, what's the calculation for the elevation of that thing you just said? What's that?
That's the thing that you read out from Google.
No, that's for how you check the circle. How about the flat Earth like equation? You know.
What do you mean flat Earth equation? It's a
Okay, what did you
measurement.
say like 2 seconds ago? What did you just say 2 seconds ago?
For you to describe the elevation of the Sun in the sky, like you read out from Google. You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and you remember what an angle is? That's two straight lines?
No, that's the other conversation. I meant like what you said exactly
Okay, then
2
you're going to
seconds
have to
ago.
keep up then, my friend.
Well, I said, well, how do you figure that equation? Then you change the subject
What equation?
for the flat Earth equation.
I didn't give you a flat Earth equation.
Well, you said that's how we figure it out, and I said, what's the equation?
No, I said for you to figure out a distance to the Sun. I said that me and you couldn't figure out a distance to the Sun unless we started using equations.
Okay.
You need to follow
Okay.
along.
Okay. Anyways,
Let's take
I
another
was.
observation. Let's
Continue.
take another observation. The moon. Does the moon appear to be the same size as the Sun in the sky?
Say that again. Say that again.
Does the moon appear to be the same size as the Sun in the sky?
No. The moon is. I mean, the sun is bigger.
Is it?
Yep, it is.
Okay, so can you explain to me a solar eclipse where the disk of the moon perfectly eclipses the disk of the Sun? Perfectly.
Oh, isn't it because like the moon is further away, so they end up matching because they're so far
How
away.
far away?
I
How
told you
much
I'm not
bigger?
mad. Or you want?
This is what I'm trying to
know.
point out to you, but you're just not listening. You keep like talking a lot. What I'm trying to point out to you is just making an observation, like of the sun or of the moon. You couldn't tell me how big it was, or how far away it was for exact certainty. You would have to use a bunch of calculations, and those calculations that you keep using are probably reference to the Earth being a sphere in motion around the sun at 93 million miles away, and how you would reach that conclusion.
Okay. Okay, I'm listening.
Cool. No, I'd finished. That's why I'd stopped talking.
Okay. It's
How
interesting.
old are you,
So,
may I ask?
how old are you?
I'm almost 50.
How old are you? I say like, what's your almost age?
You sound like a teenager, so I just want to make sure
No,
I'm giving you
I'm
the
not.
correct amount of respect. Kelly, you
How old are
sound
you?
young. Lucky you. I told you. You got memory loss or something.
No, you said almost 50. That's not an age. It's, you gotta, like, you know.
Okay, 49.
Mm,
That's okay. I'm just trying to be polite, but you're just making the conversation harder than it needs to be.
I was polite. What did I do? I
I
didn't
still
even say
don't know how
anything.
old you are.
What do you? Okay, what does my age have to do with this conversation?
Yeah, I was just being polite. You sounded young. You sounded like maybe you were
Uh,
17 or 8. Maybe
no.
you're older. Okay. Sounds stupid.
Continue. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you there? Okay. Sorry about that. Anyways, so do you not believe in the stars and stuff, or do
I
you
can
believe
see
those?
them, same
Mm-hmm.
thing. And I'll tell you the same thing. It's a story that we've been told. You don't
Mm.
know what the stars are. You'll just repeat a story to me that you've been told. You don't know whether that
I saw
story's
a star one
true.
time. I saw a star one time, so I believe in them.
Right, if you're not going to take this conversation seriously, I'm not going to torture
Wait,
you.
what did
Obviously,
you
I can
say?
go out at night
Oh
time and
my
see
god.
stars.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
if I'm explaining something to you, maybe you should stop talking and maybe you should listen. Or am I wasting my time giving you an answer to something that you've asked?
Dude, I was just agreeing with you. I don't know what you're mad at me for. What the flip?
You said you saw a star one time. Okay,
Yeah.
how far away is the star? What's the star made of?
I don't know, but I'm saying I saw stars. So I believe in them.
Okay, what's
And
a
like,
star?
what do you mean? Oh, it's
What?
like,
Yeah, what is a star?
okay, what is a star?
Mm-hmm.
I would say. Well, I can't say it to you because you don't believe in the galaxy,
No,
like,
no,
first of all.
look, there's lots of things that I don't believe, right? But I can hear them, I don't get offended. Right? You just seem to be getting offended by me asking you questions, that's why you keep fluttering and talking. I'm asking
I'm not
you, what
offended.
is a star?
Okay.
What is a
So
star?
basically, they're like stones in the galaxy. And
I'm not taking this conversation any further because you're not taking it seriously. Now, stars are
well,
stones
so
in
I
the
can't even.
galaxy.
I thought she was going to say it's a gas giant.
Okay, one more time.
I don't
Is
know
the
what a gas
sun
giant is.
a giant stone in the galaxy?
I don't really know what a sun is made out of.
Okay,
But
so you don't
I
even
know
know
they
what these
exist.
things are, but you're challenging me whether I believe you don't even. It seems to me that I would have to educate you what those things were, so you would know what it was, and then ask me if I believed in it or not, because you don't even know what it is. You'd be a really, really bad salesman.
So I can't simply ask. That's kind of mean. I was just
Like, I
okay.
asked you what a star was, and you said it was some
I
type of
said.
stone. You understand, within your way of thinking, the sun that we see in the sky during the daytime is a
Mm-hmm.
star.
There are billions of stars in our known galaxy. Stars are. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, continue.
Okay. So all of these things, whether you remember them when you were taught them or not, are things that you do not know. They're things that you believe vaguely. If you knew them, you would be able to demonstrate to me how you knew it to be true with maybe an experiment or a demonstration of some kind. But you're asking me if I believe in these things, and you don't even know what they are.
Okay, no, you got mad when I said it's like a rock or like something in the galaxy, and I don't know, man. I'm sorry for making you upset.
Do rocks produce heat and light?
If they're in the galaxy, maybe, I don't know.
Where's that mute button?
I said I don't know what. Oh my god, dude.
So what else do you want to ask if we believe in that you don't even know what it is?
No, I don't know, man. You seem really offended when I ask something, so I don't want to
I
like
just
get you upset.
I
I
get
don't want to get you
frustrated.
upset.
Frustration
Okay.
with something that should be really, really simple to understand, but I'm literally dragging my feet.
Well, I feel like flat earthers should educate people on what they believe in, because you know
We
there
did.
isn't much of you guys.
We did. And you got confused, and had to go and get some water. When I told you that the Pacific Ocean, do you know what that
I
is?
was listening. I got water, and then I
I asked
came
you a
back to
question.
listen.
I asked you a question. Do you know what the
Mhm.
Pacific Ocean is?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, cool. So I was confused whether you did or you didn't. But when we mentioned to you that 70% of the sphere is water, you got confused. When we
I
told you
didn't
that it's,
say that. I
but
didn't
it's,
say that. I
you did.
said that the part was confusing was when you said like it was like everything is horizontal and that's how the world is flat or something like that. And I'm like, I
Yeah,
don't really
that
get.
wasn't me.
That wasn't you?
Yeah, that was the other guy, and then I jumped in.
Yeah, it was the other one.
You
So
started talking
like
about hills and shit.
yes, I didn't get it. So I was I was being honest. I didn't get it. So
Okay.
if I don't get
But
something,
when
I'm
we
not gonna
explained
like.
it to you, did you get it?
Nope, it didn't make sense at all to me. So,
Okay. You know
and I
what a
was like,
sphere, okay. You know what a sphere is, don't you?
yeah.
Okay. And you know what a percentage is, don't you?
Mhm.
Cool. So you know what 50% of a sphere would be.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay. You know what 70% of a sphere would be.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you have 70% of a sphere that's made of water and 30% of a sphere that's made of rock, and that water is a straight line, how can you make a sphere from that?
What about the land? How much is the land?
30%. I said 15 seconds ago.
So the whole like Europe, like South America, that's 30%.
Can you draw a circle?
Wait, I'm asking you a question.
I'm trying to make this as simple for you, like a 5-year-old. Can you imagine that you're drawing a circle? Yes or no?
Yeah, continue.
Okay, cool. Now, for 30% of it, I want you to draw a curved line. So let's start at the 12 at the top, like it was a clock face, and we would go all the way round to, let's say, the 3. Maybe the 4. Let's go a little bit further. And then that's the curved line. That would be 30%. And then we're going to complete the sphere with a straight line. Can you do that?
I made a pie. Or
It's all you could make, isn't it? Right? There's no way on earth that you can make a sphere with a straight edge. Spheres don't have straight edges, do they? They're curvilinear, like a circle. It's all curved around the outside. A ball rolls because it's curved around the outside. When we start mentioning horizontal lines, right, we're not going to be talking about spheres anymore. When we keep bringing up the water, we keep bringing it up because it's observed and measured to be horizontal on the surface, like the water in your cup or your glass or in your swimming pool. The same thing when you go down to the beach and you observe the water there, the Pacific or the Atlantic or whatever sea or ocean. That water is the same as every other body of water. It's horizontal. So that means because the water's horizontal, the Earth can't be a sphere. It doesn't logically make sense. Now you can dispute whether water's curved on the surface, that's fine, but then we can just show you how it's measured. Do you know what a laser is? Okay, cool.
okay, sorry guys, my internet went out for a second. Continue.
Do you know what a laser is?
A laser? Yes, I do know what a laser is. Yes,
Cool.
indeed.
We use these tools to fire at targets across big bodies of water, like lakes, 10, 20, 30 miles. Because the laser's straight, we know that there should be a separation between the straight laser and the surface of the Earth below. If there was a target across a lake that was, say, 20 miles across, and we had a laser at 1 meter and a target at 1 meter, if the surface of the Earth was curved, we wouldn't be able to hit the target. The laser would go above the target. What we actually measure with lasers, though, is we have a direct line of sight to the target that we shouldn't have a direct line of sight to. This is how we know that the Earth is measured to be flat, because when we measure it with lasers, we hit targets that we shouldn't if the Earth was a sphere. So that's how we
Wait,
know.
so you think gravity's like circle too?
No, gravity is just a reason why when I drop something, it all goes down. If you're saying that gravity makes the Earth a sphere, then the water would be curved on the surface. We would be talking about how we measure the curvature of the Earth over water with lasers. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about how we measure the water to be horizontal with lasers, so the Earth can't be a sphere, for whatever reason you want to talk about gravity for.
What about like the atmosphere? Maybe it's the atmosphere. Maybe it's like maybe different like temperatures. You know, maybe it's like really hot or something like that. Maybe windy.
Windy?
The laser because of the laser. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you can get light to deviate from a straight line, but you need very special conditions for that. And yeah, you can have them in the atmosphere. That's why we have refraction, for example. But we're not going to be bending light around a sphere so we can perfectly see things that are directly straight in front of us when we're not. We can also measure the rate of change of different wavelengths of light through the medium of the atmosphere. Different wavelengths, I mean different colors, red, blue, green, blah, 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 because they all refract differently. If we were to use several different lasers with different wavelengths, we could measure the refraction, and we do. We still measure the Earth to be flat.
They have the article for the experiment so I can see like, you know, maybe there was like maybe they were like in Australia or something like that, or like maybe they were like in Antarctica, you know, and then like the thing bent a little bit, something like that.
Yeah, these laser tests are done in multiple locations, in multiple conditions, in different seasons across the Earth. In cold places like inside the Arctic and Antarctic Circle, on desert salt flats, for example, frozen lakes, seas, all types of different places and weather conditions. The only limitation to how far we can see is, as you're kind of pointing out, the atmosphere and how opaque it is, and whether we've got good enough eyesight or binoculars or a telescope or high-powered zoom camera. That's the only limitation to how far we could see. The thing is, if we lived on a sphere, the limitation to how far we could see would be the thing that you pointed out about sunrise and sunset, right? The horizon, the curvature of the Earth. But we don't observe that, and we don't measure that curvature where it should be at all.
Okay, can you pull up the experiment, like the
Yeah,
article or something like that? Yeah,
I'll drop
let's
you a
see that.
few. I'll drop you a few laser tests in the side chat for sure.
Yeah, perfect. I wanna look at this article. Great Salt Lake. Great Salt Lake. Ooh, okay. Okay, this video is him talking. Okay, let me see this one. Hmm.
Keep raising a little. Try to get closer. Try to move her around in that area because you might get a direct hit.
Hmm.
Long distance observations.
Giving you a few videos there that you can take away and watch in your own for sure. Some of them are only about 10-20 minutes long. There's a compilation as well in there. I think it's the second video I showed you. That's also got some what's called long distance observations. So just getting a camera out and seeing as far as you can see, comparing it to the prediction of what the globe Earth would tell you and the limitation of how far you can see. But yeah, you can take those videos away if you want. This is something that we highly recommend that anybody does for themselves. So, for example, myself and other people in this room who are flat earthers have either done experiments like this, laser tests, other measurements, or other types of observations. So, if you want to be sure, then maybe at some point in the future you could do something similar.
And, I'm watching the other video and it said like the weather and the wind was hitting it real bad.
hmm
Damn.
You understand, right? Because we're told how big the Earth is, then there's just some very simple consequences to that. If we're told that the Earth has got a radius to it, then
Is
it's
there
obviously
anybody
got.
that like try to see how big the Earth is, or like maybe try to go to like become a NASA person, NASA? Yeah, NASA, and try to go like I don't know, like try to see if the world is a sphere, Because I feel like they're doing a lot of tests, but not like a lot of like and not a lot of like going on airplane and like going around the world, you know?
A lot of these tests have been conducted by experts in the fields. So your feelings about the test don't have
What
any
that?
weight.
Can I get an article about the test?
They're giving you in the text chat the direct
No, no,
links.
no, not those ones. No, not those ones. I meant like people going like on airplanes. Like, is there like, you know, like easy, like without mathematics with their own eyes
No, no, no.
type of
The thing
test?
in question, listen, the airplanes are not measuring devices. If you're talking about measuring the surface of the earth, the last thing you want to do is going on an airplane. So no.
Like, like with your own eyes kind of type of test?
No, no, no. Your eyes has certain limits. When you're looking across the earth,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to measure the earth, if you want to measure it, you don't go away from the earth. You go to the earth. So the tests are done on the earth, not away from it.
How about like, maybe get a like piloting a test or like be a
Okay,
pilot and
let
then
me tell you this. Let me just give you this. Since you want to go to airplanes, you know how engineers build the airplanes, right? Engineers.
so yeah, something like that. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so engineers build the aircraft. So engineers, they know that eventually, once they're done building the airplane, they themselves are gonna have to get in the airplane and test it, right? Do you know that?
What do you mean? Oh, the engineers have to test the plane. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
continue.
So they themselves eventually also know that their families might get in the airplane, and they want their families and themselves to go up on the airplane and then up in the air and come back down and go back to their families safely, right?
Okay, but what about that?
What about that? So, when the engineers have to build the aircraft to work in reality, practically, safely, right? Practically means that it's gonna serve the purpose that they build it for. They have to take reality into account, right? The real world where the airplane is gonna operate at.
What are you on about? Okay, continue. I'm listening.
Okay, continue. Perfect. Yeah, yeah. What I'm on about. Yeah. Now you want to hear continue. Okay, I'm gonna continue. So when
Yeah.
they build the airplane and they
Mhm.
take the earth where the airplane is gonna operate on, they take the earth into account and they have
Why?
to
Mhm.
take the Earth, right? And
Mhm.
assume and use the Earth as a what? As a flat and motionless plane.
They have to
You hear
use
that?
what? Say that again. They have to use what?
When they are designing the airplane to operate in reality and to work in reality practically, they have to use the Earth as a flat and non-rotating, as a motionless Earth, motionless and flat Earth, to build the airplane, to work in reality. You get it?
Okay. I'll continue. Yeah.
Okay. So the operator, who's the operator of the airplane? The pilot? You know, the pilot. So
Operating. Yeah.
so now we're done with the engineers. The engineers had to take the reality into account to build the airplane to work in reality. They had to take the Earth as flat and motionless, and now they're gonna pass it to the pilot that's gonna fly the airplane, right? Because the pilot is not the engineer. The pilot is the one that's gonna operate the airplane. The pilot, when he's flying this airplane, never takes into account any curvature or any curvature or any movement of the ground below him. The pilot uses the earth as flat and stationary to operate the airplane.
It's because the airplane is like the wings aren't like birds. They don't
It's
like.
because they take reality into account to
No,
operate.
it's because they're
That's
not birds. They don't like use the wings. The wings don't move.
obviously they're
The
not
wings
birds.
are flat.
Obviously they're not birds. Nobody's talking about birds.
No, I know, but when you say it's reality or something, like
Yeah.
of course
The
the
earth,
wings are
right?
gonna be
The
flat.
earth.
You can't move
The
them like you're in the water. You can't move the engines or something like that. You gotta move straight,
Yeah, yeah.
and use the
Straight.
gravity
You don't have straight on a
and
sphere.
weather.
Yeah, exactly. Straight. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, straight. Welcome. Yeah, you made it. You agree? Yeah. No. So you're asking about airplanes? I'm giving you the airplanes idea. Airplanes only work on a flat Earth.
So if it was a not flat Earth, it would have been like the airplane's wings wouldn't be shaped flat. Is that
If
what you're trying to say?
the Earth wasn't flat, if there was something else, then they will have to design the airplane to work on that something else. But the Earth is not that something else. The Earth is flat and motionless, so they designed the airplane to work on a flat and motionless Earth. Get it?
So you don't believe the Earth moves and stuff?
Why would I believe that?
Okay.
There's no need to believe any of that nonsense. It's complete fantasy nonsense. I mean, I could entertain the idea, but there's no belief required.
So you don't believe in like time and like how many times we're like circled around. Oh, did he leave?
Listen, Boso, you wanted to talk about the airplanes. I pasted a video in the chat there. We have a guy who takes infrared photography from airplanes, 28,000 feet up. He took a picture 1,200 miles away. That should be completely impossible if you live on a ball with the radius that they claim, 3,959. So there's your airplane.
Let me see this video that you told me to watch.
I mean, you don't have to go to airplanes, but if you want an example, that's 1,200 miles. should be impossible. But Earth is flat, so we can see 1,200 miles out with infrared.
Okay. Oh, wait. So your claim is. Wait. Let me watch this video. Let me watch this video real quick.
Yeah, take your time.
Wait. So since you guys don't believe in space and stuff, like, why hasn't somebody like tried to go out of the Earth? You know, go outside. Like, do you guys not believe there's like anything besides the Earth and stuff?
How far up do you think we can go?
As far as you can, as far as you want.
We don't have the technology to do that. Are you talking up or are you talking out?
Up, like up, 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 up.
Yeah, so where's the space station located, allegedly?
The what?
The space station, the ISS. How high up is it?
Wait, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, can you, since you don't believe in the galaxy, what do you believe is outside the Earth, you know?
We don't speculate here. We only deal with empirical evidence.
So
I
you
can grant.
can't go out of,
No, you can go to 250 miles
so
up,
you can't go out of the
possibly, right?
box? So you can't go out of the box? AKA the Earth?
No, we can't go anywhere.
You can't even probably go outside of your town without your parents' permission. You can't leave your country without the government's permission, you know? I mean, you can't leave your country without, I don't know, I mean, your neighbor country probably doesn't allow you to go to their country without
Yeah,
permission.
and much less so to space, which requires
Why
government.
don't you get permission? Why don't you get permission?
We don't have
No,
to.
there's
Just look at the tests, okay? The Earth is flat. We can measure it down here. There's no reason for us to leave it.
you're thinking we can leave reality. Can we leave reality? Can we leave
So you're
the
saying
construct that
the
we're in?
Earth? So you're
That
saying
just
the Earth?
speculate. That's just speculate. That's just speculation. We don't know. I don't know because I
So
haven't
you're
been to the
saying,
end. I haven't been to the ends of the world. You haven't. You cannot go. I
I,
cannot go. So you're asking us unknowns about things that we don't know about.
no, I'm saying, I didn't say that. I didn't say, so I'm saying basically, like, there's like, you made me you forget, but it's okay. But like, you're saying it's unknown if the Earth is flat because you haven't like gone out of the
No,
Earth.
that is known. We can measure it. You have 4 or 5 different videos to show you the method, and I even told you the method. You can go and do this with one of your friends. Take him to a 10-mile wide lake. Have your friend flash a mirror on the other side. If you see the mirror flash, that means either your friend is over 30 feet tall or water doesn't curve between you. It has to curve between you if you live on a ball, but it doesn't. So you can prove it to yourself. Or if you have money, you can buy a
Wait,
laser and you can do it with the laser. It's cheaper with the mirror. Or if you,
so wait,
I don't know how tall you are, but
I have a question. I have a
yeah,
question.
go ahead.
So instead of lakes, what about the ocean? How about we try the
Yeah, we can do it over the oceans too. I did it over ocean here. There's 2 countries. I'm from Sweden, right? I can see Denmark's beach over from Sweden on my side. That's 16 kilometers away. Shouldn't be able to do that. There should be 20 meters of curvature between those countries. That's an ocean, right? So I've seen the ball pictures from space. I've seen my country and I see the water there curving, right? But when I go there in reality, there is no curving on that water at all. And
maybe it's because you're small and tiny.
no, have you ever used an Earth curvature? Hey, do you like escape games? We can play a game with you. Have you ever been in one of those escape room? We give you a few items and you see if you can get yourself out of the room.
Nope. Nope. Never did. Never have. Mm-mm.
All right. So this game is called Escape from the Globe, right? And I give you a couple of items and see if you can figure out the answer to the question. Let's see here. This is fun. All right. So the calculator, we know that there has to be at the tangent 66 foot of curvature over a 10-mile distance. That's just a fact. That's simple math, right? So if you go to a 10-mile wide lake and you don't see those 66 foot of curvature, well, something is wrong with the claim. Then here's the game, by the way. See if you can read it and see if you can understand the question. And I gave you the tools needed, even including the Earth curvature calculator.
The escape for the globe game. You have one laser on a nice bubble level tripod. Hard rule. Place it 30 feet above the water level. One friend, one ruler, one lake. 9.5. Okay. Okay. The question is, can you figure out if the water is curving on that lake with the laser on the other? How high over the opposite beach should high oh my god, how high over the opposite beach should the laser end up if you live on a ball with the radius? Okay. You did this? Can you tell me what answer you got when you did this?
Hello.
Hello?
How are you guys? Buenas. Yeah. Yeah, dale. How are you? Anybody's here?
الحرب بين روسيا واوكرانيا لساتها شغاله والروس بيعرفوا كيف بيرجعوا.
Man, I hate this mic thing. I was muted and I was telling him to mute himself, and now we lost Boso. Ah, I was excited. We were going to play the game with her or him. We never did figure out there was a boy or a girl, right? But I think Jedi tried to ask the age there. Sounded very young. No.
Yeah, he sounded pretty young, but his effort compared to other people was definitely, gonna say, admirable compared to other people. He was trying.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
excited. It sounded like a very reasonable person. And then that guy came in and interrupted the whole thing, and maybe he or she got scared.
He did way better than many others.
Oh, yeah. Alpha Omega, I see your chat there. Yeah, that's interesting. Split Rock Lighthouse.
Yeah, sorry, I'm driving right now. I'm almost home, so I probably don't sound very good right now. It's on my phone, so I'll come into the chat here.
Yeah, we hear you. That's a good observation. I like it. Thanks for posting that.
Yeah, no problem. I got my buddy works on the ship coming in and out of the port in Duluth, and I told him that I need video proof with the GPS coordinates and the ship tracker, and he's gonna give me the beacon from Split Rock Lighthouse, and he's gonna do it at night too from the bridge of the ship.
Nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be super interesting when he does that. Yeah, my buddy who works on the ship, I started talking to him about flat Earth, and this was a couple months ago, and he started coming around and asking questions, and he's kind of on the fence right now, but he said he's seen things that would be impossible on a globe. But see, all these guys that work on about it, they don't think, oh, hey, I can see this port or this lighthouse or this other ship at X distance. They don't even think about it. They just see another ship or see that and then take it for granted, like, oh yeah, I can see it. But they never really think, wow, how is this even possible that I can see these things? It's kind of cool.
Yep, yep. Very cool. Very cool.
Where are you located, F.E. Judge?
Well, I live outside of Boston for the last almost 20 years. I'm originally from Sweden. You can hear on my accent.
Yeah, I can tell your accent is a little different. Well, you must have lived pretty close to Indio then, huh?
Yeah, 40 minutes. He was in Cambridge. Missed the guy.
Yeah.
We lost
Did you
the
guys ever
final
hang out
ball.
then?
No, I never got a chance to do that. We did talk a little bit though, now and then. Feel lucky
Yeah,
to have known him.
absolutely. I feel honored just to have had conversations that I had with him, you know?
Yeah, I learned a lot from him. His memory was crazy good, and I think he had photographic memory. He could
I know, right?
talk about almost
Information.
any topic. Yeah, the information that he had, it was like insane. So yeah, big loss for us.
Yeah, he is. He's got a legacy, man. That it'll never die, dude. Ever.
Yeah, we're gonna gather all the clips and make really good compilations of him. We're gonna play him forever over on the home server.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, it's kind of, you know, it's odd that here's a man that I didn't know personally. You know, I've had a handful of conversations, you know, just superficial kind of relationships, but just the news I got when he had passed, it hit me like almost like a family member, you know, and it's just weird how that is.
Yeah, I noticed that too. It's like you can get relationships with people that you never met face to face online only, right? But it still feels hard when it hits. It's really tough.
Yeah, it speaks volumes on the influence, just the influence of his character.
Yeah, well, maybe we can resurrect him somehow with AI's help in the future. We have 10,000 hours of clips with him basically, so We can train an AI on him. I would love to have like Indio come back and someone has a question. Hey, Indio, what do you have to say about that? And there he is again speaking with the data that we have collected. I don't know. Could happen.
Yeah, we were talking the other day, and DJ had mentioned that he trained his chatbot with Indio clips, and yeah, it's super possible, man. I mean, you could just call the chatbot Indio, Indio 008 or something, and every question you ask it, it'll give an Indio answer. I mean, it's not out of the speculation, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's within the technology we can do now, for sure.
But anyways, all right, I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna mute up here. I gotta go take care of some stuff, but I'll be listening. So.
Yep. Talk to you later. Man, where did everybody go? Is there something going on over on politics, or see a few guys over in the home server? I hang out there a lot now, listening to Indio.
Almost feels like a brother that is not here anymore with us.
Yeah, that's exactly how it feels.
I'm in the north area of Boston. Where are you at? West? South?
Pretty close to Worcester. I don't even know what direction that is, but it's outside of
Worcester. I think that's west. Let me check.
Yeah, it's like in Worcestershire sauce. They say Worcester.
It's Worcester.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's west.
I guess I'm west of Boston, then.
I'm north, you're west.
But I've been to Revere Beach many times. Same place that Indio did his last observation.
I've been in Revere Beach the same day India was there, but we didn't met.
They have a little place out there. They make pretty decent lobster rolls.
Lobster.
Lobster.
Somebody should go put a little plaque on the beach there where he took that observation and put the globe killer. Indio.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. There's a lot of benches. You can probably put one there and it's going to stay there. No one's going to remove it. I had plans. I wanted to meet up with him at some point. And you think you have time, right? So you put it off and then something like this happens and, But who knows? India was kind of private too, so.
Yeah, you could tell he was one of those one of those tough SOBs, you know what I mean?
Generation X, man. We're tough.
Absolutely, me too. 1979.
Yep. What do we got in here? Ippon, welcome. You a flat earther, or do you think you live on a ball in space?
Oh, hello, hello.
Hi there.
I'm not sure if my English is good enough to really talk about this topic.
Well, it sounds as good as mine. Where are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Germany. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty close to my country, Sweden. Oh, but Germans, you start English from first grade, just like we do.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that everyone can speak perfect English here.
Yeah, that's right.
So maybe to try to answer your question, I do believe that we live on a ball, not a flat Earth.
Okay.
But it's kind of surprising. First I thought this is like a meme, but I think many people here actually believe they are living on a flat Earth.
Well, yeah, it's not exactly a belief because we have some evidence for it, and well, sometimes people don't want to hear it, but when they do, they can ask us, what's our best evidence that we don't live on a ball, right? And then we present it, and they are shocked, right? Because when we ask people what their best evidence for why they live on a ball, usually it's just a bunch of claims with no empirical evidence behind it. Like, yeah, we have pictures from space. That's not exactly evidence because you can fake that, right? And what else? I don't know. What have you thought about that? What if you would pick one of the best evidence that you can come up with that you live on that round Earth in space, right? What would it be?
Mhm. Yeah, so from my perspective, when I visited school, like we were taught that you're not living on a flat Earth, and basically from little on, when we are young, we are just taught that the Earth is not flat but a ball. But like if I had to give you like evidence of it, I would probably say like you could prove it with some math maybe.
Yeah,
And
that's a good suggestion. I pasted the map in the chat there. Look at it. So that's Earth, right? That's a picture from NASA. That's what they say. This is where you live. I mean, you've seen these. And they even told us the size. Do you know the size of Earth?
I have no idea.
Yeah, so NASA says that the size of Earth is 3,959 miles. That's the radius. Being from Germany, that would be about 6,400 kilometers. So So we have the size, which means we can figure out how much the water on it needs to curve. See, if you look at the picture there, all the blue stuff, that's water, right? Do you know how much water they say cover the Earth?
I think it was something like 70%, right?
Yeah, it's about 70%. That's the claim. So, and you can see also in the picture that it kind of curves around the ball. And you ever been to Denmark?
Nope, I haven't.
Okay, well, Denmark and Sweden.
Hello,
Like,
guys.
yeah, just hang on for a second. We're having a discussion here. We get you soon. Hello.
Ajá.
Mute yourself. So
Oye.
anyway,
Bueno, perdón. Tenía que silenciarme.
okay, hang on a second. I have to help this guy. Think.
I have silence. I need have silence.
Yeah. Can you mute yourself, or do
Correct.
I need?
Sorry.
Thank you. All right, so between Denmark and Sweden, there is water, 16 kilometers of water. And if you live on a ball, and if you trust the picture from space that NASA sent out, that water needs to be curving. It just has to, and it looks like it is on the picture too, right? But when you go there, you can actually see Denmark. You can see the beach on the other side from Sweden, 16 kilometers away. But there should be 20 meters of curvature. So that's like a 6-story high building, but there is no such thing. So we've done many of these tests. Like you shoot the laser 10 miles, you put it a meter over the water on one side. Well, it should end up about 30 feet in the air on the other side, but it doesn't do that. If you bring a friend, the laser is going to end up 1 meter over the beach on both sides. But that's impossible if it was a ball, right? So those are the kind of tests that we're doing. We're shooting lasers, we're doing mirror tests, and the water is flat.
So,
It doesn't curve.
okay, I see that point. So first of all, I want to say I'm open for any new ideas because I feel like many people on this server, like they're just debating and they already have their point of view. But
Yeah.
I'm generally open like to new ideas because I think everything we know, you can question if it's right or wrong.
Yeah.
And I see your point you made. Like, so your point is, if you, for example, let's say you're in Denmark and then you shoot a laser over to Sweden, then it's the laser does not arrive at the point where it should be when it would be around Earth, right?
Right. It actually, I mean, because water doesn't curve between the two countries. They actually pasted a method. So this is something we tell people all the time. Don't believe me. Go check it for yourself. I don't know how tall you are, but let's say you're 2 meters tall. The horizon
Yeah, I
for
wish.
you. You wish, yeah.
Yeah,
Me
maybe
too.
more like 175.
All right. So if you're at 175, the horizon should start about 4.7 kilometers away from you. But I think in your life, that's where water has to start curving away if you live on the ball with the size that they say. 4.7 kilometers, it's not that far. And I think you've seen farther than that in your life, maybe islands out there on the ocean, or maybe boats and things like that. So we can easily, on a clear day, at least in Sweden, you can see Denmark on the other side, and you shouldn't be able to. So you've never seen curving water. It is completely flat for you. That's what you observe me as well, right? So
Yeah, isn't there like in school I'm not sure how it's called in English, like in German we have Satz des Pythagoras, which should translate into something like um wait, let me look it up what it's in English. Yeah, the Pythagorean theorem, like where you
right.
just can calculate like if you have a certain height and you have one side, then you are able to calculate like the third missing side. And I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that's what you mean, right? Like
Yeah,
this
that's what
this
we do.
calculation. Is
Right.
it maybe just possible? I mean, I can see your point, but is it maybe just possible that the Earth is not just a perfect round ball, and maybe over such a distance from, let's say, from Denmark to Sweden,
Yeah, that
maybe
it just happens to be flat right there. That is possible.
maybe not. like completely flat, but maybe not as round as like you would imagine a round ball. Like maybe it's
Yeah.
something in between.
Yeah, we call that the disco ball theory. You know, that it's flat a little bit here and there. The problem is that we've done hundreds of these tests all over Earth, right? So many of them are done, in all places basically. So that would mean that Earth is not flat, that it's not round, like they say, right? So there's a calculator in my chat there. You can click on it and you can see how far away the horizon should be at any given point. NASA themselves called the Earth almost a perfect sphere. Like if you shrunk it down to the size of a billiard ball, it would be smoother than a billiard ball. So if we have 70% water and the water is flat, I mean, I don't think you ever seen curving water. Like when you go out in the winter and you ice skate on a lake, it's not gonna, you don't have to skate uphill 66 foot and then slide down to the other side, because you know very well that ice is, it's flat. So everywhere we do these tests, the water is flat. And it can't be, because then it can't be a ball. If Earth is 70% flat, I don't know the shape of Earth. I'm not claiming a shape. We don't do that in here because we can't prove it. But we are claiming a surface property, and because water is flat.
I'm not sure if I understood your last point correctly. Can
Yeah,
you
I'm
maybe?
saying over 10 miles there has to be 66 foot of curvature. But when you go out on a lake and in the wintertime and you skate with ice skates, you don't have to skate uphill and then you slide down to the beach on the
Okay.
other side because
Yeah.
water is flat. So that's just the way it
But is
is.
it maybe just possible that if you like because the Earth is so large that even if you travel like a few kilometers on ice, that the slope is so small that you do not really realize it. But if you just would like travel, like let's assume the Earth is round, and you would travel all around the world, that you probably wouldn't feel like the slope rising or falling, because the distance is so huge and the increasing slope is so small that you just don't feel it. Could that maybe a reason for that?
I mean, it can't be, right? Because from the pictures that they show us and the description of Earth, they only say that the Earth is 14 kilometers wider at the equator, right? So that would only change the curvature by a few centimeters, basically, no matter what point you pick. It's like on a basketball. You hold it in your hand. You run your finger over it. Curvature is the same at any point. And these laser tests, 10 miles is really not that long. We've done, here's a 21-mile one, right? They shot a laser 21 miles, 5 foot over the beach. That's about 1.5 meter. It should end up 260 foot in the air on the other side. That's a 26-story high building, or almost 100 meters, right? So the laser ends up 1.5 meter over the beach on the other side. That should be impossible. I mean, Earth has to curve at some point, and every point we measure it as flat. So nobody has been able to do the laser test and show that the laser actually ends up where it should end up. Also, you shouldn't be able to see 21 miles. In this video, clearly, the guy is using a really high-powered zoom camera, and he zooms in to the other side. He sees buildings and lights and things on the beach over there. Should be impossible. We also have infrared photography, 250 miles they take pictures. That should be completely impossible on a ball Earth. So we don't have any evidence.
Find it really interesting, because I haven't really thought much about this, because I just assumed like the Earth is round, because like you just get you get taught that in school, and you just assume that's reality. But right now I don't have any like argument against your points, because I haven't really investigated this topic.
Right, this
And
is the first time you start to
yeah,
think about
it's
it.
really
Yeah,
actually the first time. But it's
I get it.
quite interesting to see. Like, I think I will watch the video you just linked.
Yeah,
and
take
then
your time.
I will make my own research, and then.
Of course, you should. Absolutely.
But it's really nice to see actually someone explaining this like in a very calm way, because most of the times when when people arguing here on the server, it gets really out of control really fast.
Yeah, not in this channel. We only talk one-on-one. We don't dogpile. We don't, throw 10 people at someone. It's just we have one-on-one discussions, and I don't see it as a debate. It's more like a chance to listen to the perspective, maybe a chance for some education. Maybe there was some things you learned, the radius of Earth and so forth. And if you have the calculator, you can use that. So yeah, you're making a good point. We don't do that kind of debating here.
And I have one more question.
Yeah.
So why would you think like NASA and like all these other people, if they know the flat was Earth, like then obviously this has to be like wrong information they are spreading. Like, what would the reason for this be, in your opinion?
We get this question a lot. It's basically the why would they lie question, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's not our position, really. Like, remember when you were a kid, at some point someone told you you live on a sphere. This is Earth, and they showed you maybe one of those globes that they have in the classroom.
Yep.
Your teacher, she didn't know. She was told the same thing, right? So we believe it's just tradition at this point. And even the good people at NASA, so to speak, they probably believe 100% that they live on a ball in space, right? But they really don't have any evidence for it. So maybe they intentionally did this back in the 60s. Do you remember when they talked about the Cold War and blah, 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 all of that crap?
Yeah, I know what the Cold War is, but I don't really have
Right.
that
So
deep understanding.
America wanted to be first, right? Because the Russians were talking about
Yeah.
going to the moon and all of that. So Kennedy promised that we were going to go in 10 years, and then they couldn't do it. For 10 years, they really tried, right? They made all the rockets. There was a lot of explosions and so forth. And I think that in the end, they just faked it, right? They shot the thing in a studio somewhere. And then they were like, we're going to have to show the Earth as well. And everybody believes it's a ball. So let's put that in, right? A painting. And they took some photograph of it. I'm speculating now. I don't know exactly what happened, right? But that would be a reasonable way out for them. And then they could show America is the best. We're the greatest. We can do the near impossible. The last sentence I said there, that's actually what the NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, said just only a couple of months ago. We want to show the American people that we can do the near impossible. So I think those people fully believe that they live on a round ball Earth, right? But they've never been outside of our system, like to have a God's eyesight view.
Mm-hmm.
So I
So
think
do
they
you
fully.
think it's even
It's just a
possible
belief.
to leave?
It's.
Oh, sorry for interrupting.
I think it's just a tradition, is what I'm saying. That's the short of the too long didn't read. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead with your question.
So do you believe it's even possible then to go into space with a space shuttle?
Well, I mean, we clearly have some kind of technology. We've seen the rockets. People go there and they see them live, right? We can shoot things up. How far up can they go? I don't know. They claim they can go to the Kármán line. That's about 100 kilometers up. They claim the ISS is it's 400 kilometers up. Maybe I could grant that the space station even exists up there or whatever it is. I don't think there is any people on it. But if, just for argument's sake, let's say that there is. Okay, so we can go 400 kilometers up. Now what? That's 250 miles. And Earth is claimed to be over 8,000 miles wide. You can see a maximum of a couple of percent from that height of Earth. So up there, it should look completely flat. Now, we've
Okay,
seen
but
pictures of Earth from that height, but mathematically,
yeah.
that's impossible. 3% can't show the full ball anyway. So that
Okay,
part
yeah,
I know
it's
that
hard
they're
for me.
faking.
it's hard for me to argue with that because I don't really know the numbers and I haven't done
Yeah,
any
yeah,
research
yeah,
on that.
yeah.
So
Of
yeah,
course. Well,
maybe you
you
can be
could
right, maybe
sure you
wrong.
could ask. You could probably even ask AI how many % of Earth can you see from. Let's see here. I'll paste it in here for you. You can take a look at it. Look at that. I asked the question over on X to the AI. You can do the same. It'll tell you. So when you see pictures that they have taken from the ISS of the full ball, that's just bullshit. You can't do that. It's mathematically impossible.
It's really interesting. I will really love to
Yeah.
look into this
Yeah.
because right now it's hard for me to believe.
Sure. I mean, that's also the cognitive dissonance kind of kicks
Yeah.
in
Yep.
because you have a strongly held belief already. So your brain is going to go crazy now, and it's
Yep.
going to be like, don't listen to this. You know it's a ball. But when you think about it, you don't actually know. You believe the story, right? And so did your teacher. I don't think anybody has intentionally lied to you because they really believe it. So then it's not a lie, right? You
Yeah,
have
I
to
really
have
try to
knowledge.
be open to
Right.
every like option. Like for example, with the recent Epstein files when they were released, like before, I was like,
Yeah.
nah, there's no way like they're eating people, right? Like they're eating kids. Like
Right.
there's no way. And then okay, basically everything is possible.
Yeah.
So like in terms of like this what's it called in English? I think it's called conspiracy theories, but it has
Yeah.
a really negative connotation.
Right.
Like for me, I think like everything has like a probability. So for me,
Right.
let's see. I don't just say okay, this is just not right, like this is wrong, because there is always a possibility that this is wrong, but nobody has like seen the reality yet.
Yeah.
And so for me right now, I need to take some
Right. No,
time and
this
actually,
is the biggest one. I mean, if it's, I remember when I realized it, I was like, holy crap. I can't become a flat earther. This is insane. All my friends, everybody thinks we live on a ball. What is going on? You
yes,
know,
same
it
for
was,
me.
it was difficult to accept it, but I could break through the cog dis there. So eventually I went out, I bought a drone, I played around, I brought my brother to a lake, and we stood on different sides and we saw each other. So I was like, okay, so water isn't curving, now what? And then I had to deal with that. But you know, a lot of things are the opposite of what they say. Like I get so jaded that every time like the government claims something, I was like, all right, so it is the exact opposite. Okay, I see. Like and we have the cosmology. When you wake up in the morning, you go outside, you see the sun, and it comes in from the east and it leaves in the west, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. And they tell you, no, that's not the sun moving, it's the earth moving. You know, that's the opposite of what you experience. So of course that's going to mess with your brain. And they say the earth is spinning, but you don't, that's not your experience. You experience it as completely stationary. So everything they have told us is the opposite of what